We're going to be calling up Megamix Group 2 in a couple minutes. So if you're not doing anything right now, feel free to submit your cubes. But we're going to be calling it up in a couple minutes, so it's all time. We are now calling up Megamix Group 2. Megamix Group 2. If you just finished competing in Megamix Group 1, we ask that you come up and judge. Thank you.
Well, indeed. One of us did not show up, but... Oh. Wait, is it actually transmitting? It says it's on mute. Can you hear me? Hello? Anyone in the chat? Any chatters? Hello? Staying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. That's all I know. Can't count any higher than that. Hopefully everything is up and running and working. Yeah. Hello, everyone. From BASC 51 Live. This is CubersLive. Let me bring that little thing up. Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's BASC 51. Hello. Good morning to one and all, to all boys and girls and those who identify otherwise.
Judges on the
Hello.
left stage. Thank you.
Hello.
Do we have Wi-Fi? Should I ask me to ask you?
Yes.
Is it public?
No.
Okay. Because we need for this at least the data stations.
But it is public for you, my friend, because you are one of my good friends.
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Thank you.
How does one get good at Megaminx? That is a great question. Megaminx is an interesting event. I've heard a lot of people describe it as like 2 3x3s, which is kind of interesting and, you know, not wrong. Yeah, I think the hard part about Megaminx, for me at least, is, and you know, while we're switching groups, why don't we bring this over to me? Hello, everybody. But yeah, I think the hardest part about Megaminx, I think for new competitors, people who are getting into it, is there's just so many pieces, right? Where did my Megaminx go? Like look at this thing. There are so many pieces on this stinking puzzle. So I think one thing that really helped me at least a little bit, and helped me during my solves actually just now, is kind of like turning slow and kind of looking for the next pieces that you're going to solve. So if you have like a fixed color order, for example, then looking for the next pieces you're going to solve, kind of like building that look ahead intuition at least a little bit. then you can kind of go from there. So yeah, that's something that I think is useful at no matter what skill level you're at, because if you can't look ahead, then you're gonna be no good. But anyway, how about I cut you to someone who's actually good, and you can just watch his solves. Oh, this is no longer me anymore. I bring to you all Nicholas Harper, one of our favorite competitors from NorCal. NorCal being Northern California, which is where this competition is being held. In case you didn't read it in the title and description below, South San Francisco. Yes, that indeed is where we are. We actually have not heard any airplanes this morning, but we're really close to the airport, so you may hear that in the background as Nicholas is getting started here. You can notice he has a black side on his cube, which is pretty cool. A lot of competitors from Megaminx tend to switch out one of the colors for black. I think gray and white are pretty common. Nicholas Nyang. While I wish he was in the area, Nicholas Nyang is, I think he's northeast, so would love to have him at some point though. We do have BPA. Let me get that fired up. As Nicholas gets 39.41 on his first solve. All right, folks. Here we are, the magical, mystical BPA. For those of you who don't know, that's the best possible average. Oh, I need to change his name. His name's not Comp 1. Nicholas Harper is his name. And Megaminx is his game. Bars. Right? I hope Chai was proud of that one. 39.41 to start off for Nicholas, so good start for him. As I'm gonna cut you over to this competitor here, just to keep the action going. Not Nicholas Harper, but I'll let you know when he's back on the stream. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, this is South San Francisco, the South San Francisco Conference Center. Yeah, it's one of our favorite venues. I really like it because I think the lighting is really consistent here, so you won't see those weird issues like we had at Berkeley last week, where it was like super backlit. It'll be more even throughout the day, and hopefully because we have these nice and fancy cameras, things will look a little bit better too. All right, gonna bring you back over here. This is another one of our NorCal favorites, Jaden Lin. Say hi to the stream, Jaden. Actually, don't say hi to the stream. Please focus on your solves. Looks like I'm gonna need to adjust a little bit of the exposure. Probably lower that a little bit as Jaden gets started with his solves. I'm gonna pop out really quickly. Jaden's still solving. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to answer that question. Yeah, Nolan was in the last group. Common StreamL, yeah, I mean, someone made some weird groups. Not sure, I was competing with Nolan, but I didn't get a chance to check out his solves, was helping out with other aspects of the competition. Jaden taking a sweet time here. So he's still going on that. Okay, yeah, probably in the tail end of his S2L, looks like. Wait, is it? Can't tell. I don't know what his bottom star color was. Looks like it was white. So still working on S2L. Indeed, indeed. Good morning to you, Narwhal. Hello. Jaden's shaking his head. It's an early start for us all. So 8:45. So. We're up on two minutes. Looking around a little bit, trying to figure out what he's gonna do for his last S2L. 3 edges oriented, which is not a bad case. This is not too difficult. Opts to do the beginner style algorithm for that. Not necessarily a bad thing. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Just finishing up here. Should be inserting last corners at this point. There we go. 249.31. Not too bad. Not a terrible solve, all things considered. Well done to Jaden. All right, now normally I would switch the camera off, but I already know who's gonna come in this spot. This will bring you back to Mr. Nicholas Harper. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy this this little BPA thing. It took way too much time to put this together because I had like a lot of parentheses that were like misaligned in my Excel sheets and stuff. But now this is all here, so hopefully you all can enjoy. And let's see what Nicholas is going to get here. Definitely one of the favorites in this event. As I'm gonna bring up some stats real fast. Only 0.08 seconds behind Nolan on the psych sheet. And yeah, he's been performing pretty well as of recently. Last several Bay Area Speedcubin competitions, it's averaged like 45 or so. So 39 is an amazing start for him. It's turning really fast. You'll see here so this is the thing I was mentioning earlier. Not a lot of pausing from him, so which is really critical for Megaminx. This is going to be a really fast solve. He's trying to recognize that PLL. Yeah, that was really good PLL recognition. 39.88. So, 39.88. So he's going to be counting this one already. So he's looking good. He's in the driver's seat, already counting 39. Really solid. Good solving from him. Wow, well done. And over on this side we have Ann Lee. Yeah, that's looking really good. Really good. Remember, this is only round 1. There is, in fact, round 2. And you know, I'm just gonna stick this down here. It's gonna cover up my face a little bit, but that's fine. You don't really need to see that. But yeah, as you can see in our little scrolling window here, we have the events for the rest of the day. In fact, I'm gonna move my head because me being cut off is funny, but I'm just gonna move myself up here. It's Ann Lee 1, I believe, the original Ann Lee, one and only. His first time was PR, was it? I don't think so. I think he has a 37. It looks like. First solve was 39.41 for Nico Harper. So he's chilling. Not quite overall PB, but still pretty good. Pretty good. All right, well, Nico's back on the stream, so I'm gonna do our little crossfade over to him. Now remember, his PR average is 42.60, so he's in really good position right now. I mean, even if you were to get 42.42, back to back, he'd still be sitting pretty. All right, let's see what he can do here. The one's got 47 average, 44 single. Thank you. Good to keep tabs in stream chat. I think I have an idea of someone who's going to show up to this competition. A little bit uninvited, but all right. Nico looking pretty good here. I mean, this one's also going to be a really, really fast one. I mean, he's going to get to PLL now. So this one's, I'm going to say, is going to be 43 or so. Oh, a little bit of misrecognition there, though, unfortunately. This one, yeah, and probably going to be a +2 as well. So 51-10 for Nico on Solve 3. But that's not necessarily... He's not out for the count. He's not out for the count. Just a little bit of an unlucky solve. But remember, in speedcubing, when we calculate averages, we don't take an average over all of the solves. We only average the middle three. So if there's a 5 second, if it's an average of 5, we delete the top solve and we delete the worst solve. And then we take the remaining 3 and take those averages. So with that being said, so Nico is definitely guaranteed to count one of those 39s. So the second one in particular. And this 51 that he just got is not guaranteed to count. If he gets like 42-42, for example, that 51 is not going to matter. So we'll have to see if he can avoid getting a worse solve and then really impacting it. Although I did see over on our second camera over here, it seems like he may have gotten an extra. So we'll have to keep track of that. This competitor is employing the tried and true table solving tactic, which is pretty good. I mean, it works decently well. It used to be very, very common back in the day when Megaminx's Megaminx hardware was a little bit poor, and it would like twist and stuff, But keeping it on the table, make sure that it's like all consistent, all flat. All right, Nicholas is back onto the stream. Yeah, definitely this camera is a bit overexposed compared to the other one, so I'll have to adjust that. I'm quite certain that he got an extra, so I'm actually going to delete this Solve 3 here. As you can hear the ambient sound in the room kind of pick up a little bit. Good. As more competitors filter in. After this, we will be doing the competitor tutorial, and then we will be starting 3x3, which is, everyone's favorite event, the main event. All right, so here's Nico off again. So this one is going to be his real third solve because last one was an extra. Although, remember, keep that in chat, mind chat, 51-10, just in case we need it. It's like that one, isn't there like this one meme from like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse or something? Like, oh, here's a secret tool that we will need in the future. Or something like that. But I mean, Nico is off to a flying start right now. Onto last layer, definitely. Looks like he has edges only. This one's gonna be maybe a 41. Ooh, we'll have to see whether or not this one is okay or not. Caleb's the judge. Not entirely sure. Can't fully tell. But based on his reaction, I'm gonna say that was probably a +2. So 4182 for Nico's third solve here. I mean, he's reacting hard. But he's reacting hard, but I mean, he's still in a fantastic position to just destroy his PB. I mean, yeah, he's in the driver's seat, and he's gonna take this car all the way to New York at this point. He's already like halfway there. He's at like Chicago. All he needs like one more stop, DC, and you know that he's basically there, right? I don't know. Does that analogy make any sense? Not entirely sure who we're watching here, but this is a pretty decently fast competitor. It seems like they maybe got a +2, maybe not. All right, and the scramblers are on a completely different pace today. Nicholas already out on his fourth solve, the fifth solve that he's gonna do for us because, like I mentioned earlier, the third solve was indeed an extra. I guess we will be absolutely certain after this one. If he picks up his cube and takes it, then that one was going to count. All right, Mr. Harper. So once the solve is in, you will see the BPA and WPA fields. Those will be filled in for us. We'll get a better idea of like how his average is going to look like. Get some ranges on that average. One thing I think is really interesting is Nico does like a lot of like rotations, but like they're not like the typical rotations you would think. Not like these like Y rotations. He's like kind of like moving the cube back and forth a lot. I guess it's more like an X rotation. And yeah, you'll see he's like almost constantly turning. You'll see that he's not really pausing that much. Moving at a nice clip here. Onto the last layer now, I want to say. A little bit of a lockup, unfortunately. This one's not going to be fantastic. Recognizing PLL, 44.37. So a little bit off the pace that from what he wears before, and there you go. So Nicholas has guaranteed himself a 40, thanks to just his consistent solving. So best possible average, 40.37. That means no matter how good he does, he could get 0, he could get -1 seconds for all I care. Best possible average is still going to be 40.37. And worst possible average, his cube could explode. He could throw it across the room. Anything can happen, and he's guaranteed to get no worse than 40.69. So yeah, there you go. So that's the magic of the average of 5 formula coming together. He's locked in a 40 average, and that will be a personal best for a personal record for him by by pretty considerable margin. His previous personal best was 42.6 seconds, right? So if he gets something on like the lower range of this BPA, not even the lower range, like even like the middle range of this BPA, is still going to be a PR by over 2 seconds. And remember, that's 2 seconds on the average, which is a lot harder typically to do than like 2 seconds on a single, right? Because if you want to break 2 seconds on a single, okay, well, you just need to get 2 seconds better. But in order to be 2 seconds on the average, you need to be like 6 seconds better, right? On the solves that are counting. So, and that's a lot harder to do. Yeah, so I still see Nicholas sat back there, so pretty sure he does have the one solve left, the fifth and final solve. $40 WPA, that's absolutely correct. You can, I hope it's still displaying down there. It's displaying for me. So right above where you'll see the little ticker, there'll be 4 times there: BPA, WPA average, best possible average, worst possible average, and that average field is what he's actually going to get. So yeah, worst possible average 40.69. Pretty nice if I do say so myself. As the man himself, Nicholas Harper, comes in for his 5th and final solve. Unless if there's an extra, there's some shenanigans, some sketchy situations, and whatnot. But let's see what he can do for us here. And by the way, while Nicholas is getting a little warmed up and starting inspection, just want to ask the stream, hopefully I sound clear. It is getting a little bit louder in here, so just want to make sure I adjust my volume correctly. And we're off. 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds in. Looks like he's pausing a little bit more on this one, so that's a bit unfortunate. Wrapped up, I want to say he finished the S2L around 14 or 15, or sorry, his F2L around 14 or 15. But he's moving pretty fast through his S2L. I want to say he has 2 pairs left. We go OLL. So this is not going to be fantastic. Probably he should avoid the WPA. 42.43 for Nicholas Harper on his final solve. He did improve the average. And it'll improve to 41 flat, actually. That's really cool. Well done to him there. 41 flat, really solid. And yeah, like I said, he smashed it. Wait a second, 41 flat, but WPA was 40.69. I think this is not rounding correctly, lol. Because I put a rounder in here, but the round is probably not being rounded correctly. Whoops. I think it's only rounding to 2 digits when I really wanted to round to... Oh, it's... Yeah, I really want to round it to 4 digits, I think. So, let's see. Okay, well, my thing is broken. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, I didn't even edit the right field. I was editing the... Wait, no, I did edit the right field. Okay, whatever. Well, you know how this works. That's that. I think that wraps up Megaminx for us.
Testing.
Indeed. We're going to do the competitor tutorial right now. So, but yeah, after? Yeah. Sounds good. All right. So yeah, that testing means that we are about to get ready for the competitor tutorial here at BASC 51 Live, and that means that the next event is going to be 3x3. I'm going to turn off my mic while the master of ceremonies himself, Chris Martin, is going to take it away. So I'm going to cut it over to him.
All right, everyone. Now that we have Megaminx taken care of, we can do a formal introduction. Everyone, welcome to Bay Area Speedcubin 51. Anyway, as I was saying, welcome to Bay Area Speedcubin 51. This is an official World Cube Association sanctioned competition. For those who do not know who I am, my name is Chris Martin. I am a WCA delegate. Other delegates who are here at this competition today, Antonio Cam, Calvin Nielsen, Michael Chai, Michael Larson, Nolan Yu, and Ruby Liu. So our jobs as delegates are to make sure that this competition actually functions. We are in charge of making sure that all of the regulations for these competitions are followed through and through. All of the results from this competition are inputted into the WCA database, and that you all have a great time here. The organizers for this competition are Manu Singhal, Michael Chai, who you saw earlier, and myself. Our jobs as organizers is we made sure that this competition was reserved, so thank you so much for the South San Francisco Conference Center for letting us have this beautiful venue for us to be able to hold this competition for you all. Throughout the day, if you have any questions regarding the competition, you can ask any one of us as organizers or delegates, or any staff members that you see running through the entire day. We are here to answer any questions that you may have about the competition. And with that being said, for those of you who have never been to a competition before, raise your hand. This is your first time. So there is a good chunk of you who have never been to a competition before. So what we're going to do at this start right now is we're going to do a brief tutorial about how this competition is supposed to run. Some of you have already competed in Megamix, so you have a slight taste of how this goes. But for everyone else who did not compete in Megamix, make sure to listen up. Also for people in the back, I do hear you a little bit, so if you can lower the volume while I'm talking just right now, and then we can continue with this competition. So, for those of you who have never been to a competition before, when you walked into the room at the front over there, you picked up one of these little slips of paper. These slips of paper have all the information that you will need for this competition. This is yours. You need to have this on your person at all times to make sure that you know what you are doing and when. It shows all of the events that are happening at this competition, when you will be competing in those events if you registered for them, and when you will be helping for those events. What we're going to do is we're just going to focus on the competing part. So if you're a first-time competitor, please make sure you listen up. As some of you may saw at the beginning, we do call up groups in numerical order. So we call up the first group of a particular event, and then after that first group is done, then we call up the second group. After the second group is done, we call up the third group, and that keeps going until everyone who is registered for that event has competed if they want to. For this tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to call up group 0. If you are in group 0 for 3x3, please come up and drop off your 3x3 at the cube drop-off station. The cube drop-off station is this center table right here, which has a bunch of cube covers with scorecards on top of them. Each scorecard will have a competitor's name on them. If you are called up in your group, you will go over to the cube drop-off station and find the scorecard with your name on it and drop the cube off in that box along with the scorecard. A runner will come by and grab all the available puzzles that need to be run and take them over to the scrambling station. The scrambling station are these tables over here, barricaded by cardboard. Behind each cardboard are computers with predetermined computer-generated scrambles for each group of each event of this competition. Each group will have their own unique set of scrambles, but every person in group 1 will have the same scrambles, which will be different from every person who has scrambles in group 2. When you drop off your puzzle, you will come over to the competitor waiting area. Depending on which side that your cube was dropped off at is the side where you'll be staying for the waiting while your cube is being scrambled. If your cube was dropped off on this side, then you will be waiting over there. If your cube was dropped off on this side, you'll be waiting over there. When your cube is accurately scrambled, the runner will take it over to an open judging spot, and the runner will call for the competitor's name. When the competitor hears their name, they will go over to the judging spot where their name was called. The competitor sits down. The judge will verbally ask the competitor if they are ready. The competitor has to verbally state to the judge that they are ready. When the competitor says they are ready, the judge lifts off the cube cover and starts the stopwatch. The stopwatch is meant for inspection. A competitor has 15 seconds of unpenalized inspection. If the competitor goes over 8 seconds, the judge will say
8 seconds.
if the competitor goes over 12 seconds of inspection, the judge will say
12 seconds.
anytime in between those 15 seconds, the competitor may start their attempt. So because of schedule restraints, we do expect every competitor to get around this time for 3x3. No, I'm kidding. I'm absolutely kidding. When the competitor stops their attempt, the judge will write down the time that is shown on the stack mat, and then they will sign their initials for it. The signature from the judge shows that this solve is accurate according to the judge. The competitor then checks the scorecard, makes sure that the time is the same as it's shown on the stack mat, and that they will sign their initials for it. A time is not valid unless both the judge and the competitor have signed their initials on the scorecard for each time that they have done. When the time is done, the competitor may go back to the competitor weighing area. The cube and the scorecard are placed back in the cube cover. The judge holds up the cube cover, a runner comes by, grabs the cube, takes it to the scrambling station, and this process repeats until the entire average is finished. As you saw at the beginning, there is a proper way to start and stop the timer. To start the timer, there are sensor pads on each stack mat. To start the timer, you will place your fingers onto the sensors on the left and right side of the timer. A green light will go off after about a second of you resting your fingers on those sensors. When you see that green light go off, you may lift your fingers off, and that is when the timer will actually start. To stop the timer, use your hands to place them back onto the sensors like so. For all new competitors, it is important that you know that if you want to start the timer, you need to use your fingers. You cannot use any other parts of your hands. They need to be your fingers. To stop the timer, you can use any parts of your hands, your fingers or your palms, but you cannot use any other parts of your body. Don't use your elbows, don't use your shoulders or your feet. We've seen some pretty crazy stops. Please just keep it to your hands. So for the most part, this is how competing is supposed to look like. This is about 99% of what your solves will look like throughout the duration of your WCA history. However, for all competitors, it is important to know that some things can go wrong. And by things that go wrong, I mean penalties. Penalties are not as scary as they seem, but they are important for all competitors to know in case of particular situations. One of the most common penalties that we see in the WCA are puzzles that are off by one move. So let's say your cube is off by one move, like a U move. After you stop the timer, that is a +2 second penalty. What that means is that the time that you stop on the timer, they will add an extra 2 seconds to that solve. So the way that this is written for score taking on the scorecard is that the judge will write whatever time is shown on the timer +2. So the time, addition sign 2. And that will show the data entry that that time needs to have an extra 2 seconds added onto that due to a penalty. Other penalties that can happen. If the cube is off by a 180-degree turn, like a U2, that is just a +2. According to the WCA, this is one move. So U2 is one move. This will only be counted as a +2. However, if the cube is off by a U and an R move, so 2 moves away, that is a DNF penalty. DNF stands for did not finish. It is the worst possible time that you can obtain at a competition. Slice moves are also counted as DNF. These are, the WCA does not recognize this as one move. It may look like one move, but the WCA does not recognize slice moves as one move. It is 2 moves. After you stop the timer, if you deliberately touch the puzzle after the timer has stopped, that is a +2 second penalty. If you make a move on the puzzle after the timer has stopped, that is a DNF penalty. So as a general rule of thumb for all competitors, new and old, please make sure that after you stop the timer, you do not touch the puzzle. Leave it alone wherever it is. If your puzzle gets a pop in the middle of your solve, you need to fix that pop before you stop the timer. If you do not fix that pop before you stop the timer, that is a DNF
Are you
penalty.
Chris? Chris Zone?
Similarly, if you get a corner twist on your puzzle, you need to fix that corner twist before you stop the timer. If you stop the timer and there is a corner twist, that is a DNF penalty. One more thing to note for all competitors. Let's say you get a really good scramble. You cannot talk about the scramble until after your entire group is finished with their solve. So let's say on your second solve, you have 2 moves to an X cross with 3 F12 first finish. First of all, congratulations for winning the lottery. Second of all, do not talk about that scramble until after your average is over and everyone else's average in that group is over. If somebody else hears that there is a good scramble and they haven't gotten it yet, they can use that information ahead for their own solve. That is assisting the competitor, even if you did not intentionally mean for that to happen, you still cannot talk about the scrambles until after your group is finished.
Hey Manu, what group are you in? We can start it. Then let's do it.
The way that everyone is
Yeah, you and I. You want to set up the names?
is that they are ranked by average. So you have 5 solves in 3x3. Your fastest time and your slowest time are eliminated from your average. We take the average of the middle 3 times, and then we rank everyone based on speed on that. To check where you rank at a WCA competition, Google WCA Live. It will be the first link that you see because the URL is way too long for me to repeat every single time. On that website, WCA Live, you will see every single competition that is happening around the world today. Usually California competitions are at the bottom of the list. Why? I don't know. We start the link. Sure, let's go with that. You will click this competition's name, which is Area Speedcubin 51 Live SSF 2023. Should be very easy to find based on how long that name is. You will click it. It will show all of the results for this competition as they're being inputted in. What we do ask though is that you do have patience after your average is finished, between when it is actually inputted. We do input all of the scorecards manually, so please be patient with that as it happens. Give about 20 minutes for those scorecards to be inputted.
We've had so many scorecard parties.
One last penalty that I forgot to mention, inspection penalties. So as you heard from earlier, a competitor has 15 seconds of unpenalized inspection. The judge will tell you if 8 seconds and 12 seconds have passed. However, if you, a competitor, go over 15 seconds of inspection, that is a +2 second penalty. If you go over 17 seconds of inspection,
Tell me when I can.
that is a DNF penalty. As a
Basically
general
whenever
rule of thumb for all new competitors, if you
Also,
hear the judge say 8 seconds,
Restream?
that should be a good
Oh,
sign for
you're
you
doing
to
it?
start your attempt.
It's just
You
set up
do not
only
need
on,
to wait for the
because I
judge
can't
to say
see it, that's
anything.
why. On Matthew's
But if
channel.
they say 8 seconds,
Yeah, it's
that
only
is
set up on this
indicator
one.
of how much
Because
inspection you have taken.
you have to sign in.
Oh, so Matthew has to do it.
Other miscellaneous rules for all
did you text him?
competitors.
No, I need to mess with
If you want to film your solves
I asked him like,
with a smartphone camera or a GoPro, you are totally fine to do that. However, there is one big rule. Any screens cannot be facing you. They need to be facing away from you. So no selfie cameras. You cannot have any viewfinders within your line of vision. They need to be facing away from you. Alternatively, if there is somebody in the audience, like a friend or a family member, who can film instead of you, that is totally fine as well. What we do ask is that there is 5 feet or 1.5 meters of clearance away from the closest sitting area and the closest competing area. This first line of chairs in the audience waiting area, please do not cross this line if you're filming or even spectating. So everyone in this first row, this is the order of how far you should be going while competitors are competing. Another thing, please do not assist the competitor in any way while they are solving. Let's say there is a pop that happens and the piece flies out into the audience. Don't touch that piece. It is the competitor's responsibility to grab that piece and put it back in their puzzle themselves. No spectators are allowed to help the competitor in any way. Along the same line, please do not communicate with the competitor at all while they are inspecting or they are solving. So, as great as words of encouragement may be, like any good jobs, any non-verbals like applauding or thumbs up, please save all that until after they are done with their solve. The competitor needs to be able to solve at their own discretion. Please do not get involved until after your solve is finished. One last rule. This is a very important rule, and this goes primarily to parents because we only see this to parents. I am not singling parents out. Parents are the big reason why a lot of competitors are here, and we appreciate you all for it. However, if you want to take pictures on a phone or any professional camera, please make sure that all flash is turned off. This is very important. All flash at a competition needs to be turned off. Every single time that a competition happens, there is always one person, and by one person, I mean one parent, and it's always a new parent, who forgets to turn off their flash on their camera. If you see flash go off, one of us staff members will go to the opposite end of the room and we will shout in a very shrill, annoying voice, "No flash photography." It happens once every single competition. Please don't let it be you. With that being said, are there any questions at all in regards to competing? I can take any raised hands at all. Alright, I see no hands being raised, so I either did that very good or very bad. I'm going to hope that I did that pretty good. I'm going to do a brief judging tutorial for competitions like this. So, WCA competitions are all volunteer run. Without people volunteering, we cannot have these competitions running. So, if there are ever times where we have to call up for judges,
are we the only world record holders here?
Anyone who is available to come up and judge. You don't have to be a competitor.
Yes, today, yes.
Very helpful parents.
Yeah.
You can come up and take a judging spot. We can give you a brief rundown of how to judge. When that happens, all competitors who are registered to judge, we're going to give you a brief rundown of how judging works. When a cube is dropped off to a judging spot, the runner will either hand you the cube cover.
In my, that's the only thing we have. They have a chance of beating me, but they don't have any chance of credit.
The runner will either hand you a cube cover for you to
They have a
flip
non-zero
over,
probability of beating me.
or they will come over and flip the cube cover over themselves. When the competitor sits down, it is your responsibility to make sure that the competitor is ready. Make sure to have your stopwatch in your hand. Verbally ask the competitor if they are ready. Are you ready? The competitor needs to let you know that they are ready. Once they say that they're ready, you lift off the cube cover and start the stopwatch at the same time. Make sure to keep track of the stopwatch. When you see 8 seconds passing the stopwatch, you say 8 seconds. When you see 12 seconds passing the stopwatch, you say 12 seconds. After the competitor actually starts the timer, that's when you stop the stopwatch and you don't need to use it anymore. While the competitor is solving, you need to pay 100% attention to the competitor. Don't cube while you're solving, don't go on your phone while you're solving. All of your attention needs to be on the focus of the competitor at hand. When the competitor has finished their solve, you as the judge need to write down the time that is shown on the stack mat. Every single digit needs to be written down. Don't skip any zeros. Do not round up or down. Do not truncate anything. Write every single digit that is shown. After you write that time and apply any penalties that may happen, you will sign your initials, your first and last initials, in the judging column. After that happens, you will give the scorecard to the competitor and they will sign their initials as well. Please make sure that both sets of signatures are there. If even one signature is missed, we will need to count that as a DNF. So make sure that all times are signed for. After that time is signed for, you will put the cube and the scorecard back into the box, and you as the judge will hold up the cube cover so that a runner can take it. Are there any questions in terms of judging? No questions at all. All right, I'm either on a roll or I'm doing really badly. With all that being said, a couple extra notes. Please do not bring any outside food into this venue. If you have any outside food, please eat it outside or hold it secretly inside your bag. We are live streaming this competition, so as you can see from these two cameras up front, this competition is being live streamed on the CubersLive YouTube channel. So if there is anyone not at this competition that you want to share this live stream to, you can share to them CubersLive on YouTube. If there are any other questions throughout this competition, you can reach out to any one of these lovely delegates, organizers, or staff members. All of us are here to make sure that you all have a great time. And we want this competition to be able to flow as well as it can be. Near the end of this competition, we will be having a head-to-head battle of all the final 3x3 competitors. So if there's anyone who can't stay to the very end so they can be audience members for that, we greatly appreciate you do so. With that being said, we are going to start 3x3 round 1, group 1. So on your personal cards, if you see that you are in group 1, 3x3, either competing or helping, please come up and get ready. Alessandro Giamacco, please come up over here. Alessandro Giamacco.
Like my fastest ever. Yeah, my fastest one-handed throw was 11.9 seconds. 11.9 seconds. Just under full seconds. With one hand.
Oh, yeah. So you're doing 1, 2, and 3. Or is it for a different one? For 3? Yeah. It's a lot cleaner. Yeah.
All right, let's get on the sticks. Can you replug the camera in?
Replug?
Yeah, the camera got unplugged. The Lumix. All right, Archer, it's you. All right, hello everyone. Hopefully you all enjoyed the competitor tutorial. We are now going to get started with the main event for today, the 3x3 Rubik's Cube Everyone, you all know it. You all love it. The classic puzzle from the 1980s. I think it's from the 1980s at least. Indeed. Hello, everyone. In case you forgot, this is BASC 51 Live Bay Area Speedcubing. Oh, sorry. Why did I say 59? Bay Area Speedcubing 51, the 51st numbered competition happening in the Bay Area. Obviously, we've had a lot more than that. As I am joined by my good friend, and are you my uncle or are you my grandfather? I forgot.
Okay.
I always forget.
We gotta think this out. So, well, first off, I'm Archit Mahale.
Yeah, this is Archit, by the way.
Glad to be here. I've been in NorCal for like 2.5 years, maybe. I'm from SoCal.
Wow, you're old.
Yeah, doing all my comps here pretty much, like 90% of them. But I'm here now, and I don't know all the names, but we're gonna see what we can get done. To
Yeah,
answer your
indeed,
question,
indeed.
I think you're my dad, because my
Oh.
children are Varun, Samir, Maddie, and Maxwell.
Maddie?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna mention too much there.
Yeah.
Anyway, as as we get started here, glad to be joined by Archit, my good friend, and my son.
Yes.
My son, indeed. As we watch Nicholas Harper get us started off. Nicholas, really good competitor. Just broke his PR actually in Megaminx earlier today.
Oh, a little
Smashed
bit of a
it.
lockup on the U-perm.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Ooh. I thought we were doing Rue there for a second.
All right, well, I need to go fix this camera.
I'll go for it.
I've seen
Does it pick up
pretty easily? I've never seen the inside of a school bus.
All right, yeah, Nick starting off with a nice red cross. I think got to PLL around 5 or 6, but a little bit of a lockup on the U-perm. We're having a little bit of trouble inserting some edges, and it looked like this. It looked like that. So I had to fix some edges around.
Oh, you are being covered up by the name of the event, but
There we
no
go.
longer. I can't figure out what the best place to put the caster cam is. I guess perhaps here. because
Top left. Top
I don't
left
think
and make
there's
it bigger a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't think there's anything that shows up there. So, all right, there you are. We're up here in all of our glory as you're joined by Benjamin Brown, I believe.
Let's go.
One of I mean, everyone here is basically going to be from NorCal. I don't think there are any particular people out of state, out of country, out of universe. Out of universe would be pretty surprising.
Ben Brown starting with a nice white cross, not doing red like Nick did last solve. Okay.
Oh.
Quick 3 pairs.
See, this is why we pay you the big bucks. Well, this is looking
Whoa,
really solid.
okay.
676. Yeah, really
for
fast solve to get
Yeah.
us started off here.
Ben's
yeah.
gonna be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, he should be pretty happy about that. His official average is 737, which
Okay.
is absurd
Yeah.
as is. With a 605 official single, obviously he almost certainly has better solves at home, but
Right, but I mean, as we know, it's impossible to get good solves.
impossible.
To
Yeah.
quote our Lord and Savior Graham Stiggins, 3x3 official 3x3 solves are damn near impossible.
Yeah.
So it's like the worst event. But we get it. I mean, replicating good solves in competition is one of the hardest things to do in general.
Yeah, indeed. Do you remember what Nico got on solve 1?
That was a
I think we can do a little bit of a tracking.
I think it was a 1076.
1076. Okay, so I'll just throw this up onto our little BPA. I'm realizing now the BPA is not set up for multiple people.
Okay.
It's only set up for we can only do one person at a time. But you know, it is what it is. I just flashed up his Megaminx results real fast, but now I've updated this 1076 based on our expert eyewitness in the field, Archit.
Potentially wrong, but let's see how Nick can do better than this.
You know that meme? It's like me when I spread misinformation. Going for the
Picture of
red
guy.
cross again here. Turning really fast, going into Olo. I want to
A
say,
little bit of lockup on the OLO.
what do you have there? F-perm to finish,
Yeah,
maybe?
a little F-perm.
Yeah, so kind of an ugly finish, I think, all things considered. But
Yeah.
because he got to OLL when?
Looked like around 7 or 8.
Yeah, right. So bit of an unlucky finish for Nico.
Yeah, it's okay. Testing out the cube, not seeing if the turns on it are worth it, but
All right, as I think Ben Brown is going to be back here. Man, dude, we're just going one after the other. Usually I fill this dead air with like some memery, some banter, but
Yeah.
one after another, the competitors are not giving us any breaks. So the 676 we saw earlier, that was his first solve.
Yes,
right?
that was
So-
first solve. So let's see if they can get closer to that now. We're going with the nice white cross. Quick cross. Olo at 4.3. Nice.
Nice.
That is a counting 6-6.
664.
Or that's
for-
not a counting 6-4, my bad. But
Yeah,
it could be one of like an average solve, so we'll see.
Yeah. I mean,
can maintain
that's a great start for him. I mean,
Yeah.
he's already counting a 6.
Yeah, what's their most recent average of 5?
Yeah,
Let's
that's
see
great.
what we got.
So actually, yeah,
961
recently,
average.
recently not particularly good results coming out from him. So
Yeah, that is clearly 2 6s though.
yeah. So
We have
I
a
mentioned 737 average of 5. Turns out that's
Yeah.
from Berkeley Winter B 2023. I don't
Okay.
remember exactly when this was.
This was
So
January.
all the way in January.
Okay.
So it is
So-
now September. Welcome everyone to September, by the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, 8 months, and yeah, I mean, it seems like Ben was on like a little bit of a what do you call it? He was in a bit of a rut, but the first 2 solves here in round 1 of BASC Live have, I mean, he's really pulled them out already.
Yeah.
Let's see if Nico can channel a little bit of that energy. He really needs to come back because he's already going to be counting a 10.
Going for white cross, same as Benjamin. 2 Olo, and looks like another F turn.
But this one was much more solid, I want to say.
Yeah. I don't know if it's exactly what they want, but regardless, it is fastest of their average so far.
Yep.
So,
And I mean, continuing on this trend, if Nico gets 2 more 8s, he can look at like a high 8, maybe a 9 average, which is, not too bad.
yeah, definitely makes round 2. And as we know
Yeah.
in the Bay Area, we have round 1 syndrome, which
Yeah.
everyone just does incredibly poor round 1. But that may not be the case for Benjamin Brown, who's starting their 3rd solve now.
Yep.
With 2 6-6s. Or 6-7 and a 6-6. So let's
Yes,
see what we get here.
yes. So let's see. I mean, I'm sure he must be feeling it also, because after starting off with 2 6, it's one thing to get a 6 and then you just fall back. But now that you have a counting 6, it's like, okay, well, this has a chance, to be a really, really good one.
Right, but can they keep that level of consistency? So let's see.
Looks like he's gonna pick yellow here to start.
Okay, cross. Doing a Y2, a little bit of a locky OLL, and
that missed
okay.
F prime.
Yeah,
was
yeah,
a bit
yeah.
of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, let's
Still
just,
not too bad.
yeah, let's just hope that is the worst solve of the average. The last thing Ben wants is to count an 8-6 with a 6-6 and a 6-7.
Right.
So
We're going to be calling up 3x3 group 2 in a couple minutes.
Let's
So
quickly
if
cut
you're
over
not doing
to
anything
Jordan.
right now,
Jordan
feel
Granados.
free to come up and submit your cubes.
A nice
But we're going to be
look
calling up
turn.
3x3 group 2 in a couple minutes.
A perm to a little
Oh,
locky
over.
on the A perm, unfortunately.
Nicholas Harper coming in for 4th solve after a 10, about a 10, we think.
Yeah.
And an 11, and then an 8.7. Now they're on their 4th solve. Look at the inspection. Going for an orange cross again.
Yeah, that's interesting. So really, really favoring the red orange.
Absolutely. Okay.
Decent looking
oh,
F12.
Can we get a nice PLO? Okay.
Yeah, a little sloppy on the finish, but I mean, 865 is definitely way better than before. As we populate now the BPA, WPA. So actually, wait, what the BPA is 9, but the WPA is 8? Okay, well, clearly someone wrote some trash code, which is me, so.
That's okay.
All right, well, whatever. Forget the WPA, BPA. You can see for yourself what times he's gotten, and what you can expect to see from him. So it seems like probably in the best case, I wonder if my WPA and BPA are swapped.
Okay.
Because in the worst case, it seems like he's going to end up getting an 8. In the best case, it seems like he's going to end up getting an 8. So.
All right, Benjamin Brown warming up for 4th solve.
Yeah, after getting an 8 on the last one, he's going to want to pull back the reins a little bit, make sure he's in control going into solve number 5.
Yeah, and make sure that solve is the slowest of the average.
Indeed.
Here we go, going on in a white cross. A little bit of a locky 3rd pair, a few too many rotations. And it looks like that 8 is going to be counting.
Yeah.
And a DNF.
DNF. Wow. So really working on thin ice here, unfortunately.
4.46 BPA.
Yeah, 4.46 BPA. It's because I didn't copy this one over to this one.
I see.
And so this is like counting the DNF as a 0. So there's some trashy Excel code here, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
3x3, group 2.
All right, so it looks like as we're about to call, Group 2 has been called, but there's still competitors who are finishing up their solves from Group 1. So we'll allow those to finish, and then Group 2 will start in earnest. What do you think of the solve so far? Did you get here during Megaminx?
I just came after Megaminx as
Okay.
it was ending. I don't know how the results went. I believe Varun Mohanraj came 4th.
I think so. So we saw Nico break his PR.
PR, yeah. I think 41 average.
41 average.
Yeah.
And then I heard that Nolan also got a really good average, 47.
Okay. Let's see if Nicholas can get something nice here.
Pretty fast inspection, white cross.
All around 5.9. Finish strong.
8.89.
So
So
it's 2 8s or 3 8s?
3 8s.
3 8s
3 8s.
and a 10 and a 11. We got
A 9 average for him? Well, I would take this with a grain of salt because I think this is a bad rounding. But,
sure.
but something like as we thought, it was going to be like a 8 or 9, a high 8 or a low 9 average. So makes sense. As Benjamin comes back onto the stream.
On 5th solve now, we had a great start by Benjamin this round. We had a 6.7, a 6.6, and we had an 8.6. We were hoping that would be the slowest solve of the average, but we got a DNF right after. So now he starts 5th solve.
Little hand switch there as he starts the timer, but looking not too bad so far. Looks like a lot of moves though. And unfortunately,
that's
this
a
one also going to
9-4.
count 9, 4, 6 to come up with. I also need to copy this one over.
Yeah. 829 average, is that right?
I think 829 seems about right. Yeah, 829
because
seems
there is
about
a
right.
6 in
Yeah.
there, yes.
So he did count a 6, but he did unfortunately end up counting that 9 and then also the 8 from earlier. So, but hey, round 1 syndrome.
So, round 1 syndrome. So is the case with Bay Area competitions.
And it's something that we had mentioned, I guess, like going into his final 3 solves, that getting 6-6 is like, okay, really good start. Then the pressure's kind of on, right? You kind of feel like, okay, well, now I kind of need to make something happen here. I don't want to let this 6 go to waste. If I can just kick it into a second gear, then I can break out of like this little rut that he's kind of been in for the last couple of months. But
Right. And it's all about just having that consistency.
Yeah.
Getting 2 of your fastest solves in the average back to back definitely puts the pressure on for even just the 3rd solve.
yeah, and something. It's not all doom and gloom for him because he hasn't had a 6 for a while. The last 6 he got was during Western Champs. Was like almost 3 months ago at this point.
Right.
So yeah, good to see him get back into form and at least put himself in the position. I feel like that's also a little bit underrated.
Right.
Really important because if you don't put yourself into the position, then you'll never be able to capitalize because there's nothing to capitalize on.
Exactly. But we can also turn it on the opposite end. I mean, this is a fantastic start for Ben this competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
And getting 2 6s first round, again, even with our said round 1 syndrome. So
Yeah.
And we got, I believe, 2 more rounds after this and a head-to-head at the very end.
And a head-to-head.
So
really
we'll
looking forward to the head-to-head. That'll be
Absolutely.
really, really cool.
Yeah. We got Cameron Miller coming up first solve.
I want to say Cameron's quite the all-rounder for us these days.
Beating Carter Kukala and Scube at Nationals during
I
West
actually
Coast
really,
Resistance. Yeah.
okay, I did not know that. That's really awesome.
And a 797 for solve.
Not a bad start for him. Since the BPA is a little bit messed up, I'm going to refrain from putting it on the screen at the moment, but I will fix that during lunch and then we'll have that back for you all. We're waiting for some competitors to occupy the solving stations at the moment. We have Bowser Jr. showing up here.
I believe they are a first-time competitor.
Oh, that's cool.
I think they raised their hand during the tutorial.
Oh, okay, for sure. I also love seeing like first-time competitors, newer competitors on the stream. I think it's just an awesome opportunity. You have a little like, lights, camera, action in front of you.
Right, yeah. Definitely putting on the nerves for first-time competitors too. I mean, they already feel that nervousness, and now having all this commentary over their solves could be intimidating.
True.
So,
But I mean, they're handling the pressure pretty well. I mean, this is going to be a really solid, probably going to be a sub 30 solve, I want to say.
let's see.
Looks like U
Can we
perm.
get it? Can we get it? A little bit of a...
Oh, I think
What
they.
is happening? Turning it into a pattern.
Yeah. They actually had it a little bit earlier, it looks like.
What is this?
It's an interesting. Oh, they're just going to take the DNF, unfortunately. 47 DNF. But
What did I
it was
just
crazy-
witness?
It was crazy because they were U2, M2 away from
Yeah, no,
solved.
they were like... Oh, it wasn't an H perm. Okay, it was a...
It was a U perm.
It was like they were like right here.
They
and
did
it
the
just-
hard part of the U perm.
It just kept going. Yeah.
Yeah, they did the hard part of the U perm, but so that's a little unfortunate.
We've seen it all, and we got our Lord and Savior, Calvin Nielsen.
Calvin
Coming
Calvin recently making finals for Square One at Worlds.
Absolutely.
Huge stage.
Playing lead guitar with the band as well.
Dude, I was in Calvin's apartment yesterday. He had like 6-7 guitars, man.
I've jammed with him.
I knew he had a lot of guitars, but I didn't realize he had that many.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player, blues-based player.
Not a very fantastic solve.
Not a
for him, though.
fantastic solve,
But-
however. But we got Cameron Miller coming back up, second solve. Smooth yellow cross into, there we go, 645.
Did he have like some like wide move shenanigans
Yeah,
there?
I'm not
Something
exactly
looked
sure
a
what was
little.
going on there. We had an F sexy F prime type of type of OLL.
Yeah. So, I mean, just really good solving, and then just it feels like PLL was just like a lot of moves, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
that's just kind of how the game. That's like the name of the game. I mean, the shortest PLL is what 9 moves. That's the A perm.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but the vast majority of them are just not very good.
Yeah, F perm execution can be tough.
Oh man, dude, yeah. Not to mention if you walk up or like you mess up, like I feel like a lot of the times when I do PLLs, I don't know exactly the moves I'm doing. It's just all muscle memory.
It's all muscle memory, yeah.
So if you mess up in the middle, then it's just over.
We got Michael Larson coming up.
One of the new delegates in the NorCal, Nevada area. They'll be hosting a competition at Reno next weekend.
Yes.
There'll be a 2-day competition of sorts. PBQ on day 2 actually, and then normal comp on day 1.
I believe Varun was also in this group, was he not?
Oh, was he in this one?
I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, I feel like we should have seen
A
him.
little bit of a lockup. Quick timer stop to make up
It's
for lost
gonna be
time.
one more judge on the left
14:71.
stage and one more judge on the right
Quite
stage.
behind the pace for him,
If you're available to
unfortunately.
judge, please come up to judge. We need more judges on both stages. Thank
We'll
you.
cut over to this competitor now. I think earlier we saw them get 14-second solve.
A lot of rotations happening here.
It's interesting. I feel like their fingers are in like very different positions than where
Yeah,
I would
it
put my
seems
fingers.
like
Like
a
they're
much
really like
higher grip.
outside also.
Yeah.
15,
But a
21.
15, yeah.
Yeah, not
Their shirt is not wrong.
Yeah, absolutely correct. That would be really sad.
Yeah.
Show up with the shirts like sub 20 and then to actually gets like a 30-second solve.
Yeah.
All right, well, here we go. You know him, you love
There
him.
he is.
The kneeling cuber himself, my grandson.
Yes, my
Varun
son.
Mohanraj.
Mohanraj. Showing off the Chi shirt.
Yeah, I
that
think it's
they
really
are
awesome that
sponsored.
Chi is Sponsoring Cubers now. I've seen a lot more people with the Chi. Samir as well, yeah.
Samir
Also one of my
Agrawal,
grandsons.
Also my son. Here we go. Starting off with a quick white solve. A little too many pairs. Ola around 4.8. Can we get a strong finish? 703. Not too happy with that.
Little bit of odd execution, I'll say, on the PLL. Felt like it could have been a little bit faster, but makes sense. I mean, almost certainly not his first solve.
I'd like to think so. Yeah.
But probably one of the first solves of the day, at least. It is a little, just like the tiniest bit cold. I needed the hand warmers this morning.
Yes.
When doing Mega Minx, at least. So expect to see the competitors speed up, I think, throughout the day, and then probably like post lunch, once everyone's like got their bellies full.
We'll see the speed really kick in.
I think so. I really think so, at least.
Michael Larson starting off with a quick white cross.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be a lot better than last solve. Let's see how they finish. There we go.
There we go. 821. Yeah, significantly better, just from the jump. Like, just the F2L looked a lot better, had a pretty simple OLL, and into PLL to finish. Looked really smooth. I think one thing I really liked about that solve is he was doing rotations, but his rotations were really smooth.
Yeah.
It looked like he was rotating with purpose, basically, instead of just kind of like mindlessly rotating to just kind of find pieces or whatever.
Right. Which is the whole trade-off between turning fast, you
Right.
know, and then turning slow and calculated.
Yeah. We talk about it quite a lot. The look ahead TPS trade-off. Not sure who this competitor is, but looking pretty good. Onto PLL now at 12. MUU perm.
Not too happy with that. Let's see if Varun is happy with this solve. 703 did not bring a smile to his face. So let's see if we can get something sub-7 here.
I mean, Varun, a man with very, very high standards.
Yes, making finals at US Nationals
Yeah.
2023.
This is awesome.
Very cool seeing some of that Northern California representation. Nice OLL at the 583. That is not a +2. It's going to be. That's not a 5.
683. Yeah, the camera's a little bit odd.
Yeah.
Man, I think that solve, the OLL to PL transition was, I don't know if it can get that much better than that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, he knew exactly, like, okay, like, oh, this is just going to cancel into this, so
Yeah.
I'm just going to make it one fluid motion.
Yeah. Which is a great mentality to have. You know, if you break up parts of the cube in different steps, you're training yourself to pause between the steps. But if you do it as one big fluid motion, then those pauses are going to be minimized.
Yeah.
Because it feels like one fluid move.
Yeah, indeed.
So,
Also,
take
quick-
notes.
Yeah, take notes.
Take
indeed.
notes, take
if you're going to
notes.
take notes from anyone, Varun is definitely one of the competitors to take notes from.
Yes. And I'm always rambling to Varun about this type of stuff, that when you're doing solves, you know, obviously Varun is much faster than me, but if you view it as one big fluid motion, like a mad dash just to get the cube in the final position, you're going to end up eliminating a lot of solves, but that means you're going to be having lots of rotations and lots of pauses. So I believe the right way is, if you're doing CFOP, try to put like group up letters type of things.
Interesting, okay.
So if it's like, oh, cross, okay, pause, now let me mentally prepare for F2L. Now
Okay.
pause, let me mentally prepare for OLL. You kind of have those pauses. You're kind of practicing like, okay, let me just get this done, and then I'm going to pause because that is the end of this step. But if you
Rather
do
than
it-
like looking ahead and being like, okay, well, I know cross is going to be done.
Exactly.
And, you know,
Yeah.
like if I can look ahead even a little bit to F2L, maybe you can cut that pause time down.
Exactly,
Yeah,
yeah.
makes a lot of sense.
And as we know, it's just a matter of not pausing. So,
Yeah.
1049 by Van Gogh. Vincent Van Gogh.
Vincent Van Gogh. Indeed, a little bit of the fine art representation.
Yes. You get some of that representation up in here. It's quite the fit, actually.
Yeah, actually, I like it. Goes well with the hair, I think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Also, hello, Aaron. Hope you're having a good morning. I think it's still morning for you. No, it's afternoon now. Hello. Indeed, you will see a lot of this green color or this yellow color. What do you think? Is it green or yellow?
It's Anto's signature color.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Right?
I mean,
Isn't that the same shade?
I mean, yes.
Zero-
CCFF00,
Yes.
indeed. A lot of people describe it as like highlighter green, tennis ball green.
Right.
You'll see everyone with this. It's kind of now like a NorCal color, I think.
Completely okay with that.
But I was really hyped to see Timon wear the CCFF00 shorts at World.
Yeah, some of that Northern California representation in Poland.
He was influenced. Solving under the influence, you could say.
Yeah.
You are available.
Calvin
We need
doing a
two more
straight
judges on the
cross.
right stage. Two more judges on the right stage.
+2.
+2, unfortunately.
Right now, please come up to judge. Thank you.
Varun going up on third solve. We had a 703 and I believe a 683 after.
Yes, 6. Oh yeah, I've been forgetting to keep track in our little calculator.
It's okay. Definitely going for white here again. Okay, let's see. Quick few pairs. OLL at 4.2.
ZB?
590, good.
Yeah, was that I want to say it was a ZB.
I think it was.
Because he took extra time to recognize it, and it looks like he ended up doing like a back soon type thing.
Yeah.
But maybe he was like, oh, I know it, I know that if I just do soon back soon, it's just gonna skip. Maybe he was gonna do that anyway, but
Yeah, and Varun has been learning a lot of ZBs recently. Just
right.
earlier, I saw him pause for about 4 to 5 seconds just to get that ZB in, and they got it, and the cube was solved.
yeah.
And I feel like if you just start turning and be like, okay, I will just do the easy OLL. You know, you have to pause and like actually practice on that ZB, or else you're never gonna get better at it. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Because you could just take the easy way out, and it's like, oh yeah, I know, like this is like faster in the moment, so I'm just gonna do this. But if you really take the time and think through, like, okay, let me make sure I have it down. The next time you see it, you'll be like 10% faster.
Absolutely.
And 10% faster, and then doing the slow way is gonna be way slower.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're just gonna be spamming ZBs everywhere.
Exactly.
There you go. That's the secret to getting fast. Just spam ZB.
All right, we got Todd Brasser.
Yeah.
On the side. Gotten a few podiums at Hawaii comps in skew, I believe. And apparently, I'm not sure if this is true, but they don't know notation. They just turn. For skew.
That's for skew.
Yeah, for skew.
I thought we were like 3x3. I'm like, I feel like it's pretty hard to like learn Alex that way.
Yeah, we got a little bit of sim. Can we get a quick R perm?
Yeah, I want to say that would look like the RUDG perm maybe.
Yeah.
1665. She's shaking her head. She's like, nah.
Yeah. We got a lot of fast turning happening here. Not.
Yeah, it looks like
N perm.
With
the white
and a plus 2 to top
still sub 20 though.
Yeah, true.
So the shirt is not false advertising.
True. So. It is a little unfortunate though. N perm into plus 2. So unlucky. So unlucky. Kind of almost looks like they were doing two OLLs.
Yeah.
Also a Y2 to go into that N perm, which is a little odd.
Has no difference.
Yeah.
But let's see what Varun Maharaj can pull out here. We had a 703, a 653, and then a 590, I believe.
Yeah, for those of you curious, you'll see that big blue block there, but Varun actually does not solve blue at all. He actually only solves white, I believe.
All right, we got OLL. There we go. 5.5.
So
fantastic pace for Varun.
So the 4 solves that we've seen start off with 703.
Yes.
Terrible solve.
Let's try to calculate this actually. He might be at a really good pace right now.
So started off with the 703, and Varun shook his head. He was like, no, absolutely trash. I'm way better than this.
Right.
Ended up getting 650.
653, I believe.
Okay, so 653.
And then a 590.
And now 5.5 something.
What was that? 5.5? Was it 550?
Let's just say 550.
550? Okay. It was definitely faster than 5.9, so he gets taken out regardless.
Yeah.
So right now he has a 6.5 and a 5.90. So I don't know, what does he need for under a 6.1? Probably another, like a low 5.
Yeah,
He needs a low 5. He can get a PR average right here, first round.
Yeah. He definitely has a chance because 653 and 690, that averages to like 6.2, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
So if he can knock off like 0.2 more, so like 5.9, 5.7 or something maybe. Assuming that we remembered correctly with 5.9.
That fourth solve, yeah. Let's see if we can try to go back.
Oh yeah, true, because it is on YouTube.
We are streaming.
Yeah, it is available. VODs are instantly available, unlike Twitch, you know, that other competitor. But speaking of the YouTube, that is correct. If you are watching this right now, you are on the CubersLive YouTube channel. Hello and welcome. If this is your first time watching us, hello. Glad you could join us. If you like what you've seen so far, our bombastic commentary, or any of the solves or camera quality, whatever, or if you're just feeling generous today, if you could leave us a like, subscribe, that would be greatly appreciated. We're trying to bring you all of the awesome results from all the competitions in Northern California at least, or at least as many as we can, because as we all know, while it is the Nats stream and the World stream and the Western Champ stream, those are all great, but the real records are set at random local comps and no one sees them coming.
Right, absolutely. And being in a highly competitive area like California, Northern California, where we have several high-level solvers, anything can happen.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. So feel free to check it out. But with that being said, I think we're gonna move into Group 4 actually.
I think it's a group 3.
Oh, is it Group 3?
Yeah, I will
Okay.
be competing in group 4.
Okay, okay.
But we still have one solve left from Varun Mohanraj, I believe.
Yeah, I thought we had one left, but we don't see him coming up here on the
Yeah.
side. Hello, hello, Yvonne. Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to find my little piece of paper that I must have misplaced somewhere. I thought I had it with me. Oh, is that it? Can you grab that?
That one right there?
Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
Yes, so I'm also competing in Group 4, so not sure who's going to be...
We have a bunch of ghosts coming. What was your first solve?
8.
Oh, 8 what?
880 something. 889. It was unfortunate. But every cell was better than the last.
So that's 649 average? 659 average?
659 average from Varun. Varun, you wanna hop on the mic and just chat a little?
You wanna,
Father-son interview?
yeah.
Actually, we got the whole family here. But.
Yeah. Alright, we were welcoming Varun Mohanraj, who just
Hello,
pulled off
stream.
a what average?
659.
Okay, and we had a
Pretty mid, but-
8 for solve, I believe. How do you feel
Yeah.
about that? How do you feel about the 2 5s, first of all?
I was trying to get a 4 on the last one because I had 8.765,
Okay.
and then I wanted to get a 4. But last one was just a pretty easy PLL skip case, and the other 5 was a better solve at ZB.
Yeah, we saw a few
The
look
third
like
solve could have been really fast because I knew the one looked last layer case, but I did OLO PLL, and then, yeah, so I should have ended with 3 5s at least. That had PR potential for sure, but it's all good.
round 1 syndrome,
Yeah.
we like to call it here. We got a timer
Mavi.
malfunction happening on the other side, but we have
got
Paul
Paul
Mavi on this end. Paul Mavi's first solve after circumnavigating the world earlier.
Okay,
Making a
that
nice green cross as
seems
always.
okay.
A 853 for Paul and Bunny.
Better than my first solve.
We'll see what Paul can get on some of these solves here. Taking Bunny with him. We know what's happening on the other side.
Alright.
Which is so sad.
My hair's all over the place. I feel like a Minecraft character. It's very block. Feels very blocky. Okay, we got. Do you know this competitor's name?
I do not. Let's see.
Is that Gershon's name?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
I believe they pulled off 2 7s during
I
a
see the cube.
955. Feeling a little iffy about that. So how are you feeling going into round 2? I mean, you pulled off a pretty much 6.5 average round 1.
That's alright. Hope to do better in round 2 and finals. We'll see. Hopefully I can get all 3 sub-7s at least.
Yeah,
That would be cool.
definitely a massive progression from not being
Yeah.
able to beat sub 7 for a long
Yeah.
time, and now we're pretty much averaging.
The first time I beat sub-7, I had sub-7s all rounds too, and I haven't done it since.
Yeah, we'll see if it can happen.
Do it. Yeah.
And Lee coming in,
Berkeley Cube Club president.
Berkeley Cube Club president. Let's see what Ann can pull off here. Any predictions?
This one.
Yeah.
885.
I'm thinking 891.
Nope, it's like a 10.
A little rough. A little rough. We saw a crazy U-turn earlier. It was like
US?
it was like
The kid was.
and it kept going.
Did you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. So I was like, the stream would be going crazy about that.
I was just like, I mean, I get everyone's at different levels of progression, but like being that close
was-
and then just DNFing, that was
The
very.
competitor was like 3 moves away. He was right here.
Yeah.
Literally just.
Insert the edge. Yeah.
That was. Yeah.
Paul and Bunny are back on the left stage. Bunny being a symbol of good luck now, pretty much at this point.
Welcome
We
to the
got
stream,
Vivek
my son.
Verma sticking in their head.
I don't even see me.
You're at the top left, right?
Oh yeah.
Wait, the camera quality is so good.
Well, this is like
This was my last layer case on the 6.
What camera are you?
It was great
I just
execution.
didn't do that thing. Alright, let's watch Paul.
Paul Mavi starting up on the second
Alright,
solve.
we got Paul Mavi.
Quick first.
That one's looking a little better.
Can we get a nice
Is that a 7?
Okay.
Almost.
8 or 9.
Yeah. It's about average.
Practicing on the 4x4 because we do have that later today.
That is true. When's 4? Is it right after this?
I believe so. Yeah. Double check real quick. Yeah, so it is currently 10:05. 3x3 round 1 will be going up until 10:35.
Probably like
So
one
for
more group.
30 more. Yeah, one more group. We got 30 minutes of 3x3 left, and we will start 4x4 round 1 until 11:35, and then square 1 final. So we have one round of square 1. And then it'll be a few rotations, a few scoops, 3 mega, 4x4 finals. 3x3 round 2 will be at 2:20 p.m.
Watch for Sean here. Oh, a little shaky with the hands. However, that's a better
Quick
solve.
U-perm in 842.
I didn't even know he's like
Do I use V first or top first? I use V first because that's like what I started with. Yeah, I haven't learned any para-algs in a very long time. Also, V first is just better. Everyone uses it now, so.
Yo, Manu, how do we switch scenes so we go to the other camera? Is this the auto button?
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
can use auto for the crossfade, or you can use cut for the hard fade.
Cool.
Or cut for the hard fade.
There we go. There we go with a 28, I believe. 28.35. And now we got one of our green shirters on the
Michael
opposite
Chai
side.
right off stream.
Michael Chai right off stream. Just getting a stretch in. There we go. Do we know this competitor's name? We got the Among Us cube, bottom left.
Probably a Berkeley Cube Club member. Just
Camera
stuff the
cut on the other
t-shirt.
side.
What's up? Oh, yeah. Alright.
Oh, we're good.
It seems like I'm guessing a 20 here. I have no idea what he averages, but
It's good now.
oh,
It
never
blacked out,
mind.
but it's good now.
Oh, it's like a 15.
There we go.
Better.
1387. Unexpected stop, I guess. With the little sudden. Okay, let's see what we got going on the other side. We have a competitor beginning inspection now. Eyeing out the white cross. Starting. 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair. OLL done at 6.6 and an 8.47. Is this good for this competitor? Oh, we don't know. We will see when the stats
That's
go up.
true.
And I'm at a disadvantage for not being primarily from this region, so I only know so many competitors' names, even the regulars. Like I
You are
now
from
I
this region now.
now I know their names. We got Gershon setting up on the other stage. Gershon popping off at a head-to-head a few competitions ago, breaking his PR single, I believe, twice in one round.
Really?
With the 7-7 and 7-5. So he was doing a head-to-head. Forgot what
That
comp.
solve's looking a lot better. That's looking.
There we go.
That's looking really
Well done
good.
at. There we go.
6.
Ooh, a little bit of a
Oh my
locky
gosh.
finish.
That's unfortunate PLL right there. Oh, we got Michael Chai on stream.
Who actually decided to show
Show
up.
up to his own comp, which he wasn't supposed to, but
That's
he
why
did.
Nolan is organizing. And it's why I'm commentating, but nonetheless.
Alright. Michael's been practicing color neutral, so
Okay.
let's see if he can get. I think a sub 9 would be pretty good for him.
With the green cross
This
going
is
the
looking
Pokemon
good.
style.
Okay, a little keyhole thing. It's a little slow.
Whoa,
PL
and a
skip.
PL.
Yeah. I saw that. Sub 9.
Sub 9 for Michael Chai.
Paul did.
We got, as always, Paul Mavi and Bunny on right stage. Let's see what Paul will be getting here. I believe running with like an 8.7 average.
Yes, 2.8s.
2.8s, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's on like low, like 8.3 pace right now.
My green cross counterparts. I do not do green cross, but I do blue, and blue is opposite of green, so I can relate a little
Alright,
bit.
that's looking better. Faster start.
A little bit of a white too.
Blocky PLL.
A little low, and a quick U-perm for a
That was an
707.
H perm, my guy.
Good enough. Quick H-perm for a 707.
Alright.
I believe is Paul's fastest solve of this average.
Yep.
So we'll see what we can get. We got a judge.
Manu, do you want to take over soon? Do you want to take over in a bit? Okay.
I'm about to go next one.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, do you want to get Chai to commentate for next?
We
Okay.
can get us two as well.
Are you comfortable being on stream?
Yes, man.
Okay, Vivek is not comfortable being on stream.
Wait, no, I said yes.
Okay.
Alright,
Okay,
get
we'll
him
try it
on.
out. We'll try it out. Competitor's name is Timothy Fan. Okay.
Timothy.
We also got Ann Lee.
Choking the
Taking a
solve right
long
there,
solve
man.
on the opposite
Wait,
stage.
that wasn't even that bad.
Wait, Ann Lee last comp?
It looked
Or
like
last to
he
last comp?
gave up.
He started
Solve.
both first round and second round with a 6 and a 7, and he ended both rounds with a 9 average. That's
Benjamin
like the
Brown
most-
starting with
God.
2 6s.
Did he actually?
Yeah.
His first solve was 6, second round was a 7.
Yeah.
Sorry, second solve was 7, and both rounds he ended with 9 average.
Yeah.
It's like the most Ann Lee thing ever.
Yeah, Benjamin Brown got a 6, a
What's
6,
his average?
and then
Oh,
a
he got an 8
DNF.
average.
He got a
Oh
DNF.
my
Yeah.
god, that's so unfortunate.
Starting off, fantastic start first
Oh,
round
that
though.
sucks.
Trying to be, I believe it's
Will I be
a
the only
low
sub
7
eight
average
average?
5. So
Yeah, I might be the only sub 8 average.
yeah, let's
That's
see
kinda
what's
sad.
going up on the other stage. We got 2 competitors
Let's
ready
go!
to start. And we got Paul and Bunny.
With 2 hands!
We got Paul
let's
Mavi
go,
on
another sub 8
this
average.
side.
No way.
Let's see what
Wait,
Paul Mavi
Cameron's
can
so
crank
good.
out here with Michael Chai starting on the opposite side as well. Let's see who can start.
He's like
a little further.
what, 14? Something
Paul
like
Mavi's
Yeah.
beginning inspection. Let's see if we can trace a little bit of Chai.
Alright, Chai is gonna get
Let's
another
see if Chai
sub
can
9.
beat an 8-8, and we will
That
cut
is
to Paul Mavi as
Bit
soon
of a
as
slow
Chai's
start.
solve is
Yeah,
done.
it's not.
Wait, you can do
And,
that?
our firm for a
Okay,
929,
not bad.
and
He's on pace for PR.
a Paul Mavi going straight
PMC.
forward.
Will he
A
get
little bit of a rough
sub?
OLO, but that's okay.
Okay.
748,
Alright, he's back on sub 8 pace.
good.
Does Valorant use B first or top first for permits?
I answered that.
Oh, okay.
And left camera bugging out once again, so we'll stay on this side for a little bit.
Use B first?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Pretty much
But
everyone
does anyone
does.
use top first?
Like, I don't know, like Drew Brads in 2012.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
And he
I think he
averaged
did.
like 2.
Yeah.
John Gaynor.
Oh, yeah. How do you know that?
John Gaynor and I used to do 3x3 sessions over Discord, and then
Did he, like, quit? or
he
something?
basically quit cubing. The left camera broke off. Yeah, John Gaynor and I used to do a lot of 3x3 sessions around pandemic. We used to be pretty close with Stephen Griggs. I still am. And then he pretty much quit cubing and became the most ripped individual east of the
Really?
Mississippi. So I'm gonna be replaced by, look who decided to show up. Replaced right now, we got Michael Chai.
Alright,
We'll be
Archie,
competing.
Get sub 10.
Are you producing? Huh? You're producing? I'm just
Yes, sir.
standing here.
He's DJing.
Oh man.
Oh, what was your average? You're done already? I saw you get an 880 with the nice PLL skip, no AUF.
Yes. I'm realizing that I don't have my phone on me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where'd you leave it?
Probably go find that.
I think. Oh my. Let's keep track of it.
Alright. Vivek's getting it.
Oh man. How was your solves for group 2?
It was actually decent. I started off really slow. But every solve was better than the last actually.
Oh, okay.
I ended with 2 5s, which was nice.
You got 2 5s?
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Like counting
pretty
a
good
5.
average.
Yeah.
But yeah. The third solve was a 6-8, which was a very easy one-look last layer I missed. Could have been another 5 there easily.
Right.
And
It's okay. Next round he's
definitely
gonna
had
get a
PR
5.
potential. So I
So-
can really roll a 5 average.
Yeah. How's the competition been for you so far? I think
I've already done.
this stream in particular was probably set up a lot cleaner.
So much nicer than the last time and the time before.
Oh yeah.
Definite improvements.
I feel like
Stream almost like didn't happen last time.
yeah, pretty much. All right, so let's see how he does here. He's using a GAN puzzle. Shout out to GAN. Just released a GAN 14.
Yes, sir.
Whoa, he did a
Ooh,
fat
little-
F2L. There you go.
Yeah. That's a good
Pretty
solve.
good.
That's a pretty sweet solve. Efficient. So do you use that fat F prime insert ever? 3-move insert? I think it's the this one right here. Do you ever do like?
Oh yeah, all the time.
You do?
Yeah, I've been using that for a long time.
I use it
Yeah,
a
I don't know
lot.
why, but-
So if you're trying to understand what we're doing here, it's just a 3-move insert,
RUR prime from like a
and
Y
then
rotation.
and you can do
Yeah.
pretty much. I actually learned that from Felix Zemdex. All right, so it looks like we got Paul
I
Mobby.
think it should be his last solve.
Oh, it's his last solve?
Yeah, his
Oh.
counting times are like 8.3 and 7.4,
I see.
or 8.074.
So it looks like Paul, traditionally only green cross solver, doesn't solve blue either.
Slight pause at the beginning.
Yeah,
Better F2L. Okay, good last layer. Nice.
See, if that wasn't a pause, that'd be a 5-second solve. Yeah, so good job to Paul there. Not bad at all.
And it's like a 7.4's average. 7.5 maybe. Alright, who else is in this group?
So we got the competitor warming up right now. Yeah, I did get the 880 PLL skip. At this juncture, I don't know how to predict it, so I can't recognize
I noticed
that.
it.
Yeah. I always talk about it. Like learning how to predict PLLs is a skill.
Yeah.
And it shaves so much time. All right, I see.
What was your average?
Something like 9.2, 9.3.
Oh, close to PR then.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Maybe 9.4. Oh wow, this is a great
That's
solve.
a very good turning.
V perm?
That was R perm.
R perm. And this is James Che, right?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Whoops.
Wait, no, it is. I'm
It
so
is.
sorry.
He was
I'm so
wearing
sorry.
something else.
Come on, Vivek.
Wait, I thought it was another kid.
I mean, at this point, sometimes it's hard to tell. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes it's hard to tell. But I love seeing all the. What my favorite thing is seeing all the competitors volunteer staff, and we're just gonna catch Ruby finish up her solve here real quick with an easy OLL, the C OLL,
Wait, she doesn't even know like
and J perm.
50% of the OLLs. Really?
But she knows that OLL.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good.
What changed it?
Oh my god, he didn't reset the timer. Is that an E1?
Wait, no.
Don't touch it.
Okay,
All right.
Alright, let's see if Archer gets the E1 or not.
Wait, he got it?
So, no, he didn't reset the timer, but I don't know if that's...
Wait,
I
that's
think
like
that's
the
the
judge's
judge's...
call,
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be. If he didn't reset the timer, it will be a judge call. And we got Jusun Choi, also known as Josh.
He's fast.
Who dropped his wallet earlier today.
Great
I
Ola
found.
execution.
Ooh, that was a good last layer. Actually.
He got almost all 8s.
He's recording with an iPad.
That's true.
So my favorite epic rap battles of history line, I've said this every time on a stream, iPhone, iPad, iPone, iSmack.
What?
Alright, so Ruby solving up to a 4 dot OLOL case, and she
This is
knows
really
the
good
OLOL
turning,
and a
bro.
G perm into a 1032.
I feel like she could save half a second if she stopped the timer a little faster.
You think?
Do you want to
feel
be
like
her
she
coach?
could
I
save-
feel like you can coach. I feel like that's like a coach thing to say.
I am a
literally
coach.
saved like in 2
She
seconds
has a
what she
coach?
made last
I
night.
am a coach. I
Oh,
do
you are?
coach
Yeah.
people. Yeah.
You should just coach me. You should coach me. Daddy Varun. I just need to get
Venue,
coached.
the venue.
Oh,
All right.
yes.
So we have James Che and Ben Yu up on the solve station. So we'll try to catch both. But for now, we got Ben Yu up onto the plate. James hasn't even started, so.
All right.
Ben
is like a mid-7 solver.
OG
Okay.
Cuber as well, starting on white cross.
White the fumble at the beginning.
He's
there.
looking, yeah, he's moving
Very
around his cube a
fast
lot.
turning though.
That could have been way faster. Definitely, for
Yeah,
sure.
that was a lot of rotations. No idea.
All right, and James is coming
Che,
onto
let's
the
go.
plate right now.
That doesn't look like a.
It's always around that F2L1, F2L2, where you can sort of tell that this is going to be a great or a bad
I don't think he
solve.
solved cross. I think he did Ola and realized that one of the cross edges were not. inserted.
Actually, that happened to me. I got a 13-second solve. I actually didn't. I misaligned the cross by D2. So I had an H perm on the bottom.
All right, we got Archer here again. I'm hoping that he's back with an E1.
Back at it again.
With the vertical solve film.
So he can post.
Hey, you
he
already know
posted
what
on
he's. You already,
Reels.
yeah, you already know what he's trying to do. He's trying to capitalize on them YouTube shorts.
Yes, sir.
You got to get the what's it called? The dimensions. Aspect ratio.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you, YouTuber.
X.
Oh, looks like we're gonna catch Archie at first. Solving on blue
A
cross.
little bit of a pause there. ZB?
Oh wait,
No.
this could be-
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Archer had
Wait, that's
all
not bad.
okay,
all
that's
edges
good.
oriented,
Yeah.
and wow, this competitor is really fast.
Yeah.
858. I gotta figure out who this is.
Gotta-
Yeah, we gotta learn.
Find out who these guys.
So many
We're
new
seeing
people.
a lot of new
Yeah.
competitors, especially new fast people on the
Yeah.
scene. I think that's consistent across all regions. Just seeing all new fast people. It's pretty crazy to me. All right, so I think Manu mentioned this before on the stream, but we're literally just going back to back to back to back of just fast solves.
That is
You know,
true.
There's
yeah,
not a lot.
It is
Of,
happening.
there's not a lot of dead space right now.
It's
All
ideal.
right, let's hope for a couple of less rotations on this solve.
Oh, starting off very slow.
Bit
That
of
might be
slow
strategic.
start.
Yeah, might be strategic though. Oh,
Like
great.
some lockups there.
See, I thought
That
that
was
was
a
great
fast PLO.
execution, except for that last turn going into the Ola.
Hmm.
That's unfortunate.
That PL was like 0.5. That was really good.
Maybe this is a hot take, but I think you Olas suck.
Unless you learn the ZB for him.
I tried to learn the ZBs, but
I am almost done with that.
I heard
set.
you're working on it. Yeah.
Yes.
In a couple minutes, full record group.
So this is also going to be the last group of 3x3, and we're almost done. So we're gonna catch Ruby as James is also going.
All right, Ruby's going first, it seems.
All right. So it looks like Ruby's got a terrible Ola, but great PLO. And James also messing up his solve again. If you
Oh,
were,
that's counting.
yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh, so
Counting 15.
James, James,
We're
James,
counting 14.
Did you get a 14 on those?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh yeah, 14.99.
Mr. James Che,
James Cheesecake.
fumbling the bag. That is unfortunato. So Varun, how do you feel like 3x3? If you had to rate it 1 out of 10,
my like
Yeah, your performance.
okay.
Yeah.
Probably like a 6.5 to 7.
That's literally your average.
Oh, is that your average?
6.59 actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I'd rate it a 659.
I see. All right.
Yeah. Got better as time went on, but I'm looking forward to head-to-head.
Is that an
finals.
end perm?
What?
Is that the repetitive end perm execution? What is it? Like RUD? Pretty much.
Oh, I don't know if it's that one. I think he did a different one, but yeah.
That was, I mean, it was a swaggy out. I'll give it that much. All right.
Did you make it for Megamix?
No, I did not end up being able to compete for it, but
you do
it is
during
okay.
lunch?
Nah, it's okay.
Do it.
I am not concerned.
Wait, isn't Megamix one of your like your best?
It's his
event?
main event.
Yeah, it's no big deal though. I have to work later, which is why I won't be able to be here for very long. But you know,
Oh,
They're making you work
when
on
are
a
you
Sunday.
leaving?
probably in an hour or so.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I'm so
for
sorry.
sure.
That's unfortunate.
It's okay. I mean, I'm not overly concerned. What are you gonna do, right?
Yeah.
All right. So it does look like we got a couple more competitors that are about to solve. So also, now that I think about it, the faster your average, the lower your rating out of 10. If you think about it.
Really?
Because if you got a 5.5 average, you'd rate your 3x3 experience as 5.5 out of 10.
Oh. Yeah, so.
What if you got a 10.2 average?
That would have been like off the scale.
It's so good.
Oh lord. Oh.
All right.
And
This was the one pretty fast
4x4 now?
competitor.
Oh, you switched?
After this, it will be 4x4. Yes.
4x4 is exciting.
Oh, we got
We
Arch
also-
It.
Yeah, Arch It will be on the other station as we just panned away from. And we've seen an 8 and a 7 from this competitor.
We need a couple
It's a really good song.
Oh, that Olo though.
J-Prim. Wow.
Terrible case
Good.
for the Olo.
Yeah.
You would probably argue the
He
Olo
seems
took.
happy with that.
Yeah, the Olo probably took longer than the actual J-Perm. It's pretty crazy.
All right, we got Arch It up now.
All right.
Hoping he can get another sub 10.
Arch It going on blue.
Blue. That's not looking good.
He pretty much has no oriented edges
Oh,
right now.
man.
And yeah, dot case Olo. Oh. And he got a 14.48. And we also have one of our delegates and organizers for the NorCal area,
Will
as well
he finally
as
get some-
World Championship staff in 2019 and 2017, Chris Martin, not even able to secure a sub 20 average after 10 years.
I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to do it on stream.
It's all in good fun. Chris, if you're watching this, we
Oh,
love
wait,
you.
he's on
Oh my god,
sub
this
20
is
pace?
actually sub 20 pace.
he's gonna-
Oh, wait a
What?
second. Wait! Oh!
What was that?
That's all I was. Yo.
Best moment of the con.
Yo, my guy Chris.
Let's go.
That's all skill, by the way. That's all skill.
And did you for one
No. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
he had
God.
like,
Yeah.
or he had like. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He did.
Alrighty, so I think we're gonna take a quick commercial break and we'll be right back. Alright, that's enough of the ads. Hope you all enjoyed the ads, just like how I hope Ben is enjoying his 33-14. It's not too bad of a start for him. He has an official average of 34-11. I see a couple new people, a couple new faces to me, at least in the stream. How's it going, Mitch, Noob, Chris? Hello. Hi all. Rishu. Hello everyone. Hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. As I am going to bring on Paul Mavi here. Well, I mean, Paul's already on the screen, so don't need to do anything there. I'm realizing one thing that we should probably add to the stream is like at the bottom, we have like this like scrolling banner, which is great, but no one knows what time it is. So we should probably add like the local time or something down there. Anyway, Paul getting started. Paul, one of the specialists, one of the best in the world at big cubes. So, you know, those being larger than the 3x3. And the bigger they are, the better he gets. So Paul, really good at 4x4. Is an official 26 average, which is amazing, just absurd. 25.75 to start us off here. Really solid. Paul also recently competing at the World Championships, getting 19th in the second round. Unfortunately, I think the finals were top 16, so didn't quite make it there. But I mean, world-class solver. Performing at Worlds is hard. So as we watch Nico get a 31.59. Also, pretty good solve for him. I mean, I think we mentioned it before. NorCal, pretty competitive region, all things considered. You can also briefly peek Antonio in the cam.
Are you doing anything specifically?
As I'll bring you back to Ben Yu.
I don't think the people assigned to media. You want to do group 2? I'll do group 1.
And for those curious, while Ben is solving here, 4x4 is a pretty interesting event. I think one of our favorite events, if I have to say so.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But basically the way that the 4x4 is solved is you kind of turn it into a 3x3. So you put all the centers together, basically turn them into 3x3 centers, put all the edges together, turn those into 3x3 edges, and then you do 3x3 stage at the end. As Ben is wrapping up here with 32. Not bad.
Yeah, I think I saw Ben switch into finishing up every Yao edge by about 17, so it was very decent pace, but for 32, I'm going to be honest, very fast solve.
Yeah.
Very fast solve for that split. But
Yeah, and I think that's putting him on really good pace because his PR is 34, and his previous results have been subpar, to say the least, I would say. At least compared to his PR.
Yeah.
As Paul is being brought back onto the stream. I keep saying that he is being brought. I don't know why I keep talking this passive sense. My high school teachers would have absolutely killed me for this. As would the SAT. So, SAT tip. If you're writing your essay, don't write in the passive tense.
Okay.
I think it's not the tense, it's called the sense, actually. But in any case, one competitor who is most certainly not passive when it comes to 4x4, Paul Mavi. As I was telling the stream earlier, recently competed at the World Championships, world-class competitor. He's an official 26 average. And he got a 25 in Solve 1, so looking to improve that here.
So finishing up his centers, he actually preserved the orange-green Yao edge.
Yeah, that was cool.
So actually flipping at 8, probably solving the 4th cross edge, but already on edge pairing. This is actually great pace for him.
Yeah, really good pace.
I have to imagine that the preserved Yao edge gave him a huge lead time.
Yeah, definitely, because that allows you to look ahead to the next one, right?
Correct. Wow, great job to Paul Mavi.
25-12.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad. And just puts him on a really good start going in these first two on the first two solves. Yeah. Nico getting another 31. At this point, I'm wondering if this is all deja vu because we saw Paul get a 25 earlier, then Nico also get a 31.
Really?
So perhaps the stream is on replay a little bit.
All right, so we got Ben Yu.
Ben starting off with a 33 and then a 32, I believe. See what he can do here.
All right, so Ben struggling a little bit on centers, to be honest with you. He's actually rotating everywhere, so I don't exactly know what that means. Yeah, a bit fumbling.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be a little bit slower to start off. Yeah, because it looks like he's still pairing, and it's 31 seconds in, 32 now.
Yeah. What I noticed happened was, like, I think during the Yao cross edges and the centers, he just started rotating. Like, you started doing, like, Z, or, you know, you don't want to do Z rotations. At some point, when you're doing a Z rotation on 4x4, that's not good. Yeah. Because you're...
It's not
the whole point of Yao is to have your crosses on edge on your left.
Yeah. So... Yeah, something's a little bunk there.
And is this Gershon?
This is Gershon.
38-22. So in case you guys did not know in the stream, we also had legendary cubers show up today.
Oh, yes, this is true.
So fun fact, we actually had a podcast discussing legendary cubers.
We did.
And if you remember, if you were listening to that episode of the Overinspected podcast, we discussed Tyson Mao as being a legendary cuber.
Yeah.
Or impactful cubers. So
He could make it on Mount Rushmore.
fun fact, Tyson decided to show up. Maybe we'll get him on stream later, but we also got Chris Doan, who's on the legendary cubers list, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, definitely.
Looking at us menacingly.
Oh. Trying to make sure we don't no trash talk.
Oh yeah.
No, the stream never trash talks. Never.
No, never. Especially when a cuber got sub 20 when we thought he could never sub 20.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
So we got Nicholas Harper, decent, already on 3x3 stage.
Yeah, it looks like he had a pretty big pause, but then maybe that was the start of 3x3.
Got a B OLL, so very easy. PLL parity into a V permit, looks like. Oh.
Funky looking V perm.
3604. Wow. Benning.
Yeah, wow.
Ben is
turning.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's flipping at like 15, 16
What the heck?
there.
He's turning way faster than his
Possessed.
previous solve.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the blood is just rushing to his hands or
Dude.
something. But I mean, he's spinning now.
His fingers go blur.
I mean, this is like PLL parity. Ended up with a 37.
Wow, that was fast. He was turning really fast.
All right, it's time for some trash talk. I thought he was gonna get faster.
I thought he was gonna get. So that's a classic difference between turn speed and turns per second.
There we go. There we go. We mention it all the time.
So Antonio Cam practicing OLO parity avoidance, aptly dubbed by Arya and his Pearson. So we'll see if it's executed here. But
Actually, I'm not entirely sure what he's gonna do because is he going to do like a Meyer-like solution?
good question. I
Meyer
think he does
being
Yao.
Okay.
I don't think.
I mean, this looks like Yao
Yeah.
so far.
And it also clearly looks like he's doing OLO parity avoidance.
Yeah. Because definitely very deliberate with the slices.
So
this is Meyer.
Oh, it is Meyer.
Yeah, that's definitely Meyer.
Oh, look at that.
So he was doing the avoidance, but looks like he ended up getting
Oh
the
wow,
OLL
this is
parity
a
anyway.
super fast solve. Dude, he avoided it.
No, he didn't avoid it. He had OLL parity.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah, he definitely had OLL parity.
I just can't tell with Meyer.
It was off by 1, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was off by 1. Unfortunato.
As Paul is a little bit hard to watch because keeps cube low, but it's more comfortable for him, so totally reasonable. So it's gonna be a bit of a slower solve, unfortunately. Yeah, pretty far behind actually. Not even gonna be sub 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, not entirely sure what happened in this one, and yeah, it's shaking his head.
Not super great here.
S his H, you know.
Yeah. Sometimes the cookie don't crumble.
That's actually a really good saying. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just don't. It just don't.
People in the stream started noticing that I say cookie crumbles a lot.
Yeah, I
So
remember.
it's just like how Laser Monkey always mentions how the opposing cuber left the door wide open.
Oh my goodness. I would like to think that he kind of, like he says it so often.
Yeah.
But some people just have their phrases, you know? I'm sure I have a phrase.
So Nico, line Olo, G-Perm.
Yeah, G-Perm.
3528 for Nico with the overhead GoPro setup.
I mean, I kind of like it. You can, it's just all there.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll have to, get some more fidelity in ourselves in the future.
Yeah, maybe that's what we need to do. We need to have all the competitors like strap GoPros onto themselves.
Oh yeah, and just connect to Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly an option.
Yeah. I mean, it's 2023, right?
Yeah, that is true.
And
welcome back to the stream, Jordan Granados.
He's grown up, man.
Yeah, dude. The Jordan I knew didn't have chains.
Yeah. Jordan's blinged out.
Yeah, I like it.
Looking like he's using the Aosu GTS 2M. OG Cube. Actually, Anto uses that cube.
Interesting.
I'm just guessing. It looks like it because it looks kind of big.
It is kind of big, yeah. I can't tell if it's like big relative to his hands or if it's just like objectively big.
So Jordan flipping at 16.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty good actually. Pretty good pace. But looks like he did like that classic U2 U prime.
Yeah.
1 to 3x3 stage now.
His look ahead isn't great right now especially for edge pairing. It was not solid.
But I mean, he's still gonna end up with a 36.
Yeah.
But you can't scoff at that.
Yeah, you can't scoff at that.
I dare you. Try scoffing. See, you can't. It's just not possible.
You could scoff at it.
But then you're wrong.
I'm trying to think of a rhyme.
Oh, he's going for the bars. Oh, whoops, I cut to the wrong.
I'm trying to think of a rhyme. I can't think of one right now.
Too early in the morning for Mr. Michael Chai.
We saw your solves, Anto.
It was pretty bad. But it was also, like, not bad.
I thought it was pretty good. As Paul gets started, I always keep asking the name of this rabbit. What is the name of this rabbit?
Bugs.
It's not Bugs Bunny. It's definitely not Bugs Bunny. I want to say it's Stompy. No, someone in the chat has already told me what this is last week, and I've already forgotten. In any case, I think it's awesome that he carries it around. I saw a blue center on top, so... yeah, so I saw a blue center on top, so he's definitely finished. Definitely finished the flip. 25, 9... Is it 19 or 18? Kind of hard to tell. That displays on a little bit of the fritz. I'm inclined to say it's 18. Or sorry, 2581. So, I mean, pretty good all things considered for Paul. He started off with 25-25. Did have that little blip in the middle with the 30 plus, 33 I want to say.
Yeah.
And then 25 again. So, I mean, 325 is looking really solid. He needs to avoid a bad solve. Best possible is going to be end at something like 25 or so.
Yeah, so I think they're calling up 4x4 Group 2 now. So that's pretty much everything. There might be a couple stragglers here and there. But yeah, I'm going to go compete, so I think we're going to switch.
All right.
Yeah?
Well, best of luck to Mr. Michael Chai.
Yep.
It's always you are how to troubleshoot it. So like that way, it's easy. Yeah, I got you.
All right, and welcome back to my son, Archit Mahale. Welcome. We saw some of your solving earlier. I saw the 14, and therefore I'm just gonna judge you completely on that. You suck, man.
So that was PR average and single, not the 14, but the average. So I got
nice.
So it was. I started off with a 9, then I got a 14, and then I got my PR single, which was an 8.5, and then a 9.2, and I locked in. I didn't lock in. I was really close to sub 10 average, but I got an 11.5, which pushed it to 10.1, which is still PR average. But round 1 syndrome, it's very cool for me to get that. So
nice.
we'll see. It's not too hard.
Nice.
It's just hard to be consistent.
Yeah. Sometimes like you just have to kick it into the Ultra Instinct, and sometimes the Ultra Instinct just kicks itself on.
Absolutely.
And you just have like, it's just like, oh, okay, like I guess like I'm just gonna compete like this today.
Yeah.
I had a crazy solve also because you and I were in the same group.
Yeah.
And because it's over, we can talk about this now.
Right.
Solve 1. Did you do green cross on Solve 1?
So I've been doing blue cross only for about 11 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
I
dude,
always do blue.
you should have done green cross on Solve 1.
Was it really good?
So I
can't do any other color.
So I do
Like,
ZZ, right? So I have fixed orientation. And I just saw like green cross, one move cross, and I saw like first pair. And I was like,
wow.
okay, I'll just give this a try.
Sure.
I average like 14, right?
Yeah.
Like, and this is green cross. You'd expect it to be like 18 or something terrible. It was like 12.4.
Okay.
So it was just
So
like, okay.
clearly better.
Like clearly
Yeah.
better. I was just like, wow, like
Interesting.
I was like very, very surprised that it was able to come out. I was like, man, if there are any green cross solvers in this group, they're gonna eat that solve up.
I mean, Paul is our primary green cross solver.
Yep.
But he was in an earlier group.
Yes.
But he's up for 4x4 now.
Yep.
So do we know what solve he's on?
I want to say he's on solve 5.
Okay.
So through the first 4 solves, 25, 25, 33, we can ignore that one, and 25.
Okay, so
It's
gonna be
looking
like a
pretty good.
26 average.
Yeah. Pretty likely to be a 26 average. If he can try and get his BPA is going to actually be PR, I think.
Okay.
So quite a bit on the line here.
Yeah.
And he's already top 37 in the world. So if he can like inch that up even a little bit, he's going to be moving up quite a lot.
Yeah.
As we know, higher and higher, as you get higher and higher in the world rankings, every tenth of a second, 100th of a second starts to matter.
And Paul Mavi definitely knows all of this, so let's see how he can do with all of this pressure in his mind. Pretty much 5th solve, 325s.
I mean, that looks really solid.
Good fluid turning for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he flipped at like 12 or 13, which is a really, really good start.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can maintain this turning speed, this fluidity. Looks like not going to be a 25 here.
Which means that 33 hopefully
Yeah,
is not
that 33 is going to kick in, I think, unfortunately.
Right about... Do we know?
I actually don't know. I don't have the exact numbers, unfortunately. But I think the other one was also at 33. So 33, 33, 25.
Okay, but we'd like to assume that 33.1 was faster than the other 33.
I think it was
probably
faster. Yeah.
So let's try something out. So let's go like, so we said like 25, right?
Yeah.
25, 25, 25, and then like a high 33, whatever, just to kick that one out, and then a 33.1. So 27 average, roughly.
Yeah, so
plus or minus a little bit.
Little bit rough on the finish there, unfortunately. Just missed out, it seems like, on the chance for the PR. When he started so well. It looked like up to like, because definitely like the yaw duction, or at least right before edge pairing, looked amazing. And it looked like he was like really in the zone, going into that ultra instinct mode almost.
Yeah.
But I guess it just didn't quite materialize for him on the tail end of edge pairing and 3-3 stage, unfortunately. But there is finals to look forward to.
Yeah.
So
definitely still just the first round for 4x4. A lot of these NorCal comps mainly have 3 and 4 and multiple rounds of both. So
Yep.
We will see how that works, honestly.
And Paul definitely one of the favorites to win that. So
as always, yeah.
Hard to root against him.
Yeah.
As we watch this competitor do some OLL parity, it looked like a pretty long OLL parity.
Yeah, no PLL parity, so let's see how finish. Oh, a little bit of a... oh, there was.
There was PLL parity.
Okay, interesting.
I want to say it was G-Perm.
Yeah.
So then a lot harder to recognize the PLL parity with G-Perm. Especially if you get like one of those ones where it's like, where like the block is either here or here, then this is like very difficult to recognize if it's swapped or not.
Right.
So we move over to this competitor. Looks like they're still putting together some edges.
A little bit of a pause.
I mean, that's one of the challenges when moving from 3x3 to 4x4 is just the number of pieces is that much higher.
Yeah.
and trying to find where all the pieces are is so difficult. It's really difficult to do if you haven't like grinded this event for like tens of thousands of solves.
Real. And for those just tuning in, I mean, watching a cubing competition for the first time, 4x4 is very different than 3x3. It's like once you know how to solve a 4x4, you more or less know how to do all the big cubes, but also know that you don't have centers on 4x4. You have to create your centers, and green is not always going to be opposite of blue, as is the case. You have to set them up that way.
Yep.
So it's definitely a little bit more work that you have to do, which is why...
Not to mention, because the centers are not fixed, you can end up with certain parities.
Yeah, which are pretty much unsolvable cases that you normally would not end up on a 3x3. So not only are you solving more layers, you have to deal with your own centers, and now you have to deal with potentially flipped edges.
And there's so many pieces, and there's so many more places for those pieces to hide.
Exactly, yeah. It could be at the back corner, it could be under your middle finger at the very back, or it could be in the front the whole time, and it could be under your thumb.
The amount of times that's happened to me, if we start discussing that,
You'll be here for a long time.
the stream would turn into mature audiences only. How about that?
Right. Varun, starting up, I believe, first solve. If we could pull up Varun's stats.
Yeah. We can totally do that in the meantime. So Varun is definitely going to be making the white and yellow centers first, but it looked like there was a good start on blue there actually.
Varun with a 22.32 single and a 26.80 average, coming in 57th in the world and 18th nationally, and that single is 13. It's NR 13.
Yeah, so very impressive.
Starting off with a
and
nice,
this is looking really good.
Probably 27. Okay, 26 is always pretty good. That is his average.
Yeah,
so.
very, very, very solid start.
Yeah.
I mean, if it weren't for PLL parity, then it would have been 24, like very, very comfortably. Because it looks like it was PLL parity into G perm.
Yeah.
Which is, terrible. As we're watching Cameron Miller onto the screen now.
Let's hope Varun Mahanraj does not get the Luke Garrett effect, in which he gets every parity, every solve.
Oh man, that
typically is the case when it comes to Luke. 26.80, I think. Yeah.
26.80.
Cameron Miller starting up. Fast yaw edges.
Yeah, so you'll see a lot of competitors hold that like left hand very stable and do a lot of those like wide arm moves. That is the essence of what we call the Yao method. So that's where you, instead of doing all your centers first and then doing all your edges, you kind of split them up. So you do 2 centers, then do 3 of your cross edges, which are going to end up on the bottom layer, as Cameron gets a 33. Then you complete the rest, the remaining 4 centers. Then you do the rest of your edges. And so you might say like, well, that seems really dumb. Why would you do it in like 5 different steps when you can do it in 3 different steps? Well, having those 3 cross edges done and in the bottom actually means that, well, that's just 3 less spots the other edges can be.
Exactly. It's like filling in the gaps.
And it gives you a little bit of a leg up going into your 3x3 stage because you know exactly where your cross edges already are.
So you can focus more on F2L, you can focus maybe more on like more advanced methods like pseudo slotting and just fast rotating, fast rotations of the D layer.
So this competitor has just wrapped up so-called edge pairing.
Now we're on the 3x3 stage.
See if they can, unfortunately,
Okay. And another parity, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. That does not look like any case I've ever seen. Unfortunately, doing the...
and I believe they've lost track of it. Now they're going to restart. And they have lost track of their parity. Yeah. Well, this all
it's a bit of a disaster, unfortunately.
Which is one of the many messes of parity. I mean, if we can get a little bit of a thing here.
Yeah.
You have to do all this.
Oh, dude, the ASMR is hitting different right now.
All this ugly stuff right here. There's lots of different ways to do it, but when you do it fast.
Like, not that.
It's not. It could be better. My solves in competition are much faster than that, but it's a nuisance.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's often quoted that each of the parodies individually adds about 2 seconds to the solve, which, you know, and we're talking about solvers who are like, if you're like sub 30 solver, it's a huge, like if you get double parity, you're losing 4 entire seconds.
Yeah.
A 30 could have been a 26. A 26 could have been a 22.
We got Varun starting up on this side, I believe solve 2.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a 2680 for solve. Is this math working out?
No.
Okay.
It still doesn't work.
Okay, we'll do
We're
it.
just using it to just track, and at least we can remember what everyone is getting.
Cool. Alright, edges. Okay, centers are done around 12.
Yeah.
Now he's on edge pairing. And after you pair up all of your edges, you basically have a corner edge corner on one side, which basically is a 3x3. It's
Yeah.
a 3x3 stage. Olo parity, fat soon,
So you're
and
locking up a
a
little bit.
T-burn.
Yeah, good out to finish, but yeah, getting the OLL parity and then kind of locking up a little bit on the OLL also. It's not the greatest combination. As we switch over to Michael Larson. Let's see if he can make heads or tails of this.
Michael Larson is one of the organizers of this competition. And I always find it interesting when organizers compete, you know, because they have so much on their
Other stuff to
plate.
do.
And then them competing, it's like, oh yeah, well I forgot I'm also
Yeah.
participating in the competition I'm organizing.
Yeah.
So-
Sometimes it ends up like that. I definitely know a decent number of times when I've organized, I was like, yeah, you know, forget it. I'm not going to do these solves. Like, there are more important things. The competition needs to be run. So
Right.
that was a
Quick
good-looking
parody.
parody. Yeah.
Wow.
That did not take 2 seconds.
That's not 2 seconds, yeah. Fantastic last layer.
As we watch one of the organizers, another
organizer, Michael Chai, now on the WCA Board of Directors.
one. Indeed.
Big leagues. Big leagues.
Indeed.
Coming up with a green cross, I believe.
Yeah. So Chai has been switching to color neutral on 3x3, but
Okay.
I think still like vastly prefers doing green cross
Okay.
when it comes to Yao, mainly because it's hard to find the Yao edges. I mean,
sure.
true color neutrality on 4x4 seems very, very difficult. I actually don't know if anyone does it. Maybe Max, not sure.
45.
45-27, actually not too bad. Not too bad, all things considered. Can't be too upset with that.
Right, here we go. Whoa. Little bit of funky rotations going on.
Yeah, I see a lot of looking around.
A lot of looking around. Like we said, those pieces are hiding on big cubes. And they are always in the worst spots.
Always. They are never in the spots you want them to be in. I see Varun's arm in our little preview, so Varun will be joining us shortly.
There he is, joining on the other stage.
Yeah, so I'll probably swap over to him.
We'll keep you up to date with the other solve, though. Varun starting inspection.
So remember, Varun already has 26.8 and 30.7.
The other competitor is now pushing 50. Varun,
Yeah, so
the other stage, speedy.
Yeah, pretty solid. I mean, looks like he finished centers at 12 again, but that was a big pause there. That was interesting. He did like an interesting F12 there, it looked like.
Yeah, canceling OLL and a
31.
71. I believe that's my PR, which is also my PB. So, happened at Western Champs. That was wild.
So yeah, 31-71. I mean, yeah, it looks like not great solving for him so far. That 30.4 is indeed going to count. All right, as this competitor gets going, and on the other stage, looks like we're gonna have Michael Chai. You can actually do a little picture-in-picture action. It's a little bit hard to see, but
Is there a way we can turn the exposure down of the?
So I've been messing around. So I made the aperture as small as I could.
Okay.
I put the ISO on auto, but maybe I should just make the ISO 0.
Yeah.
And then the shutter speed is also pretty low.
Okay.
Or it's pretty fast at least.
Okay.
So
we need a fast shutter speed for solves like these.
yeah, definitely,
So,
definitely.
but let's definitely try to turn the
Yeah,
exposure
yeah,
down
yeah.
just by a little bit, because
Yeah, I
this
agree.
table can be quite reflective, and
Yeah.
everyone wearing CCFF 00.
That's not
Is
helping,
it?
right? Yeah, definitely. I mean, you are the camera expert, so perhaps
We'll try to
you-
get that working.
Yeah, I think you'll probably be able to figure it out a little bit better than I can.
I will try my best to do so when I go up for
It's like Chai's gonna get a good solve here. 38.
38 for Chai.
You can see in your little top corner. Meanwhile, this competitor looks like they're still doing some edge pairing here, pushing close to 115.
Do we know what cutoff is for round 2?
I actually don't know. It's not listed on my little card. Something we can pull up for you all.
Alright, cutoff is
We need 3 more judges on
2
the
attempts to
right
get under
stage
1
and
minute
one more
30.
judge on the left
Okay.
stage.
Top 10
For
advance to the next
judge,
round.
Please go to judge. 2 more judges on the left
There we
stage.
go.
So once again, if you are willing to judge, please come up and judge right now. Thank you.
Yeah, and that cutoff being basically we don't want people to take too long and then slow the competition down. So it's a bit of like a qualification time, or you can think of it also like you're unlocking the whole average. You need to get one solve in the first 2 that's less than that cutoff time, 115 in this case, in order to be able to complete the remaining 3 solves. If you don't get it in the first 2, then you're not allowed to continue. And that's so that we don't have people like who average like 6-7 minutes just take up all of the time.
Right.
It's a little bit just for efficiency.
Varun with a quick parody, low lock. There, okay. Stumbling over my words with a 29.
Yeah, I mean, not too bad, all things considered. He got to his parody, I want to say pretty early. Like, I thought he was going to get like a 27-ish.
Yeah.
But because of that parody, well, there you go. There's that 2-second difference.
There's that 2
right?
second difference, but it was a quick last layer, so that's always what matters. Or that
Yeah.
So-
And I mean, that 29 is also going to count. So if he can
Right.
get something, if he can slide in like a 28, actually, he's going to end up with like a 29 average, which is actually pretty decent.
It's decent for round 1.
Yeah.
And I believe his average was, I think, a 26, so it's definitely rough for him, but you can't
yeah,
expect Cubers to
You can't
average their
PR.
PR.
You can't PR
Yeah.
in the same event every single competition, right?
Right,
Unless
right.
your name is Nolan Yu, I think is on a 69 competition PR
Always
streak.
pulls that off. I don't know how it works. Always manages to pull that off.
So I actually have I actually had a pretty long PR streak as well, and I realized the secret to keeping the PR streak is just be bad at everything.
Yeah.
And then pick one event to get a little bit better at,
Yes.
and that way you can just keep it going for as long as you wish. All right, I think this is James Chea. Wow, that's a lot of rotations without any moves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Four center's done. Oh wow.
Yeah, big pausing there, trying to find the pieces.
4x4 is rough, especially after doing 3x3.
Yeah. It's a lot easier going the other way around, right?
Yeah. Face center's done around 30.
Yeah, looks like he's going in for the last cross edge and now doing the rest of the edge pairing. Do you know if they called Group 3 already?
They are gonna call it super soon, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that'll be my cue, I think.
And mine too.
I'm going to cut over to Varun, but we'll keep an eye on James in our
Again, we need
side
3
camera
judges
here.
on the right stage, 3 judges on the right stage, 4 judges on the right stage.
James with a minute .3 with a +2.
You are willing
So
to
yeah,
judge,
it's going to end up being
please come and
102.3.
judge. We need judges to finish the event.
As
Thank
Varun is
you.
getting started on his 5th solve here.
Hopefully getting something faster than a 29.
Yes.
Hopefully. Yes.
And he needs to get something faster than a 31 to improve his current average, which is looking at around like a 30-second average so far.
This is looking
But
insane.
I mean, this is really good. I looked away for a second and
Oh, parody. Can we get Hopefully
No
faster
PLO
than
parity,
26.
please. Oh my goodness, another PLO parity.
26.1.
Yeah. And that's
is-
that's the best solve he had actually. So
With a 29 average roughly.
yeah. I think this is still wrong. This is still like rounding to too few digits, I think. But yeah, I mean 26.8, 30.4, 31.7, 29.1, 26.1. I'll let you guys do the math
Yeah.
because the chat is always a lot better at
Chat's
doing
always
this
good
stuff.
at this. Chat knows the average before the competitor has finished.
Indeed, yeah.
Chat, is this real?
Group 3, 4x4, group 3.
That is our cue, but we're going to
Yep.
make sure to get Varun's average here real quick. That is
Yep.
a 30.47 and a 31.71 and a 29.14 and lastly a
26.12.
That is a 28.80 average
All right, yeah, not bad.
with a counting 30. That was 26.8,
Yeah.
30, and a 29.
I mean, yeah, not bad all things considered, you know?
Yeah.
I think we saw Paul end up getting a 27 average.
Yeah.
So there you go. So it's like right there, you know, right neck and neck. All right, but with that, I think we gotta go compete.
We gotta go compete right now. So we'll see who we can grab here in the meantime.
Indeed.
I will try to grab some people right now.
Yeah.
Hello. How's it going, guys? Alrighty. So I am Michael, back with Calvin. If you guys don't need any introduction for Calvin, quite the squan solver. Calvin, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Only one round of square one today, but that's fine. That's fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot this competition does have squan.
Yeah, it's right after this, I think.
Sometimes I try to add squan because I feel bad for the squan coverage. I think we could do better with the squan coverage for sure.
I feel like it used to be really bad in NorCal, but I do think that it's gotten a little better.
It's gotten a little bit better.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I feel like NorCal doesn't have too many squan competitors in general every time we open it up.
Yeah, so I think in terms of like are you talking about like the people, not too many people who are like serious into it, or are you talking about like not too many people who register?
I mean, we have a decent amount. Just like usually it's like a 2-group event of some sort.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in most places, I think clock, squan,
Yeah.
OH, to some extent, sometimes 4x4, depending on where you are in the U.S.
Yeah.
A lot of those are kind of two-group events. I've even seen Scube run in 2 groups a few times.
Yeah, once in a while.
Every so often.
All right, so it looks like we got Ann Lee solving 4x4 right now, around a 30-second solver. And Calvin, for the people that are watching, I feel like I wanted to bring you on because maybe they'll get a little bit of a sneak peek of an inventor of some sort.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to talk about it?
So Nationals this year, Dan Pasterkov and I announced our Project DST, which is it's Timebase. Timebase is effectively a system for running competitions where you don't use scorecards. So it gets rid of just a lot of human error that happens between entering data, recording data, and also it fixes problems with duplicate scrambles because again it's a whole system for running it. So we've redesigned how we view scrambles. It just shows the one you're supposed to have. And overall, I mean, I think the hope is that it's a better competitor experience. You can get your results tabulated instantly. It deals with inspection, so you don't have to deal with, wait, do I stop inspection?
Yeah.
Did I stop it too early? Or, stuff like that.
Well,
So
that's a common judge error too. With a lot of judges will just stop the inspection timer when
As
you
soon
put
as
your
you
hand.
touch, yeah.
Exactly. Usually, it's not super. It doesn't usually affect, but you can think about it as a competitor, especially if you're aware of it.
yeah, like if you're trying to cheat, and of course, like you'll eventually get caught with doing that.
Yeah. I guess if you tried doing that, that would be pretty obvious too.
Depending on who it is. But like, let's say, you're doing your 3x3 solve actually, right? You're inspecting it and you've got a cross planned out, but you're missing like the last part, and you heard them say 12 seconds. Set it down like this.
And you could just keep looking, especially if they stop the inspection.
Yeah. And if you're quick enough, the judge might not want to raise concern and be like, oh, it wasn't that much longer. Maybe it was.
For sure. We're excited to see Project DST sort of come to life in the form of time base.
Yeah.
Probably I don't know if guarantee is the best way to put it, but we're looking to bring it out really soon.
Yes.
Yeah. And but you did mention that you wanted to roll it out near the local area just to make sure that you could stay close to the project.
Yeah, because if something happens, I'd like to be there to troubleshoot it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because while we are confident the system works, we need to prove that.
Yeah, you need to draft out this whole proposal. You need to show evidence. You need to make sure that this system is something that other people can trust.
Yeah, because the idea is this isn't going to stay local. The idea for us is that this is going to be something that delegates can order.
Yeah.
And that they'll order a whole station, a whole stage of it. Maybe 12, 16 stations.
Exactly.
And all over the world you'll be able to use it. And the thing is, it's its own display, and it's going to be cheaper than the competition. So you're going to be looking at, we need to replace our displays. Well, maybe it just makes sense to go into this new system that gets rid of scorecards.
Yep.
And one of the cool things is you don't have to worry about signing anymore, really. You just tag it and it makes sure you do it.
Yeah.
And so you don't get those DNFs that happen on your fifth solve because you took a picture, you were so excited,
Yeah. If you were to say what would be your, as the developer or a co-developer, what would be your biggest worry? What do you think could theoretically stop this from happening? Because I think thinking about that is a very holistic, and you have to be real. Right?
Yeah.
So what do you think it is?
Okay, so technology fails all the time.
Yeah.
But when we think about it, we already have some reliance on technology. We have a reliance on WCA Live at competitions. We have a reliance on stack mats. We have stuff like that. We have reliances.
Yeah.
And what we've noticed happens the most in competitions in terms of things going wrong. It's not that we can't access WCA Live unless we have too many people on it, in which case you scaled the software up. And the software team's done great work to make sure that it auto scales up. So it's never down for more than a few minutes.
Yeah.
So there could be issues with that. There could be bugs that come up, but those are all pretty fixable.
Yeah.
My biggest concern would probably be something on the hardware side. When we look at just timers in general and any of the hardware stuff, we see a lot of timer malfunctions happen. We see a lot of other things, and while I'd like to think that we could do a better job manufacturing, the truth of the matter is we'll see.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is we don't know. And when you get to describing speed stacks to the level of it was affected by static from the venue and the atmosphere, then now you're really going out of. I don't know if there's a technical component where you understand that, but it's just so many things could affect it that you wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, and so fortunately for us, the way that the system works is the delegates will have apps. And the app manually can control, it can modify the result, it can assign extras, it can do all of this stuff that at the end of the day, if something happens, it's fixable. It's going to be slower.
Right.
But it's fixable as long as it's caught. And so we do have to have that reliance on people tagging, understanding that means that their time is correct, that it shows on the back of the display and on the timer itself.
Yeah. All right. So, Josh getting a very fast time, 33:65, and I think there's only 3 groups of 4x4. So, we'll be moving on to the next event pretty shortly. Yeah, it'll be. Actually, it'll be. Do you know which group you're in?
I'm in the first one, I think.
Oh, you're in the first group.
Let me see.
Got it.
Let me see.
Well, if you want, you can practice a little bit if you like.
Oh, I mean, I've been practicing a little bit all day. Been on data, and data's been slow, and we actually have quite a few people on data, so.
Yeah, honestly, data is just. I mean, for what it's worth, data entry, we have a very good system in place, and a lot of.
That's gonna go away soon.
A lot of it's gonna. Our resident data people, TJ Kelly, I'm sure he's very, very happy. To look into it. Well, I mean, to be fair, we're running it side by side with scorecards.
Yes. Yeah, so I guess a fair disclaimer is like at the moment the regulations don't allow for scorecards to be completely removed.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're just running it side by side, which still will give you some of the advantages. The results will still be entered instantaneously. However, you run into the situation where you still have to write the time down, you still have to sign for it on there, and it's going to be really interesting to see like when there's a discrepancy between the two.
Yeah.
Are we going to know like is this the competitor didn't verify it's correct, or is it the system level error?
Right.
So my understanding is we're going to be filming stuff. That's what we've been talking about, seeing if we can.
Yeah, I think the goal.
It seems unrealistic, but
the goal to have is to cover all the stations with some video footage, video surveillance, and I think at a very basic level we could probably pull it off. Mm-hmm. Cheeky Cuber, this is 4x4. 3x3 just passed an hour ago, and our competitor DNF.
Oh no!
Not predicting adjacent PLL parity.
It's always a bummer.
Adjacent PLL parity is hard to see sometimes.
I did a solve today on Square One where I did my PBL and I CSP, so I shouldn't get parity and I should know what the other case is going to be.
Right.
But I messed up my CSP, I guess, and just for my recognition that I just had an adjacent swap on the bottom. I was like,
yeah. It's hard to see adjacent, especially with it just creates a blind spot because it's adjacent.
Well, you have to look at 3 sides with
pretty
parity.
Much. Yeah.
With Square One, I think you can just I should know, but I think you just have to look at 2 on each face. You might have to look at 3. I'm not. I think you need to look at 3 on one and then 2 on the other.
Yeah.
On the assumption that you CSP'd correctly.
I'll trust your word first.
I think it's like that because you do 3 to determine the exact case on one side, and then you do 2 on the other to determine, okay, I know this one had parity on top, so I only need 2 faces. That sounds right to me.
Sounds right. I'll trust you.
Right.
I'll trust the Mr. Squan God. Squan God. 5th place.
Oh, yeah.
In Rubik's WSA World Championships 2023 in Incheon, South Korea.
That was...
Calvin, this is the post-comp interview.
Okay.
How do you feel?
Right now, I mean, it still feels a little surreal. Like I knew going into it, it was definitely, in terms of like the psych sheet, the less competitive one out of this Worlds and Nationals. Like I was seated 7th at Worlds, and I think at Nationals, I think it was like 12th or 17th.
The U.S. in general is extremely stacked with squanners. I think that explains it.
And a lot of squanners couldn't make it.
Exactly.
And you saw that a lot with Clock. So Clock and Square One were the only ones that were less competitive at Worlds than they were at Cubing USA Nationals.
Yeah.
So, I knew I would probably do better, and I did know that like if people did poorly and I did well, I could podium, but I tried to not think about that.
I think thinking about that, especially when you're outside looking in, is just way too much pressure.
It's too much. I mean, it's a World's podium.
Because you also know realistically that the top 3 or 4 or 5, they could theoretically be quite nervous because they're expected to win, and that way when you think about outside looking in, it's more realistic than you think.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I remember someone did some statistics, and I was given a 0.001% chance of podiuming or something.
Oh God!
And I'm like, okay, but they have this is on the old database that hasn't had my last whatever.
Right. Yeah.
But it also, I compete so frequently that I have a lot of bad averages, and so I was like, it's not 001. It's a little better than that.
Right.
But I didn't know how high it was, and I didn't want to look into it. And
I think that's fair.
But
I set a goal for myself. I didn't care what placement I got. I just wanted sub 7, and I got it. I got 6.99.
Yeah,
it's as close as you can get.
It's literally.
But
as
I did
close.
it, and
Yes.
I was very happy. And when I found out it was 5th place, that was just the cherry on top. My BPA could have podiumed. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because it didn't happen.
I don't think about it. Yeah, I don't think about it too much because also that potential 4 was like your third solve or something, or second
It
solve.
was my third solve. So I dropped
Yeah.
the cube a little on my third solve. It would have been my best solve. I think it could have been a high 4, low 5.
It looked like you could have.
It basically, the PBL was an adj to JN. So those are still like basic things I think most people that solve a score one can probably follow.
Yeah.
It's just that I did EP before CP to get me a better case. And effectively what happened is on my D that I was doing between, I believe it was a D, because it's adj D, JN.
Mm-hmm.
I fumbled it. Like I missed the cube. My D kind of hit like the corner of the puzzle.
Yeah.
And I just fumbled it. And I got a 6.5, which was my best counting time.
Right.
But I
right.
could have counted the 6.1 that I had from the first solve.
And that would have been very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say how I would be able to.
I feel like
my nerves.
Yeah, because like
on
once you get a
stage that
solve
large.
That's the thing why, like, especially if it's not your 5th solve,
Yeah.
it's not really potential missed. Just because when you do it on your 2nd or your 3rd, now you have that solve in your head.
Yeah, like, you know, if I, on my 3rd solve, if I counted that 6.1, I'm like, okay, I've got 6.170 counting, and I've got 2 solves left.
Let me get a good solve. Like, that's what you're thinking.
Like, you know, could be PR at this point, but it could also not be.
Exactly, yeah.
And, you know, you don't want to be thinking about that on the world stage. And,
yeah.
You know, I know that one of the things to do is just distract yourself. So I had to distract myself a lot, and I was actually, I went to Japan after with Chris, and I went to this thing that Max and his parents were doing with some Rubik's subsidiary, I think. It was kind of like a showcase.
Tribox 2, right?
Yeah, I think
Yu
Tribox
Nakajima
was
there?
I think Yu Nakajima was there. I didn't see him because we only stayed for the first one. There were 2 little runs.
I see.
But I talked to Schwan, and he was like, yeah, I mean, like, Timon in the backstage of Worlds was trying to distract himself as much as he could, and Timon did great.
Yeah. It was very, honestly,
Yeah.
because I got to see a little bit of the competitors preparing for the finals.
Timon was reading a book, I heard.
Yeah, it was extremely intense. Like,
Yeah.
it was just like you can tell people are like trying so hard.
Yeah. And I mean, competitors who have shown that they can perform under pressure are still crap. It's like you've seen you hang under pressure.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe the pressure's not the same. It's definitely not the same.
Yeah.
But you know, there's a fine line at which point they start to crack. And I remember Worlds 2019 during the finals. I think that was the first time that I'd really noticed Max cracking to pressure.
Me too.
Like-
Because before that, it was just like he just seemed immune.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed that way from an outsider's perspective. You see him solve, and he's there. And then Worlds came and he starts cracking under pressure there. And it kind of started happening after. And I almost wonder what happened. But, like, at the same time, it becomes a lot more real.
It's just World Championships, the stage is just so intense. Yeah. Like, even if you're thinking about all the competitors that are watching it online, because now we live stream it, I think people get nervous about live streams, but I don't think it's that nerve-wracking, especially at the stage we were on just now.
Yeah.
Because the actual finals, the people that were in person and in attendance, like, there was probably 1,000 people watching 7x7.
Yeah.
And you don't get that anyway.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, this comp, for example, I'm going to do my score 1.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people are watching? And, like, how many people are here? It's nothing.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of how many people are there, on the side stage right here, this is Chris Down.
Oh, yes.
Former one-handed world record holder.
Yes. 2006 ID, not even the oldest ID at the comp.
Not even the oldest. So we
Did
had
Tyson leave?
Tyson did leave already, but Tyson Mao is here, the co-founder of the WCA, with Mr. Ron Van Broekem.
Yeah, I got to meet him at Worlds. I had never met him before, and at Worlds I talked to him. He's a very fun guy to talk to.
Yeah.
I only briefly talked to Tyson when he came in, but hopefully I get to talk to him again. He seemed very cool.
Tyson, he's a great guy, but he's a very straightforward guy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something that like I've gotten to know, but you know, and just can't help but like feel the aura of respect.
Oh, for sure,
when
yeah.
you just know what he's done, and you're like, oh man.
Yeah, I mean, like, we wouldn't be doing this, maybe in the same capacity. Like, someone may have organized Rubik's Cube competitions, but it worked different.
Yeah.
And before I go, I just wanted to point out the meme I was telling you before.
Yeah.
So when we got here, and Chris and Tyson got here, they were just kind of hanging out by the live stream right over there. And Ben walks up to me. He's like, "It's like the meme, the one where the guy's in the corner at the party, and like they don't know this, but and it has like some like accomplishment they did or whatever."
Yeah.
And he's like, I want to take a picture of them and post, and like it's the meme is they don't know, but I founded the WCA. Because like that is the big like that is the ultimate version of that meme, I feel like.
No, yeah, definitely. And speaking of that meme, he just actually had a Facebook post where he was talking about all the people that were hired.
Yeah.
Or that he's interviewed and stuff like that.
Yes,
and
I saw the post. Yeah.
He was talking about how like they try to talk about how they can solve a Rubik's Cube. And you're like, oh man, I wish they knew.
If only they knew, yeah.
If only they knew.
I gotta go up to do square one, but I don't know
I
if
think
you
it's
wanted
time. Yeah, let's go ahead and transition out. We'll be back with square one. Good luck, Calvin.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Welcome back to the stream. So we're going to be getting started with square one. It's starting right about now as we're transitioning from 4x4 into square one. And basically, as soon as Manu and Archit, they're done competing, they'll be back on the commentator's seat. But for now, we're going to go ahead and show you some of the upcoming solves for square one and some of the stragglers for 4x4 group 2, group 3, the final group. The schedule is on time, so we'll be having an hour lunch as shown on the schedule, where we'll be back and ready to rock it for all the finals, 3x3 round 2, and some skew for sure to boot. So right now we have Manu solving 4x4, and we're just going to cut to him right now. So earlier we had Calvin Nielsen join the stream and talk a little bit more about Timebase, which is the official product of Project DST that was announced at US Nationals 2023 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're all really excited for it. And Manu using a stickered 4x4 puzzle. Also, we got Taj Bresser on the side of Manu, also a dedicated staff member. Shout out to all the staffers who, support this competition. Truly not possible otherwise. Manu on edge prank, taking a long time. Yeah, a lot of look ahead issues, but an easy 3-move insert, not bad. And last F2L pair into what it looks like an OLL parody? No? Okay, nope. UOLL T-perm, and not entirely sure that it was a PLL parody. And our trainee delegate Nolan Yu struggling on that square one solve. Of course, turning very quickly. That is Nolan's forte. How's it going, TetraCubing? Welcome to the stream. You're catching the very last event before we hop into lunch. There will be 2 groups, so approximately about 45 minutes or less. Usually it's or less.
Man, talking about lunch, I am starving. Please tell me you ordered the pizza.
Yeah, of course I ordered the pizza.
Thank God.
That I won't be able to be here to eat.
That's fine. I'll eat for you on your behalf.
Yeah, that's okay. So it looks like Calvin Nielsen up solving the first solve for square one right now.
Yeah, watch out for Calvin. I mean, Calvin, world's finalist.
Was that?
Ooh, big walk-up, though.
Yeah. I definitely know I saw that wrong, but for some reason...
You messed up the PBL also.
No.
I have no idea what happened there.
Yeah, fumbling the bag early. Like, he didn't even give himself a chance for this average. That was the first solve.
What about this one? What do you think, what is going on here? That looks like a +2.
No, it's all good, actually. So you can tell because the bottom layer is clear with the middle layer, and the middle layer is clear with the top layer.
Okay.
So it is like as close to +2 as you can get.
Square one is weird also, because square one is like 60 degrees, I think.
See, I don't know why I thought so, but I definitely perceived incorrectly in that I thought that the cube shape was solved in the scramble.
Oh,
but I definitely don't think it was.
I have absolutely
Are these
no
my
clue.
cubes? I think they are.
This one is definitely not mine, because that looks like UV.
Yeah, they are mine. Okay. Then
that
must
one
be
is probably mine.
Yeah, that must be yours. So it looks like we have Josh
like
doing square one right now. Josh, love to see him returning to competitions. I haven't seen him in a minute,
Yeah,
and
it's
for the
been a
past few competitions, he's been showing up. But, you know, he's doing the OG squad method.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like that one was a
the intuitive
weirder.
cube shape. Intuitive cube shape is what he was doing.
Tough cube shape.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go into PBL, or orient, or permute as much as you can, basically.
Yeah. So it looks like Paul Amavi up
It's
to
a
the plate with
parody.
bugs.
No, it turns out his name is Thumper,
Oh, got it.
so we can't make this mistake again.
I think I set the cutoff for this event at 40. I don't remember exactly if it was 40 or 45. Usually it's 45 for Squan. But
Okay. It's interesting. Paul actually replaced white with black here.
Yeah.
Even though it seems like most competitors actually replaced yellow with black.
So right now, if we had a square one head-to-head finals, we should do walk-in music. Yeah. You know what it is. Black and yellow, yeah. Black and yellow, black and yellow.
Mean, Paul should walk into it.
You know what it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
You got to stop singing because we're gonna get copyright claimed. Your singing is too good.
Oh, actually?
No.
My rapping is too good?
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Okay, I lost my PR streak yesterday because I cube dropped. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Oh man, sorry to hear, Joel.
Is Squan and 4x4 happening at the same time? No, it's just a transition.
Yeah, it's
Transition.
it's because I had a practice solve because someone miscrambled my cube, and my cube is a terrible cube, so that's why.
Stickered, mind you.
It's just awful. It's literally a Wukwei.
Dude, that cube is probably a solid 7 years old.
Yeah.
6 years old maybe?
That's not an
That
exaggeration.
cube is almost as old as
old-
my career.
It's it's terrible. But it shows you how much I care about 4x4. Like I said, it was a crime to let me compete.
And then Calvin up to the play right now.
Yep.
Much better solve
Yeah,
here,
much,
but is that a +2?
I think that's a +2. Yeah, that's a +2. But I mean, way smoother, and
It was smoother.
one thing you'll notice is that Calvin will never do parity.
Yes.
Using this trick called CSP, Cube Shape Parity.
Mm-hmm.
Square one is a puzzle where parity is possible.
It's not computer science parity?
No.
Okay.
Computer science parity, I don't know what that would be.
So I love this POV straight into
I
the
love it,
phone
yeah.
camera.
Yeah.
You can sort of see what's happening, but it's kind of trippy. I like it.
Yeah, I think in this, so sometimes it gives us a better angle, but
Yeah.
this one I think it's definitely a worse angle.
I was trying to be nice. Unfortunately.
I mean, maybe it's a better angle for them when they view back at it, but
Oh, yeah.
for us it's strictly worse.
Yeah, unfortunate.
All right, as Thumper and Paul come back on to the other stage.
All right. They're inspecting right now, and we'll pan as soon as
Yeah.
Thumper and Paul start.
As Thumper starts, Paul is just there for show.
True. And our previous competitor getting a 39.53, just wrapping up
Yeah,
the
so
solve.
just short of the, just inside the cutoff actually. So
Mhm,
nice,
mhm.
well done. Paul getting a pretty fast one, 12.22. It's 3 twos.
Yeah,
Sorry,
not
four,
bad.
4 twos in that solve.
Almost all twos.
Yeah. Although I think he would prefer having it this way instead. It's the best place for the 1 to be.
Mm-hmm.
The most significant digit. I think there's a name for that scheme. It's called Little Endian, Big Endian. I forgot.
What?
Yeah, it's something I should know this. I should know this because it was important in our computer science class. If it's something is Little Endian or Big Endian, but whatever. Who cares? We have another Bumblebee puzzle here with Cameron Miller.
Mm-hmm. So Cameron Miller up onto the plate.
It looks like the easiest cube shape, but he made quick work of it.
So repping, wow, great solve
Yeah,
for
well done, 657.
Wiz
that's one of
Khalifa
the-
squad. Good
That's
job.
one of the fastest solves we've seen.
By the way, Bobby Hall, Logic, if you are watching this stream or watching the playback, we want you to come to our competitions.
Yo,
We'll fly you out.
that'd be cool.
Well, not really, but you could fly yourself out. But we would love, to see you.
The presents,
Yeah,
and by presents, like please bring us presents.
I want to be your friend. I love your music. All right, Calvin. Wow, 640.
Super solid.
There you go.
Just a little bit of a execution error, it looked like, but
Mm-hmm.
otherwise, yeah, not too bad. I mean, it's basically all you could have ever wanted in a solve and more.
Do you have a favorite Logic song? Do you listen to Logic at all?
I don't. I think the only Logic song I know is the 1-800 one.
Great song.
I forgot who else was on that.
Made him commercially successful.
Yes, definitely.
Legitimately, like that song, blew him up.
But who else was on that?
Who else was on that? I think wasn't it just him?
No.
It wasn't just him.
No. There was a female voice also.
Calling up square one.
Something with an A.
Ruby Rose.
Square one or two in a couple minutes.
Who? Lucy Rose.
No, something with an A.
I don't remember. Anyways, my favorite album from his, The Incredible True Story.
More judges.
Well, that's the name of the album.
Yeah, that was a good one. It wasn't the one with the 1-800 song, but
Yeah, because was that a single? May have been a single.
yeah, it was that 1-800 was a single. It was on a different, album for sure.
Okay.
It was called Everybody.
Everybody. All right.
Everybody, clap your hands.
Everybody.
All right, so we got Melvin Kielsen back up into the plate.
Alvin Kielsen.
Got that GoPro on there. I feel like maybe GoPros are pretty useful.
You trying to tease something?
Oh, PBL at 4.
He's just doing that OHP.
Yeah.
AUF.
He-
AUF ADF. Also.
I mean, this solves 3 and 4, 640, 622. Yeah, you can tell he's even like, whoops.
Yeah.
Like, I could have done so much better.
well.
Wait, no, he plus 2
Yeah,
to
he
a
plus
6.
he plus two an 8.
It was an 8?
Yeah.
I remember 8 was there somewhere. So.
Yeah. He plus two an 8. So
Very
he's gonna have that 10
unfortunate.
that's counting. Then you have the 15
there's a
plus four.
chance that the cover was lifted before. Yeah.
Okay,
So he's indicating that it was lifted before it was ready, I think. Or that the judge lifted it by accident and exposed it.
Yeah. Sometimes that happens.
Making that delegate call right now. Very unfortunato. First non-Berkeley stream and watching from you guys. So, funny enough, I actually think these BASC competition, the BASC Live in South San Francisco competitions, are arguably better for our stream.
Yeah, I think so.
One of the things that we're aiming to go for is to aim for consistent venue experience.
Yeah.
And we're very, very grateful to have access to the South San Francisco Conference Center, as well as the Poly Ballroom in Berkeley.
Indeed.
Because that's basically locking in up to maybe 10 competitions a year, where we can pretty much guarantee a stream setup that we can be familiar with.
Yeah, yeah. The only complaint I have from Poly Ballroom is we gotta close the shades or something. That is the only issue. But other than that, I mean, Poly Ballroom, great venue. I love the vista out into the Berkeley campus also.
Yeah.
And the most important excellent Wi-Fi.
Yes. Like the Wi-Fi, I think for some reason, the upload speed with the Berkeley public Wi-Fi is 9,000 kilobits per second.
Yeah, it's absurd.
So I guess you guys are some serious coders. You guys must have done something to the upload speed.
Something happened after I left Berkeley. Maybe I was just eating up all the bandwidth or something, because it was like not very good. But I'm pretty sure that they have reworked it since then, because the Berkeley visitor Wi-Fi is significantly better now.
Yeah. So if you're curious about CubersLive and their streams, we will be streaming every competition that's labeled as live is a live stream.
Yes.
Which is what we're doing now for a series of competitions, but also for maybe a solid 50 to 60% of those competitions will be doing Berkeley streams as well.
Yes. Yeah. So Berkeley, you'll see some other ones pop up now and again.
So the biggest thing about live streams is we always want to make it bigger and better, and we'll see what Calvin gets here on solve number 5.
Yeah.
Great PBL, wow.
Yeah, I mean,
586.
Looks like a very slicey PBL, but I mean, if that.
Or a great stage 2 PBL.
Yeah.
Like he was there like sub 4.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Totally,
That was a great solve, dude. Did Calvin miss PR?
Did he? As that camera dies. I already had WC open. If you go to the first one. Yeah. Here.
I see.
Well, I'm gonna go plug that camera back in.
Yeah, no problem.
You run the numbers.
So Calvin might have barely missed PR, which is really interesting. So his square one PR is 674. So yeah, he missed PR. He missed PR easily because he got a 10-second solve. 8. Well, it would have been a near miss. If he didn't fumble that solve and it was not an 8, maybe it was a 7, he would have PR. So maybe that's the best way to put it. That is very, very unfortunate. So he probably PR failed if you consider that the +2 was a 10-second solve, but if he got better than an 8, it would have been good too. And Cameron Miller almost stopping the timer early and struggling there. Cameron's having a really tough average. Yeah. So we're about to transition to Group 2 for Squan, which also means this competition, as usual, running ahead of schedule.
Surprising, actually, because someone who needed to bring equipment was quite late.
And I was assuming this schedule was all.
I'm gonna fix it during lunch.
So our fellow referee asking us if the BPA is working. Nolan, do you like BPA?
I think it's interesting.
We can't see you.
And you have to speak a little bit louder.
I think BPA is pretty interesting. As a stat, it's probably good, but if you're the competitor, I think it puts a lot more pressure on you. If you're thinking about it.
All right, well, you heard it here first, everyone. Nolan Yu likes biphenol A.
And looks like James just got a 6.38.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
His PR's around 7.4, 7.3. I'm not exactly sure, but he has a pretty decent shot at podiuming or even winning this comp. So.
I think we can probably fix BPA at lunch.
Yeah.
Is my assumption.
I'm pretty sure. Nolan, about BPA, would you like to ingest BPA?
I'm not sure if I can answer that question legally.
One could say BPA is delicious.
Yeah.
One could say BPA is delicious, but others could say, I don't know where to go with that.
Please do not consume BPA.
Yeah. Gershon, I screwed up 3x3 round 1. It's okay. There's a 3x3 round 2.
Round 2, and there is finals.
Yeah, so it looks like Vivek's missed the cutoff.
Yeah, my great-grandson has disappointed me, but it is what it is.
Yeah. I think as we're transitioning to Group 1 to Group 2, we're probably going to do a caster switch.
Okay.
So we'll be right back, yeah?
Yeah. All right. Back with the caster switch, and the caster switch really meant I got rid of Michael Chai. You know what? We don't need him. He's not that interesting. Terrible caster. Terrible person. Do not recommend ever working with it. Anyway, it's just me. I'm gonna take you through to the end of lunch. Yeah, we're gonna watch some more Square One. Watching Nicholas Harper right now. Wrapping up the permutation step. 8.76 for him. We got Michael Larson over here. He's running a comp in Reno next week, Reno, Nevada. I think it's been a while since Nevada has seen a competition, so good to see competition return to there. This looks like it will be a +2. Just unfortunately, it's just the name of the game. It's how, if someone else were here, he would say that's how the cookie crumbles, but maybe perhaps I'm going to avoid saying that. Oh, actually, it looks like we have Mr. Ben Yu on the stage here now. I think Ben has been practicing a little bit of Square One. And fun fact, Ben's ID is from 2011, so he's been competing for 12 years. This is his 12th year competing. Slicing very, very quickly here. Slicing under the table also, which is pretty interesting. 10:31. Some quite fast turns coming out from Ben. Definitely Square One is one of his better events. He's officially 9.12 average. That's good for 150th in the world. Which is very, very good. I mean, I feel like top 200 usually is like a very loose definition of world class. Of course, other people have other definitions. It's like making finals at Worlds or whatnot. All right, as Michael looks like he kind of locked up there on one of those permutation steps, but this time not getting a +2. as we switch over to this competitor wearing the Western Championship sweater, which is a good-looking sweater, man. I did not appreciate how good like white looks with this design. And of course, as you just saw in the ads, if you want to grab this sweater, it is still available, although will not be available forever on that Redbubble site. Should be in the description also. It's about to wrap up. It's going to end up being 33-38. Very happy. Always, I love to see ecstatic reactions. So what has happened here? Potentially an incident. Same scramble, miss scramble, something or other has happened. Cover was off, but inspection was not happening there. So looks like Ben is going to get a check, maybe resolve. We'll see how that shakes up. Yeah, as we're getting close to the end of the first half of the day here, yep, we will be taking lunch soon after. If you're wondering what will happen during lunch, I mean, most of the venue is going to be clear because we can't have outside food in this venue, so everyone will be outside. But we'll run some episodes of Over Inspected, our podcast, and some other videos that we've made. Speedcubing Top 10, if you saw the other ad about that as well. So you can get a little glimpse of that, see if it's content that you find interesting. If so, we'd love your subscription, and we'd love to see a good solve from Ben here. Looking for like a 9 or something, but looks like he kind of locked up early on that cube shape. And yeah, this one is just all over the place, it seems. 1637, yeah, just couldn't quite get it going just from the jump. A little bit of a little locky. If you're wondering why the puzzle is called a square one, it is actually pretty apt. If you try and pick up this puzzle and solve it without like any help, any algorithms or anything, you'll often find that you'll try and do some move and it'll either not let you because the puzzle only turns at certain angles and certain configurations, or you'll find that you'll just end up doing like the same thing over and over and over again, hence the term back to square one, right? All right, Mr. Harper here. Using up a good chunk of his inspection. He has an official 8.74 average, so he's top 120 in the world, 118 to be exact. 1096 here, so pretty considerably behind the pace. He's all smiles. Now remember, this is square one finals, so there is no round two, or yeah, there are no other rounds for square one. This is it. So the competitors need to really show up here. And based on what we've seen so far, it looks like Calvin is probably in the driver's seat to win this event. Lucas Aubin has been helping us out with data entry today. Getting a little caught up in cube shape, so I'm going to move over to Ben Yu. Yeah, it looks like he also got a little caught up early. This is not going to be a particularly good solve for him. Yeah, I mean, yeah, not sure what happened there either. Went to go and stop the timer, found that the cube was not solved. 23:57, unfortunately for him. And as Lucas gets 46:03. Michael Larson over on the other camera. Here we go. Looking like a pretty good start. Not too bad of a cube shape. A little pausey, but not too bad, all things considered. Yeah, oh, looks like struggling a little bit with the execution here on the PBL. 19 flat. Nico Harper. See if what he can find here. I'm actually not sure which solve this is for him. It's a little hard to keep track with everyone competing at the same time. This one's not going to be a particularly good one. 12-second solve, maybe. 12-12 predicted both sides of the decimal point there. So it looks like he has at least one more. Cube goes back inside the cover. If you're wondering why the covers are a little bit different, because you've seen those neon green, the CCFF00 covers being used for all the other events. And Square One has like these brown covers. Why? So Square One requires the use of these different covers because what can happen is sometimes when the cube is being transported, accidental moves can be applied to either the top or the bottom, or like a slice move can be applied. And that's obviously no good because we want all the competitors to get the same scramble. So that's why they have to use a different type of cover that specifically has those notches. Those notches are specifically set at 30-degree angles so that when the cube fits in there, it's all snug, and so that it doesn't rotate at all while it's being transported. All right, this is probably going to be Nico's fifth solve, and that'll probably do it for us here on the first half. Of course, the stream will still be live, so no need to tab out or refresh once it's done. So the cube he has in his hand, that's not the cube he submitted, so he's just doing a little practice solve. Oh, and that camera just went off. Someone has bumped into it, so I'll fix that. Alright, a little bit of live adjustment there of the camera, because when that camera turns off, it's when that camera turns off, it's a little a little annoying because I have to reset the focus and the zoom. So you get to see a little bit behind the scenes action. CubersLive behind the scenes, I guess. Yeah, focus looks pretty decent to me. I was concerned that it was going to be a little messed up. As we watch Vivek do his solve here, Vivek being my great grandson, is really struggling with the cube shape. And I believe, if Michael Chai is to be believed, which is a big if, the cutoff is 40 seconds, so it does not look like he's going to be making that here. So looks like 2 solves only for him. Still stuck on the cube shape. Looking around, well, he finally got it, looks like. Oh, never mind. He didn't. He, in fact, did not get it. Oh, that looks like 8. All right, finally he's gotten the cube shape. And as he wraps up here. All right, 127.80. So a little bit of an anticlimactic finish, I want to say. Are we done? Not entirely sure. Mayhaps, maybe not. Well, I think we're done. We're done with pre-lunch. So if you watched the stream since we started earlier this morning at 8:30, I think, started with no commentary because it actually turned out that we didn't actually intend to stream Megaminx round 1. We just, I was ready to go, so we just set it up. So there was a little bit of no commentary, but ever since then, yeah, we've run through all the events, Megaminx, then into 3x3, 4x4, and then we just wrapped up square one. So why don't we look at some results in the meantime. Okay, it's back now. Thank you for pointing that out. The mic was literally muted the whole time. Well, anyway, you saw the Megaminx results. Here are the 3x3 round 1 results. I was just mentioning that the finals is going to be head-to-head. So that'll be pretty fun to watch. And it'll add an extra bit of pressure as well. All right, and I think 4x4 is still being entered, so not all results are in yet. Yeah, looks like there is still a decent number of results to be entered, but so far, it looks like Paul Mavi coming in first with that 28-23, which we saw this average live, actually. Paul actually had a really, really good chance because he started off with 25-25, 33-25. You know, this is a really, really solid start. This 33 is a little bit of a trap, unfortunately, so had he not gotten a 33, he actually would have had a really good chance to at least get really close to his PR. Unfortunately, 28 still puts him at the top. Varun also getting a 28, kind of overcoming his 30-31 second and third solve. And Nicholas Harper slotting in at third with a 33.76 average. And yeah, top 10 advanced to round 2. Kind of interesting to see Antonio in the mix here as well. Antonio being the only one of these folks who doesn't use Yao. He actually uses a different type of 4x4 solving method called Meyer, I believe. And square one results are yet to be entered because, you know, the round is still ongoing. It takes time to enter everything. But I think that's all I have written for you so far throughout the competition. We are going to go and break for lunch. But you're definitely not going to want to tab out. You can tab out if you'd like, but you're going to want to make sure you keep the stream open because after lunch we have all the exciting stuff. All the other finals. There's a whole event that hasn't been run yet, by the way. If you're a Scube fan, Scube is going to be happening after lunch as well. 4x4 final, 3x3 round 2, and then into 3x3 final. You're not going to want to miss that. So go ahead, grab some lunch, watch some CubersLive. I'll play some CubersLive right now if you'd like to have some background music on while you're enjoying your lunch, and we'll see you all in a little bit. Just days before the most anticipated World Championships of all time, over 1,000 competitors descended on Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for 4 days of fantastic speedcubing action at Cubing USA Nationals 2023. Some of the highest profile cubers came out in full force to make a run at the coveted national champion title, culminating in an awesome set of finals on Sunday. But alright, enough hype. Let's get into the highlights. I'm your host Manu, and you're watching Speedcubing Top 10.
First sub 5.
Number 10 starts off with a bit of a feel-good comeback story. Zain Kanani, the legendary 2x2 and Scube solver, was looking pretty to win 2x2, but as we watch his performance from round 3 here, he actually failed to get into the top 2 seeds and wasn't on stream in the finals. The reason? He actually suffered a bit of a finger injury at the competition, putting into question of whether or not he'd be able to maintain his turn speed on the biggest stage. Well, all of those doubts were smashed as they nabbed 2 sub-1 singles en route to a 1.23 second average, all with a busted finger. How clutch can one man get? Number 9 is a bit of a different entry as we wanted to highlight the 3x3 blindfolded podium at Nats this year. Liam Chen, Stanley Chappell, and Tommy Cherry finished in the top 3, the second fastest blind podium of all time. Liam started strong with a 19.18 and 21.23 before clutching out a 16.2 on his final solve to grab the third place medal, while Stanley grabbed his third podium of the comp with 16.15 on the last solve. But the world record holder and favorite Tommy Cherry put on another masterclass, winning the US National Championship title with a 13.23 single. Congrats, guys. A pretty strange turn of events in Square 1 is 8th on our list of highlights. Going into the comp, both Samir Agarwal and Max Xiao had been fiercely battling back and forth with some fantastic results, as Samir broke his PR a month ago and Max broke the world record not too long after. With that context, it was only fitting that the two tied averages in finals. Yeah, you heard that right. Both Samir and Max got 5.68 second averages to put them at the top, fending off valiant charges from Brendan Dunnigan, Hassan Kanani, Daniel Karnock, and other top solvers. Due to his 4.84 second single, Samir is officially the US national champion, but this highlight really belongs to both of the PNW boys. While he may not be the faster Luke G, you'd be a fool to count out Luke Greiser, who claims number 7 on our highlights list. Luke has had a pretty good 2023 as far as 3x3 is concerned. After getting his first sub 5 second solve late last year, he broke sub 6 for the first time and has been steadily dropping his official average down to 5.79 before Nats. While we couldn't get his solve on stream, he busted out an incredibly consistent average, with all counting times between 5.57 and 5.77. Add in a 5.32 second single, and it doesn't take a math major to tell you that that's an amazingly fast average. 5.66 to be exact. Good for 11th in the world and 2nd seed going into finals. The current 3x3 one-handed world record holder Patrick Ponce lines up at 6th. Due to the sheer size of nationals this year, it wasn't caught on stream, but Patrick tied his own WROH average in round 2, nabbing himself another 5.65 average to match the one he got in the UK last year. After starting off with 9.22, 8.27, and 8.46, Patrick got a 10.91 second solve on number 4, meaning he'd need to beat 8.27 to get the best possible average and tie the world record. Well, you already know how the story ends, right? 7.81 seconds later and Patrick ties his own world record. Pretty incredible stuff from one of the greatest to ever do it. On the topic of records, we have a double header coming in at number 5. Kate Graham, the phenom Midwestern cuber, broke both of her PRs in 5x5 at Nats. And while breaking a PR is always celebrated, hers also just happened to be the female world records. She started off this average in round 1 with a lightning fast 41.54 second PR and wasn't done just yet. After two 53 second solves, Kate clutched up with a 43.45 to put her in contention and sealed the deal with a 48.61 to round out her PR and FWR average of 48.50. I'll let her reactions tell you what she thought of that. Congrats, Kate. At number 4, we have an exciting final between Alexei Sinyavin and Nicholas Nyang, two of the foremost Megaminx solver in North America. While Nicholas is the defending North American champion and has been dominating Megaminx for several years, Alexei has been on fire as of recent, and currently holds the NAR for single. Through Solve 3, the two were neck and neck, with both getting sub 30 second solves. Nicholas would be the one to break through in the end though, sealing his win and the US national title with a 27.49 single on Solve 5. A battle of the titans indeed. Number 3 goes to the juggernaut himself, Max Park, for breaking yet another 5x5 world record. Sharp viewers will remember that Max is only about a month removed from crossing the sub 37 line on 5x5 average, and he got the first sub-official 33 second solve here. He started off with centers and finished them in less than 12 seconds. Max then turned on the boosters and showed off his amazing edge pairing. Seriously, Max does not stop turning. No parity in a reasonable 3x3 stage all adds up to 32.88. Now, a question for the audience while we watch the end of the solve here. Will Max break any records at Worlds next week? Let us know in the comments.
This is going to be world record single. That's world record single to win US Nationals, Max Park.
That is crazy.
Another highlight, another WR. We featured him on Speedcubing Top 10 before. You know him, you love him, it's Tommy Cherry. Since the development of no-flip methods like Sheeran and 7 Simul, we're living in a renaissance for clock, and Tommy could be described as a teenage mutant ninja, although maybe not quite a turtle. You'll have to work on that. The world record single holder came into Nats as the favorite to win, but heavy is the head that wears the crown, and clock is a high DNF event. Could he hold on? Well, the WRs talk for themselves, and Tommy cemented his position as one of the greats, with his 3.50 second average in finals. This average is so good, it was already world record by Solve 4. Great work, Tommy. And the number one highlight goes to the man of the moment, Max Park. Max actually struggled a little bit in 3x3 semifinals at Nats, stumbling early with a 793 and 650 en route to just the 5th seed going into finals, heavily underseeded after topping the last 2 rounds. Maybe Max had a vengeance, he was a man on a mission, who knows, but he came out swinging with a 495 second solve and continued on to get a 552 average to win him his 3rd US national title in 4 championships, reclaiming the title from the defending champion Patrick Ponce. Max got the first sub-6 average in Nats finals history as he held on to win it all over Luke Garrett and Kyle Santucci. And that'll do it for us this time on Speedcubing Top 10. Major congrats go to all the competitors and best of luck to everyone competing at Worlds next week. Big ups also to the Nationals organization team and a shout out to Happy Feet Productions for producing the livestream and to all of the talented casters. If you want to rewatch any of the clips, stroll on over to the Cubing USA Twitch linked in the description below. And if you enjoy highlights and other Cubing content, check out the other content we have on the CubersLive channel, and we'd love a like or subscription. Alright, with that all said, this has been Manu for Speedcubing Top 10, signing off. If you want a sub 10 average, you must first water the plants.
If you want motivational
And the
quotes
podcast
from
right here,
you-
that's it. That's the only advice you need.
Like that's actually gonna be your intro, your segue into the intro.
Oh yeah, you're right. There we go. There's the clip. Hey there everyone, what's up? Welcome back to another episode of your favorite speedcubing podcast, Over Inspected. As always, it's your host Manu. Today back with the boys, Carrie and Michael. How's it going, guys? Good to see you again for another podcast episode of the greatest speedcubing podcast in the world. I think it's been a couple episodes since we said that, so just to remind you all, yes, this is the greatest speedcubing podcast in the world. Anyway, what's up, guys? I'm pretty excited for the topic today. Today we're gonna talk about kind of like practice and how you should things that we picked up over time on how is like the best way to practice. And we're also gonna talk a little bit about like how to keep like the mental strong while you're like doing practice and as you go and grind for those PRs and records. So yeah, you guys got any thoughts about practicing? I remember one episode a while ago we talked about how our practice habits have changed since as we've gotten older. I think I mentioned that like I used to just grind mindlessly. I would just like do the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. But now, like, as I've become older, I've realized, like, if I want to seriously improve in something, instead of just doing, like, mindless practice, it needs to be more targeted practice. So, what do you guys think? What is your experience with this kind of stuff?
I think targeted practice is obviously going to reap more benefits, and I think, like, if someone sees themselves as like a professional speedcuber, it's like that's the training that'll really pay off. I feel like as I've gotten older, I still haven't been able to get out of the mindset of like, oh, I'm just gonna cube to relax, and I don't want to like work too hard. I like kind of creating like a game plan feels like too much effort sometimes. So
yeah. I mean, I guess it's true. Because at the end of the day, as we mentioned in the advice to newer cubers, it's like you should have fun with it, right? So if putting on a practice regimen makes you want to quit speed cubing, then you should probably not go on to an insane practice regimen.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that it is more fulfilling when you like put a little more effort to kind of organize what your game plan is, and then you see rewards. So, like, I don't think that will make someone resent speed cubing. It just is a little bit of a higher hurdle to get over at the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of that quote. What was that quote? Like, good things never come easy, or like something don't quit. I don't know if
not sure. I think there are probably several.
There are like just good motivational quotes. But I mean, what Carrie said is interesting in a sense that it's a lot of work to try and improve. Like, to actively make an effort to improve is a ton of work, and this is where you start to parse the difference with how people learn. Right? Some people are naturally very good at not making the same mistake twice. However, I'm not one of those people. So when I saw the 3x3, if I make a mistake, if I solve an F2L pair a certain way, and I know it's not the right way, or not a better way, more efficient way, I might just do it again if I just spam and just don't think too much about it. However, there are some other cubers that wouldn't have that issue. Like, oh, I screwed up here. Let me do it right the next time. And guess what? They do it right the next time, and they never look back.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot of effort that's involved for some people to improve. And that's something that I've developed over the years a little bit, to improve more strategically rather than improve mindlessly. Because just grinding out a ton of solves doesn't work for me quite as much as some other people. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of that motivational quote.
I know what you're talking about. It's it goes something like, I think like if you...
Is it a teach a man to fish quote or not?
It could be. I mean,
Maybe.
in theory, you're teaching them a skill, stuff like that, rather than teaching them.
No.
Yeah.
It's I almost have it. What is it? It's like, I think it's like if you want to reach the summit, you must first cross the river. That one.
Have you guys ever heard of that one?
Sounds like A plus B equals C for any philosophical quote. So there's this running gag between me and Kid. So you can make anything sound like a philosophical quote by saying A plus B equals C. Now the reason why it's A plus B equals C is because A has no relation to B, which has no relation to C. Just like math, right? A, B, and C are all individual like variables. So, for example, in order to meet the crossroads, you must juggle 1,000 bulldogs.
See, it sounds so deep, right? And it's like,
Mhm.
yeah, maybe that makes sense. But in the end, it's just pure nonsense. It's just a template that you just come up with.
Quotes by Chow, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, these are good. We should.
It reminds me of the AI that generates motivational posters, because like it'll probably fool people who just want to have that like motivational aesthetic, but there's like no actual meaning.
Right. Dude, you know what? We should like generate a bunch of these, right? And then we should like put them on t-shirts or something and sell them as like CubersLive merch. Like if you want to achieve, if you want to get sub 10 average, you must first water the plants, or just something absolutely ridiculous.
That one's good. That one feels like it has substance.
Maybe, I don't know. Like I just told this is just something that I just totally pulled out of my head because it's just like all I need is like it just needs to be in this exact format and it'll just sound cool and interesting. So that's maybe this is good for your practice motivation, right? Like just remember that if you want a sub 10 average, you must first water the plants.
If you want motivational
and the podcast right here, that's it. That's the only advice you need.
Like that's actually gonna be your intro, your segue into the intro.
Oh yeah, you're right. There we go.
Yeah,
there's the
cue the music.
Oh my god.
Okay, but I remembered the quote. It was not related to quitting. No pain, no gain.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay, that one's really short.
Very straightforward.
No pain, no gain. So if you've ever heard of that,
I took a class in college that talked about like the origin of that phrase.
Oh yeah.
Really?
In Greek, it's pathemathos, and like pathe means like pain, it's like psychopath or like sociopath, and then mathos is like calculation or like planning. So it's like I might be getting this wrong because the class was like 3 years ago, but people have been saying no pain, no gain for thousands of years.
Thousands of years, yeah.
Very interesting. I mean, maybe it's because it works. I mean, no pain, no gain. Anyways, we are rambling about what quotes that we recall, but there is a method to the madness. I guess I could I don't know, Manu, if you want to kind of like jump in on this, but I can kind of explain what worked for me recently.
I think it's a great idea because I think we came up with this episode because you have been going ham on Mega recently, and it has results. Like everyone can see these results now too. It's like totally public results. So yes, please go into it.
Yeah, it was a pretty long grind, but I think it's kind of similar to mean of 10, average of 5. But essentially what I did, it was an average of 100 every single session that I did. Now, the reason why that detail is important is basically I do 100 solves of the day, and then whatever that average is what I average for the day, right? And I think that's a good way for me to think about it. I'm pretty used to always starting a new session anyways. But setting it to 100 specifically has some pros and cons. The pros, obviously, is I'm seeing a lot of solves. So I'm doing a lot of solves. I'm working on my look ahead, right? Another pro to that is because of that, I'm able to see a lot of different PLLs, understand a lot of OLLs, things that are very repetitive, not like F2L, where F2L can be kind of like who knows what it's going to be on the very next pair, you know what I mean?
Right.
The cons to that is it takes forever. And this is a con and a pro, but you have to think about it. The con is that because it takes forever, your solve 60 is going to be significantly different from your actual performance than your solve 1 because of the fatigue factor. But this is where I started to turn this into an exercise. What I did was I tried to solve through that fatigue. Like, it was actually tiresome. So by being able to maintain my performance on solve 70, solve 85 compared to solve 20, I was able to kind of hit this zone, and then by the time I pick up my first solve, when I go to complete an average, boom, I get a 36. And that's really cool. Like, and with like no warm up whatsoever, it just kind of happens.
I guess it's kind of just like, it's like you're practicing what it's like to be tired, kind of. Like, well, this is not exactly the same thing, but every single time, like, I always go back to this fight. It's Rock Lee versus Gara, right? When like he takes off the ankle weights, and then like he becomes like much faster. So it's kind of like in some sense.
I was thinking of the like football athletes who train at a high altitude with like low oxygen.
Yep, exactly.
Like they come back down to like sea level and they're like superhuman.
What was the location? Denver. So Denver teams have an altitude advantage.
Right.
So Denver teams generally play really good at home because their opponents get a little bit more winded later, in the games. I don't know if there's a Denver baseball team. Denver Orioles? Baltimore Orioles.
They're the Colorado Rockies.
Oh, Colorado Rockies.
The Rockies are in. I'm pretty sure they're in Denver.
Denver Broncos and the Denver Nuggets. So, they do have a advantage, at least in like regular season games. I'm not gonna say too much about postseason. But yeah, that's essentially what it was. I think the other advantage to it was to keep me level-headed because I'm not very level-headed. Sometimes you're just gonna have a bad solve, and sometimes you're gonna have 2 or 3. If you have 100 solves, chances are like 10, 11, 12, who knows, maybe even 20 of them suck. And because they suck, and you had more than one, that's going to significantly affect your overall average. So the question is, can you still hit the average that you're trying to hit with a solve that's significantly slower than what you're capable of? And if you can, that means you're actually faster, and you're capable of being faster than what you actually are.
Right.
Because you're able to average it out, right? So you have a lot of potential for singles. So, like for me, my goal was consistently sub 50, but if I had a lot of 1-minute solves, it was significantly harder to get that sub 50. Now, obviously, I should just do a better job of being consistent, but
I think it's
how
also
the
a
cookie
sign
crumbles.
Like when you go to competition and you can get an average of 5 that doesn't have any of those, minute solves, then you actually average lower than 50 in competition.
Exactly. Yeah,
as long
exactly.
As you can, avoid the mines, essentially.
Basically, are you able to hit your average? Are you able to hit your goals with a huge amount of data points, right? Like I don't know what's it called? Like your distribution of solves. Sure. But yeah, so that's what I did on my streams for a while. That's what I did for Megaminx, and it has worked for me for an extent. I've taken a break. I've been trying to casually solve 7x7 to work on my dexterity and look ahead. So maybe that could be a future little thing I can get feedback on.
Whatever you say.
Look, man.
We all know you're really trying to torture yourself. That's really what's going on.
Averaging 5 minutes 30 seconds when I was averaging 8. So guys, we're getting there. It's happening. I'm not doing 6x6. I'm not doing 5x5. I'm just doing 7x7.
Wrong answer. Chai, clearly you did not pay attention to the last episode where I absolutely destroyed 7x7, and now, without a doubt, it will be the next one to get removed by the WCA. So all your practice is going to be in vain.
No, it's not going to be in vain because it's going to translate to 6x6 and 5x5.
Well, we're getting rid of 6x6 next, then it's going to go.
it's good to have a friend, like a fellow friend who's also bad at 7x7, because my times in the WCA website are not good.
Oh,
so,
mine are horrendous. Like I'm surprised that Chai was even worse than me at 7x7. Like, I only got a mean once because I think like the competition just didn't have like any cumulative limit or whatever. So I was just like, okay, this is my opportunity to get the mean and just get it on my profile so that I never have to do this again. And since that day, I don't think I've ever competed in 7x7. So.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, now I see why you want to remove it.
Right, yeah, because I'm done with
I
it,
see
so
you
now no one
flexing
else
those
can do it.
7x7s.
Oh man, but I don't know. I'm actually genuinely curious, Carrie. I'm curious about how you tackle big blind and like if there's any sort of strategy that you do, but just if you guys have like a different approach in general for practicing.
Yeah, I feel like practicing for the blind events is very different from the sighted events because half of a blind solve is memo,
right?
Which like doesn't have as much like technical ways you can like shave off seconds. Like with 3x3 you learn all these finger tricks and ways to sort of like avoid regrips and rotations and all that. For memo you just like get faster the more you do it because you're just more familiar with like, oh, this letter is here and this piece needs to go here. So I almost feel like getting from like a 5-minute average to a 1-minute average was nothing but just rote practice.
For 3 blind?
Yeah, with 3 blind. I mean, with 4 blind, like it's different.
But what makes it different?
I think, well, okay, only one person in the world averages 1 minute with 4 blind,
which is crazy.
I think, I'm sort of at a plateau with like big blind right now because I still haven't done targeted practice on like just X centers or just plus centers, you know, because I want to, you know, do a whole solve and like get a good time on like an official looking 4 blind. But I think if you want to get like faster than like sub 4 blind or maybe like sub 3, that's when you need to start like focusing on one piece type, because then you can like more easily identify like which commutators are the ones I really struggle with here,
right,
and like kind of laser focus on like fixing those.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess like to take like it's kind of a step back. Like we're not necessarily talking about like if you can do 4 or 5 blind or 3 blind. It's more like if you're like learning how to even do it in the first place. Then I think what's interesting is like at least when I started learning 3 blind and 4 blind is I would actually do a lot of targeted piece practice. I would do like only centers, or like I would only do wings, because I think to this day wings are still like the hardest piece for me because they're 24 pieces, they're all over, it's very hard to like track and see like which ones are done, which ones are not done. So like I would do pieces only, and I would just have several solves where I would do like centers memo, centers execution, wings memo, wings execution, and then corners memo, corners execution, and it just in that order. And then I would like take the blindfold off, make sure like everything is right, you know, check and see like, okay, like what went wrong. Sometimes with blind it's hard to tell, like if you're off by like a slice or something, then everything just looks like total chaos. It's just like, okay, well, this was a complete disaster. But sometimes it can be like, okay, like there was one I was doing earlier where I was supposed to visit Deborah's, I think her, so I ended up visiting Deborah's grandmother, but instead I was actually supposed to meet her elephant instead, and I just like, it was like one piece. It's a one-piece swap, right? So then I can look at the cube and be like, oh, like this is stupid. Like, oh, I should not have done G. I was supposed to do E instead. So yeah, sometimes you can do things like that, and I feel like doing like single piece practice can help with things like that. But then again, maybe this is just complete nonsense because it took like 21 attempts for me to get. No, it took 12 attempts for me to get 4 blind, and I still don't have 5 blinds.
Well, I do agree. Like, I think targeted practice is the way to go at all levels. And the thing you mentioned about sort of getting the letter pairs flipped around, I think this is something that like people need to sort of like sort out in their head if they want to get really fast. Like for me, I remember this happened with like my 4 blind PB, that I was trying to remember SpongeBob at night, like SB and NI, but I couldn't remember if it was like NISB or SBNI. And I think if you have like a very routine way of like, oh, always do the time before the subject, then you'll never miss that again in a future solve.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah,
but,
I
like,
never
it's
I
not
never
fun
developed
to
anything like that. So like mine are just like completely random. They'll just be totally like random things where like sometimes the adjective will come after, sometimes the adjective will come before. And I guess like I just count on like my short-term memory to just like just cram it all in there and just figure it out.
Like you sort of just have a feeling like, oh, I remember that the adjective came after and was like it, it just it's gonna feel that
Actually,
way.
no, I remember one case. I don't know if this might have been during an official solve, but I remember. So I think I had Europe and Brown. I think it was EU and probably like BW probably. Or maybe it was BR. Well, see, I don't even know. Well, that's kind of a problem. But in any case, I think it was Europe and Brown. And when I was doing memo, sometimes I would say, oh, it's Brown Europe. But then I'm like, no, that doesn't make any sense. So I think what I did is I ended up like having Europe, like I like imagine like a map of Europe. And then I like as I went, I was coloring it in brown. So that kind of helps me like, okay, like first I start with Europe and then it becomes brown over time. So then it's like, okay,
so
like now this
brown.
provides the temporal order, if you will.
So brown wasn't an adjective; it was a verb because the map browned.
Oh well, I was thinking it got colored brown. So in that case, it was an adjective, but it's the same thing. Yeah, it did brown. I guess
it was turned brown.
Yes. But yeah. Anyway, I think so. Some other things for practice that I used to do is like I would do a lot of I think we mentioned this as well. Like doing untimed solves, I think helps way more than, especially for like at a beginner level, than you might think. It's weird because like when you sit down to do like a time solve, right? There's like a weird like mental thing for me where it's like, okay, like this is a time solve, like I need to do it in like a particular way or whatever, and that kind of just like changes the way that I think I see certain things on the cube. Sometimes I will like kind of like focus in on like particular pieces more. Instead of like kind of just like looking around and seeing like something more general, I'll just miss things. But like when I'm doing like more of like a casual solve where I'm not worried about the time, sometimes I'll think more about like, okay, like this is the next thing I need to do. What is an efficient way for me to do this? Like, is the way that I would do in a speed solve necessarily the like a good way to do it in the future? And sometimes like I would just mess around with like different inserts. This is particularly for F2L. I would mess around with like different inserts and see if is there like a better way to do it? Is there like less moves or more finger trick friendly? And that I think helped me a lot when I was learning. Do you guys have thoughts on this? Maybe you tried it yourself.
Yeah, I think when it's a time solve and I get to a case that like I told myself in the past I'm gonna use this more efficient algorithm, but the timer's running and I can't like think of that new algorithm quick enough. I'll just resort to the old one.
Right.
And that just like further sets in stone the fact that I will never switch to the new alg unless I make it a point to sacrifice those like 3 seconds to do the alg that I'm less comfortable with.
Right, because you don't want to sack like if it's a time solved, right? And you don't want to sack like, let's say you got like a really good F2L or whatever, and like now you're on this OLL and you've been practicing, let's say you've been practicing CP and you're on the OLL, you could take time to recognize the CP and give yourself a better case, but like, oh, why would you do that? My F2L is already really good. If I just like if I just do what I did, I'll get a faster time anyway, right? So yeah, I think like for learning algs, it makes a lot of sense to like just take away the timer, just slow down completely, and just do some solves over and over, and like just like let yourself I guess like let yourself kind of get used to like putting these algorithms in your solves.
Yeah. Well, this is like slightly devil's advocate, but I think in the future we've already dedicated an episode topic entirely on this for a future podcast. But there is a world where you don't need to be 100% at the most efficient. And if your solution is efficient enough, you can counteract it with some turns per second. So like, for example, and then this is something that plays well, like you could save your move count by doing a more efficient last layer, but do you actually want to be more efficient if that takes away the amount of time that you need to actually recognize the case and execute the case, because oftentimes those cases are also less ergonomic. For a classic example is COLL. So people use COLL for the recognition of corners, but not necessarily for COLL 100%, because COLL tends to not be very ergonomically friendly for some cases. But you know, at the end of the day, very, very important skill to know is to not stress too much about your time. Like, it's definitely a skill. There's a lot of people that look down on their timer. I remember Paul was like, one of the things that he did to improve is to stop looking at his timer while he was solving. And that's the thing where I feel, and you know, this is a thing where I have to break my way of thinking. I know that my centers in 7x7, building one bar at a time, doesn't work in the most efficient sense, right? But if I constantly time it, I'm never going to break down my center solving and think of a better solution. I just tend to think that I'm efficient enough. But truthfully, I haven't hit that stage yet where, I don't know what it's called, but basically I haven't hit that stage of efficiency where I can stop caring. You know what I mean? But I feel confident that I'm efficient enough, but it's just like my ego talking, really. I should, you know, stop timing my 7x7 solves and work on my centers, but I have not yet.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's also just like, you know, if you wanted to come up with like the most efficient solution, then you would just do FMC, right? Like that, like, but
and
clearly,
take
like,
forever at it.
yeah, exactly. Like it would take an hour or more, right? Where like, but like if you just want to like get a solution done and you want to do it quickly, then like you need to like balance off like, okay, like, you know, I'm going to do these moves because there might be way more moves, but I can execute them quickly, and you know, and they aren't that bad. Like I can still see what's gonna happen in the next in the next stage or 2 stages down or whatever. So I think that's an interesting topic, and yeah, I think we will definitely come back to like move efficiency in a future episode.
Yeah. Oh, something I wanted to bring up is that, Michael, when you're talking about like you're not sure if you've like reached this like threshold where you're efficient enough.
Threshold, that was the word. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, it reminded me of this topic in AI and computer science. So Manu, maybe you've heard of it. It's exploiting versus exploring.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like it's sort of like with an AI, it has to spend the first few stages just exploring the options and getting feedback of like, oh, going that direction leads to a very low reward, but that one leads to a high reward. But after enough iterations, it's like it has a good enough sense of the general layout that it can exploit what it knows is the best option, and it doesn't need to kind of branch out as much. It can just like stay in its grooves.
Yeah. For like you nerds out there, like I think one thing that was very interesting was I think it might have been OpenAI. I think OpenAI did a lot of stuff with like old time like Atari games, and one of the interesting strategy was figured out by an AI playing Breakout. If you've never played Breakout, it's a game where like there's a bunch of like tiles at the top. There's a little like bar at the bottom. The bar moves back and forth, and the ball like bounces. But every time it bounces the thing, it like comes back down. You have to keep hitting it back and forth without letting the ball fall to the ground. And one thing that was really interesting is that like that an AI eventually learned to like basically like, create like, so if this is like the block, like the big block of blocks, eventually like the AI learned that like, okay, if I make like a vertical hole in it, and then I send the ball like into that hole, it can bounce around and then bounce around up like at the top, and you know there's zero probability of failure because it's just bouncing around at the top. So like this is like an extremely like good thing to do. So that's like one thing, like, you know, you have to be able to explore that option. Whereas like, you know, one thing that people probably do is that like they might try like breaking the blocks layer by layer, and you know that's something that you can try as well. But yeah, like having the like exploration versus exploitation, it's like, okay, like I need to like go and like see like what different strategies are out there, try a bunch of stuff out, even if it sounds kind of stupid. Then it's like, okay, like now that I've learned this, I'm just gonna abuse this and just use this to use it to my advantage.
Yeah. Actually, Manu, when you were talking about the Breakout game, I thought you were gonna talk about, maybe it was a different experiment, but an AI was learning how to play video games, and eventually, when it was in a situation where it was destined to lose, it would just pause the game forever.
Yeah, I've heard about that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because it was the only way to not lose.
Yeah, which is like kind of philosophical. Like,
yeah, there you go. The only way to win is to not play.
Exactly. That's the quote.
The only way to win is to not play, but also it sounds like what I would do when I threw hissy fits when I was losing in Chinese chess. Like I would play Chinese chess with my grandpa a lot, and I would stop playing. And I got yelled at for that, so I stopped doing that because I was being
bad
a
manners.
loser.
Bad
You
manners.
gotta accept the loss. Take the L.
Yeah. Okay.
Clearly, I wasn't using a chess timer.
Yeah.
Well, so I think we spent a good portion talking about practice habits, and hopefully you've learned a little bit from there. But I think another thing that's very interesting, and I think it plays together very well. I want to talk a little bit about like how to keep like the mental sharp while you're practicing, because I know this has happened to me it's happened to me a lot where like I'll be practicing, sometimes like maybe let's say I did like 50 solves, and then I have a stretch of good solves, which is like, all right, yeah, feels good, like I'm really improving. But then you get a stretch of bad solves, or you're ending on like solves that are like not really that good, and I was just like, okay, well this really sucks, like I don't want to do this anymore. So I think it would be interesting if we discuss like different practice habits that you can have in order to like keep like your mental game also up. And I think we can also discuss a little bit about how it relates to like competition nerves and stuff. I think all of these are kind of all related. Maybe some of these can get thrown into a different episode, but yeah, what do you guys do whenever like you're like solving and it feels you're doing pretty well, and then like all of a sudden you just hit like a roadblock, and it's just like it just seems like every single solve is just getting like worse and worse, or it's just like not even close to where your goal is.
It's a good question.
I feel like the right thing to do is like take a break and like go on a walk and come back.
Mm-hmm.
But I can never get myself to do that because like my brain is like, I want to replace these bad solves with good solves like now.
Right.
So I feel like the person with self-control would take a break.
But what if you can't take a break? What if you're in the middle of an average?
Or maybe it's a competition result, right? Like
Maybe it's
first two solves are done, like
yeah,
2 solves are bad.
But it's a realistic scenario.
I mean, I feel like if it's like you do 100 solves and it's split with breaks in the middle, but it's still in one day, I would still call that an average of 100.
Nope, wrong answer. Nope, fake average of 100.
Well,
I don't buy it.
No, but that's literally like how I define average of 100. Like part of the reason it was literally one sitting.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
then, what do I average in a moment?
Yeah.
No fake
like
average of hundreds here. Unlike CubersLive, that guy. I'm calling you out.
Well, okay. Averages of 100 are only for like at home, personal use anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Unless you had 20 rounds of 3x3.
How many competitors does that require?
A lot.
That would be
someone do
an
the math.
absurd number, I think.
If every round halved the population, you'd need at least 1 million.
Yeah.
Because 2 to the 20 is about 1 million.
Really?
Yeah.
I hate how you knew that answer so quickly.
2 to 10 is about 1,000, so you just squared it.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that's getting off topic.
Well, we could do that maybe. Maybe Worlds one day. 20 rounds of 3x3.
Yeah. But okay, so back on the topic of what to do when bad solves arise. I don't know. I guess like turn a little bit slower just to sort of like calm any frustration.
Yeah, I've definitely tried that, and it's like sometimes because for me, whenever I get a bad solve, usually it's because like I'm like not looking ahead well enough, and it's like okay, and it ends up manifesting itself as like a lot of pauses. So one thing that I have tried, and it's worked, I think, reasonably well. I think it worked better when I was slower, like probably like more than 30 seconds era. But I think what worked really well was like, okay, like instead of just like immediately deciding, instead of just like just trying to spam TPS, I'm gonna work on my efficiency actually, but I'm gonna work on my efficiency kind of like live, and instead of just like, okay, like I know the solution, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna like do the turns deliberately slowly and try and focus on other pieces and try and see where those pieces are going to end up. And I think that worked pretty well. But there's always the pitfall that I fall into where I just end up solving slowly, but then just not really paying attention to the other pieces, and then it just ends up being just trashed here, which kind of sucks.
I don't know if you knew you're muted. I don't even know if the podcast is gonna know you're muted. But I
muted myself on purpose. I was talking to my dad just got home.
Oh, gotcha. Nice. Let me think about it. So when I have a bad solve, and this is like kind of tying into what I was talking about earlier, I have been trying to just try harder.
Interesting.
Like
try
literally,
strategy to success. If you suck, try harder.
Yeah,
I feel like try hard. Being a try hard works for like strength sports because it's like you just gotta push through it.
You just go like ah.
Yeah, but like cubing has too much kind of finicky like dexterity, and like if you try too hard, you'll like pull the cube apart or something.
No, it's very true. I just, it's like the don't think, just solve thing, just like, that Max's quote. But that's the bandwagon that I've been trying to ride. As far as like, what if I like have a bad solve like in a competition, like how do I stay level-headed? I think a lot of people have like various routines that they do, but what I try to do is not have a backup cube to fidget.
Okay, interesting.
Kind of forces me to not think so much about the next solve that's about to come.
That's interesting.
I've developed a pretty good track record of not having a terrible solve after a terrible solve, just in a normal competition setting. It's a little bit. I had problems with like really good solves carrying that over, but that's probably a little bit different. But for the most part, I just try to not have a backup cube sometimes. Just clean my mind of the solve.
That's interesting. Huh.
Underrated. So this is just a sidebar. But
you're self-aware about this now, so that I'm glad about that.
Anyways, every cuber should have a stack mat. Because if you don't have a stack mat, your times don't translate to competitions very well. Yes. Exactly. You should all have stack mats because if you solve with your keyboard, if you solve with your touchscreen, or whatever non-stack mat method that you do to solve a cube, you're not going to have the muscle memory to start and stop the timer. And then it's just weird, like you're still touching a puzzle when you're stopping keyboard, stuff like that. Yeah. It doesn't work. Yeah. And then that's the difference between like 0.01 seconds, 0.1 seconds, 0.2 seconds when you're in an official comp. And when you're fast enough, like when you're 10 seconds, even when you're 12 or 15 seconds, that matters. Yeah. You need to be more confident with the equipment that you use.
I remember Kian Mansour, like the Rue guy, said that like when he would practice with keyboard, you know how Rue ends with like LSC with a lot of like M flicks? Like he would stop the keyboard with like his ring finger here, just kind of like press it out like that.
Oh, interesting.
And he would find that like even in competition, he would be doing that motion at the end of the solve, even though like he should be just using the stack mat.
It is very underrated how much your habits of stopping a timer can affect your official competition results.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I know that Keon like switched, and now I think he's of the philosophy that like personal PBs don't count unless you use a stack mat. Like that's how important it is.
Interesting.
For sure. Yeah, I agree 100%. I think that's highlights pretty much the essential problem. Just like cubing, starting your timer is muscle memory, especially when you do thousands and thousands and thousands of solves.
Yeah,
so.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think on this like a little bit of competition nerves, probably the last point, and then we'll wrap up. Like, I guess like so. Chai mentioned that he doesn't use backup cubes. Carrie, what is your go-to method to cooling competition nerves?
Well, I would say that like, I think it's interesting that Michael mentioned the no backup cube because like, I have tried it and I haven't I don't think it's helped me. So maybe I should try not using a backup cube.
No. It's very like I should clarify. I have a backup cube all the time. It's just whether or not I turn it.
Right. Yeah.
Sometimes I find that it helps me to just stop. Stop my brain. Shut it off for like 0.5 seconds. Try to talk to the person next to me rather than fidgeting and being hyper focused.
Yeah, trying to like fool your brain that like, oh, none of this matters.
Yeah,
exactly.
We're just like back in the living room.
The copium,
Yeah, the copium. Like that's cap.
Yeah, like when you've done like 4 solves and you know it's good, it's probably not a good idea to try to calculate like the best possible average you could get and what you need for that. I know that like a lot of the top cubers do that because they want to know, but it puts so much pressure on like the last few moves of your last solve that like I've seen way too many times like someone knows they need to get like a 5.7 and then they fumble up the last few moves and get like a 5.9.
Yeah, and this kind of happened to me in Mill Valley a couple weeks ago. Like it was this clock, and it's just like, okay, like, you know, like the clock is like literally the only event I care about. So, and at the time, like it was like in the morning, so there was not much to do. People were still like filtering in, and you know, while doing clock, I was just like pacing around, and I was just thinking about, okay, like, yeah, I just had clock on my mind the whole time, and then I was just thinking about it, and then I just go do the solves. All the solves were like pretty like relatively rubbish solves. And it's just like, okay, well, maybe I should have done something else. Like, if I was gonna get bad solves anyway, I might as well have like talked to someone, you know, just like, you know, ask someone how their day was going, you know, like chilled with some of my friends. If they had gotten bad solve, then it's just like, okay, like, you know, no harm, no foul. So, yeah,
yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense to just like kind of like step back from it all, like, and just be like, okay, like, you know, this is plastic puzzle at the end of the day. Like, you know, we're here to have fun, and we're gonna get good results regardless, and not think about it too much. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, your mental game is largely predicated on expectation, right? And that's kind of like a beauty and a curse, expectations. It's why I respect Max a lot, because I like, whether or not Max is aware of it or not, like, he constantly battles expectations and exceeds it. That was a huge problem, like, for better for worse, for Felix, right? Like, competition nerves. Yeah, and Max is just really good at it. But to be honest, I mean, like, you know, there are even moments that there's so much expectation that even Max can't handle it. It's just, you know, such a curse. Like, I think that's kind of what happened a little bit in World Championships
2019.
Is that the one where like
Sebastian Fire?
Yeah. And like Max, it was the one that the documentary, is it the Speedcubers? I've seen it now.
Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I remember character development.
Yeah.
This is I know it's happening live, like week by week.
Oh my goodness.
So I know that, you know, Felix and Max were like, I guess, rooting each other on, but neither of them actually podiumed. But it was like really close, and I don't know. It's like times that would typically get you first place were getting you like sixth place.
You know, I gotta say that 2019 World Championships, and like, I want to hear your whole opinion about the Netflix documentary, maybe like in a quick synopsis. But that championship was so close.
Yeah.
Like, people were within like 0.1 seconds of each other. Yeah, 0.01. 0.1. Yeah, it's like 6 point. It ranged from like 6.8 to 6.9. Nice. But yeah, it was epic.
Yeah, I think in terms of like taking this back to like the mental game, it's like, you know, keeping your head up and staying confident even when you are placing like sixth place, because it's like, you know, fake it till you make it. You'll only like rise back to first if you feel like you deserve that. Right. And even if you don't, that's fine.
Right. Yeah. It's not even just about like first, right? It's just like, because I think like what's cool about cubing is like, yeah, you can compete for first, but the important thing is you're really competing with yourself. It's like you know, I can be better than this, and it's like, okay, like I deserve this, right? That's always like the first step, as opposed to just showing up being like, okay, like, yeah, I don't really know what's going on. So yeah, but I think those are just our brief thoughts. I think we will almost certainly come back to this topic in the future, because I think there are like a lot of interesting things to talk about with the mental game. That's what makes cubing a very interesting sport in my mind, is that, like, you know, there's a lot of like things that, like, what's going on up in your head can affect what's going on, like, not like in your fingers, but like there's a lot of like visual stimulus and stuff too, that I think there's a lot of like interesting factors. I don't know, I'm saying the same thing over and over again, which means that it's time to end the podcast. Hopefully you enjoyed this one. I think this was a pretty cool episode. We've been meaning to talk about this for a while, so yeah, hope you all enjoyed. And from Manu, Carrie, and Chai, this has been, I'm realizing now, this has been the Glasses podcast this week. So Yeah.
Oh yeah, Carrie, join the club. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I normally wear contacts, but I'm blind like the rest of you.
Let's go, solidarity.
My prescription's +4.
Oh, really? That's actually kind of high. Like, mine is -7, so I mean that's way worse. But
Wait, how can you call mine high if
yours is negative?
Because like
okay, I'm nearsighted, so I think that's plus.
No, I think nearsighted is minus.
Oh, it's minus. Then I'm -4.
Actually, now that I think about it, I don't really know. I'm also nearsighted, so whatever you are, I am as well.
You're likely not farsighted. Farsighted is, I would assume.
Farsighted is pretty rare.
Yeah. Like everyone is nearsighted.
Yeah,
like,
I think most people are nearsighted, which makes
when you're
sense.
old though. When you're old, you're farsighted.
Yeah, I think my dad is developing farsightedness right now. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this is not the Glasses podcast. That was just a meme. We'll see you all next week. Ta-ta.
We'll see
Bye-bye.
you with clear eyes. Bye.
I don't know if we'll see you with clear eyes. But later.
Wait, we should all try and like harmonize.
Oh no, I've never. Should I go higher? Like, I need to go to a different pitch.
Yeah, try doing low. Hey everyone, what's up? How's it going? It's your favorite speedcubing podcast back at it again, over inspected. It's here with me, Manu. I have Carrie right here in the flesh.
I'm in the flesh, yeah.
We actually didn't explain this last week.
We didn't talk about it at all.
Yeah, but Carrie is here, so like, yeah, two of us are here. And then of course we have the lovely Michael Chai on Discord with us. As always, how are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing well.
I'm doing well. Manu gave me some water, so I was extremely dehydrated last time. Like my mouth was shriveling up, and now it's like fully moist.
Well, see, there you go, listeners. Hope this is your call to action. Go get a glass of water, I guess.
Drink water.
People comment down below the rating for Manu's intro. I give it out a solid B-, dude.
I think it was good.
That's a
B- is like okay.
You almost called Carrie me.
I was.
That was
Here's
close.
Chai.
I was close. I was close.
Oh.
But almost there. I was there.
I didn't notice. I honestly didn't notice.
I almost.
Right, Nolan out there spitting bars, absolutely correct. More judges are necessary, but because I'm back, which means it is time for some squeb. The Scube Aroni. This thing is not here. There. That was the missing thing. Hello, everyone. It's once again your favorite commentator, Manu, coming back at you from BASC 51, Bay Area Speedcubin 51. This is the post-lunch segment of the live stream, starting us off with Scube, as you can see over here. And so since this is the second half, you'll see we're going to be doing Scube, and then I think 3x3, Scube, Megaminx Finals, then 3x3 round 2, and then I forgot. We're just going to do finals after that. Scube 4x4 final, then Scube final, then 3x3 head-to-head finals. But yeah, Archit is supposed to be here with me, but I have no idea where Archit is, so it's just me at the moment. As we watch competitors solve this interesting event. This is actually the newest puzzle added to the WCA. It's this funny puzzle called Scube. When you look at it, it's just like, how does this puzzle move? Like, it seems like it shouldn't turn at all, but it's actually really interesting. It's a corner turning puzzle, so you can see right here. It turns on its corners. In like a really weird motion where like you're turning like half of the cube out at once. So yeah, it's kind of odd. But yeah, that's kind of how it works. You can tell it's a pretty short event. The best Scube people, best people who compete in Scube are less than 10 seconds, less than 5 seconds even. So yeah, it's pretty fast. So expect to see some short solving here today. We're gonna bring you two groups of Scube, and then
The third group of Cube is going to be run simultaneously with Megaminx Finals, so that's what we'll be looking at. This is Aniket Das getting a 3.18. And this is Ben Yu. Friend of mine, friend of the streams. Yeah, Pyramid, yeah. .42. I don't think Scube is one of Ben's specialties. But he is a competitor who has solved who has competed in every single event, has a success in every single event. Back in the old days before we had big blind means, this was known as bronze membership. Now I think the definition is a little bit different. Of course, it's an unofficial recognition, but I think as per what they call the Molots membership, I think all singles, and then all speed solving averages, that would get you silver. As we watch Paul Mavi do his first solve. 5.34. And just looking at the psych sheet here to give you an idea of what we're going to look for. We're looking for about, looks like, 3-second solves are going to be pretty good. So probably someone gets a 3-second average is going to end up on the podium. On the top of the psych sheet, we have Josh Choi, 3.05. Zeke Miller, who actually is not going to be in attendance because unfortunately he ended up catching COVID. Cameron Miller, 3.15, and then we're watching Aniket right now, 3.19. So anything with a 3 is going to be good. That's what you're looking for. It looks like Michael Larson with the corner twist, 6.22. Oh, 205, really solid. That's one of the best solves we've seen. Your phone got stolen? Uh-oh. Well, I hope you have recovered your phone, Varun. That'd be quite the problem if your phone got stolen forever, in perpetuity, lost. All right, this kid is Jonathan Rutenberg, I believe. Kind of interesting, like the way his hair is like coming together. There's like it almost looks like the little Sailor Moon thing, you know? You know how like Sailor Moon has like little like heart in her bangs or whatever? No? Just me? This looks like it's gonna be overextension, just by a little bit. 7.09. No one else on the other stage just yet. Looks like we're probably waiting for some stream competitors to get on. All right, Aniket is back. So Aniket, I'm pretty sure, has popped off 2 low 3s and also has 205, which is a very, very solid start. Remember, this one is round 1. There is still Scube finals to happen close to the end of the day. I heard Ben's name get called, so he'll probably come up at some point. Oh, this is a +2, unfortunately. 5.37. That one is almost certainly just not going to count. Yeah, +2 is very, very brutal in this event. Since it is so short, I mean, think about it. He solves the cube in 3 seconds to just make one small mistake, and it kind of also depends on the way that the cube falls. If the cube falls and it falls kind of, if it falls in like a funny way, it may not resolve itself to where it would kind of like lie on its side. This cube is a little bit weird since you're turning half of the puzzle every time you do a turn. So sometimes you can get it where it's like kind of makes like a right angle. So it can be a little bit tough to call exactly as we watch Taj do some of her solves. Interesting. Put the cube down and then stop the timer in like two very distinct motions, as opposed to usually it's just one motion. You're like tossing the cube down and putting your hands onto the timer at the same time. All right, I'm going to take a second to hydrate while we're waiting for competitors to come up. If you're sitting at home, make sure you're getting enough water and whatnot. Looks like this competitor has a stickered puzzle. Very interesting turning style. It's kind of like holding the whole thing in his hand, kind of like this. I can't entirely tell what's going on. Oh, but also using the table. 1830. Not sure what's going on the other stage. Haven't seen a competitor come up in quite a while. All right, looks like we're gonna get Paul Mavi once again. Paul actually does have an official 3 average. So he's actually WR top 1000, 566. So top 1000 is actually doing him a little bit of a disservice. This is pretty decent. All right. Interesting. You start off with some pretty deliberate turning. Looks like he had like 2-3 moves to a layer. 6.01.
We're going to be calling up Skew Group 2 in a couple minutes. Skew Group 2 in a couple minutes.
Cut over here. It's Jonathan competing again.
Feel free to come up and
Just a little earlier, he was testing out the timer. Make sure he knew how long to hold his hands down before lifting. That's actually something that's pretty important. That's kind of underrated. You need to know how long to keep your hands on the timer because if you don't hold long enough, then actually you can lift your hands up, think that the timer has started, but the timer hasn't actually started. And those situations are always DNFs. They're always DNFs. If you don't start the timer and start doing turns, then unfortunately it's did not finish. It's against the rules. Can't do that. So definitely want to make sure you know how much time to hold your hands down. As we watch Michael Larson. Based on psych sheet results, looks like pretty likely that he'd make it into the next round. But of course the psych sheet is not always the most accurate. Sometimes because the psych sheet is based on people's how good people have done like ever, which is not necessarily indicative of how they will currently do. Looks like this competitor making some layers and all right, 11:27. Paul going in. I want to say this is like his 4th or 5th solve. Not entirely sure what he's doing here. Looks like I guess he oriented all the. He looks like he oriented all the corners first, and then kind of just went around permuting the centers.
They're now calling up Skew
All right. Well, it sounds like Group 2 is being called now, so in the meantime, let's go over some results from earlier in the morning. So these, when we were previously talking about it, the Square 1 results hadn't been entered, but here you go. Here are the results from Square 1. Calvin Nielsen coming in first, Cameron Miller second, and James Che sneaking into third. But that PR single, 6.38, really coming in handy for him. Calvin had a really good average, save for 2 solves. So he got this 15 early, which then ended up making this 10. This 10 was an 8 plus 2, so there's that also. But then from there, improving on these two, and then finally getting 588 on the last solve. If it weren't for this, he would have had a really good. He would have had a really, really good average, like a 6 average or something. But getting an 8, that's one thing, and then plus 2. It's also not gonna help out too much. And then meanwhile, here's Cameron. So Cameron had some good results too. Ended up getting his worst possible average right there at the end, getting 1199. But still, and still ended up getting 795 average, good enough for second place. Yeah, just really had some really, really solid solves early. And then James. This is a bit of an up and down average. Started off really, really hot, 638. Then kind of cooled off a little bit, and then eventually got a 16, which made this 11 count. But so that must have been pretty nervy because this was because the 16 is a bit of a trap. Getting like your bad solve on your fourth can kind of mess with you, since whatever you get next has a chance of counting the 16, or which would not be great. But it looks like he kept his nerve, and ended up like 0.2 seconds to the good over Nicholas Harper. So yeah, that's results from Square 1. I think we already discussed 3x3, but I'll show it again. Well, we watch Cameron directly below me. So Varun Mohanraj in first, getting 6.59. It was a really good average that we saw from him. Paul Mavi in second. Cameron Miller, that's this guy. We were just talking about him. 7.92 to get third in round 1. There's still round 2, 3x3 is to come, as Cameron gets a 406 plus 2, so that's 606. 3x3 round 2 is going to come immediately following Megaminx finals, which is going to be starting actually very soon. It'll be the next group. When the next group of Scube is running, then we're also going to be doing Megaminx finals. All right, let's talk a little bit about 4x4. Moving down the list. We just saw him on the stream, Paul Mavi. He's a big cube specialist. This is what he's good at. He's one of the best in the world. 28-23 in round 1. Varun Mohanraj, 28-75. Nicholas Harper, kind of in like this second pack, 33-76. As you can tell, it's really between Paul and Varun, as we watch Jordan get a 3.9. In round 2, Antonio Cam, last man in. Sumit Agarwal, first man out, unfortunately. That'll be the third to last event, and Megaminx, which is going to come up next. If you're watching the stream at the very early hours, well, they weren't that early. It was like 8:30. 8:30 is still pretty early, though. We watched Nicholas Harper get a 41.38 PR average. It was just good solving from him. I mean, it's clear that he's been practicing. Nolan Yu earlier got a 47.24, and Cameron Miller 47.52 to make your podium in round 1. And then Paul Mavi kind of sneaking in with a 103 average to make it into finals. So expect to see all of these folks coming up pretty soon. All right, with that, I think that's been whoops. That has been your WCA Live update, sponsored by, you guessed it, CubersLive. Anyway, so hope that helped you catch up on the activities from the day so far, as results from Scube start to come in. And if this is if you just tuned into the stream, welcome for one. But also, if this is your first time watching CubersLive, hello, I'm Manu. I'm one of the streamers, casters, commentators, tech guy, help run CubersLive. If you like speedcubing stuff, then this channel is entirely dedicated to that. particularly doing live streams like we're doing right now, as well as other content. We have loads of other videos on the channel that you can check out. If you like listening to podcasts, there's an entire Speedcubing podcast, 2 whole seasons of this podcast called Overinspected that I run with my friends Carrie Huang and Michael Chai that you can feel free to check out, as well as this new series we've started, Speedcubing Top 10. And a bit of insider information. Little birdie tells me there's going to be a new Speedcubing Top 10 coming out this week, so you want to watch out for that. All right, enough of my own ad read. As we go back to watching a little bit of Scube. So this competitor is making quite a lot of moves here. Not a bit hard to see because of that little viewfinder. 1644 for their final result. Looks like in the other camera, the competitor needed a little bit of help getting their camera set up, but they're all good, ready to go. Let's see, can they indeed get sub 20? I hope so. We watched this competitor get sub 20 on 3x3, so Scube, yeah, not a problem. Very comfortably sub 20, 6.27. Let's switch over to Nolan Yu, one of our newest delegates in the area. Looks like he got to the last three centers relatively quickly. Nolan, wow. It's like I'm watching him on 2x speed. he's like bouncing all over the place, trying to figure out what's going on. He's very busy, helping to run the competition in the absence of Michael Chai. You know, usually he would have been the one to have been running everything, but alas, I think he's unfortunately busy today under unforeseen circumstances. Watch, I believe this competitor's name is Timothy. Yeah, it's a very interesting turning coming out. Timothy looks like he has pretty long fingers, so taking full advantage of that. And yeah, there you go, 1992. All right, so whereas on the other camera, we saw 5.30 come out from that competitor. Not entirely sure who they are. A lot of faces, a lot of new competitors also actually. Actually, looking back onto the psych sheet, I see so 140 people have registered for this competition. Of that, 19 are first timers, so it's the first time they've ever competed at an official competition. So if you're watching back, trying to catch some of yourselves, hello, welcome. Hope you enjoyed your first competition. And hope you'll join us for many more. $23.55 from this deliberate turning competitor. Being deliberate is good. You don't always want to turn super fast. Now let's see what this competitor can pull out. Yeah, this competitor is making very intentional moves, it looks like. Oh, but now it looks like they're a bit lost.
We're going to be calling up Scube Group 3 in a couple minutes.
All right, 13.96 for this competitor. Which is a bit unfortunate. It looks like they really had something going and then they kind of just got lost there. As we pan over to Chris Martin, and we welcome back to the stream Archit.
Yeah?
Hello. How was your lunch, my friend?
It was good. Went to Panda Express. They made us fill out some surveying.
They made you fill out the survey?
Yeah, there's a survey on the back of every Panda receipt, and they made all of us do
They
it,
made you fill out the survey?
They made us fill out the satisfaction survey.
Huh.
Yeah,
I feel like that's pretty awkward. Usually
Usually
oh, there's a survey on the back. Feel free to fill it in if you please. Not
We're very
entirely-
adamant about it, but
Wow, did you watch Chris sign that scorecard right there?
I did not. It looked.
He was
low
he was
angle, or- oh, just straight circle.
he was just scribbling on there. There's a big dark mark right where the solver's box is. Wow, this was a really close camera. I feel like I've never really seen cameras this close. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the wrong screen. This is Jaden Lin, staff member. Also, very good clock solver. I want to say he's like WR top 200. I'm pretty sure, maybe even top 100. 10.93 here though. Scube at this event is a little bit interesting because it seems like it's actually pretty open. There's a lot of names that seem like they could win it. There's no clear cut. There's no clear cut standout who's guaranteed to get all the glory.
I haven't seen a stickered Cube in a long time.
Yeah, neither have I. I think there was only one other competitor with a stickered puzzle that I saw earlier.
If you are available to judge right now, we ask that you come up to
1580.
judge on the left stage. We need 2 more judges on the left stage, and we also might need 1 more judge on the right stage. Thank you.
Just getting back into the swing of things post lunch.
If anybody left their phone while they were judging, we have your phone. We're going to bring it to the check-in table. If you left your phone, check in with your phone.
Is this the end of the
we'll have it at the
I think it's pretty close to the end of the group because we've seen quite a lot of.
Okay.
Hi, Caleb. We've seen I think we've seen a decent number of solves. Wow, this one looks like there's a lot here, doesn't it?
Whoa.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What was that? There it is. Oh! Did it?
Oh no! He didn't stop the timer. Oh my goodness! It was actually crazy. Is I didn't cut there, so you missed it on the stream.
Oh!
But Jaden just got this 7.35 on an amazing scramble. 1 move to layer, 4 centers off,
and then stop the timer.
Bro, that was the biggest on-stream fail ever.
We didn't cut to it.
Really?
Yeah. We were just watching it in our
looking at the other
preview.
side.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so for context, what just happened is,
wow.
1 move to layer.
One move to 4 centers.
4 centers, and then they did the owl, and they stopped it on 5, and they started celebrating, and then 2 seconds passed, and they realized they hadn't stopped
Stop the timer.
And there's a little
Wow,
bit there,
wow,
yeah.
that's some high drama.
Oh man.
Jeez Louise.
And then they came straight here. Straight and be like, on-stream fail. I'm like, we didn't cut to it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, maybe that's a good thing because now no one will know the exact
will know.
circumstances. Although I guess we've described it in such a detail that I guess like you all have like a perfect picture in your mind of what exactly happened there. You can watch the replay over and over.
Yeah. Wild. Yeah, they picked it up and it was just like, oh, that is a thing.
I was gonna say so because on inspection I saw, and this is actually the one that Josh Choi has right now. So let's see if he can make something magical of it.
See if they see the same thing. Okay.
1.88. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, he was able to exploit that really lucky scramble, and most importantly, stop the timer.
Yeah. So that is third scramble, I believe, or is that fifth?
It might be the 5th one because it looks like he has the calculator out doing the quick maths here.
Okay. So, but that's the only thing we saw on fifth scramble by anyone, right?
I think so. Yeah. So I don't think I've seen the 5th one yet. So
I'm surprised a lot of people didn't do that. I don't know how Scube works.
Yeah. I actually don't know because I would figure like most people on Scube are probably color neutral. It's probably one of the easier events to be color neutral at.
Sure.
So, and if you see 1 move to layer, I would think that most competitors would exploit it. To be fair, it is a 4 center case that's like kind of like an H-perm.
Yeah.
So where it's an opposite swap, so it's maybe not the easiest necessarily. At least the at least the Sarah's intermediate method that I learned a long time ago, would use 4 sledgehammers, 4 hedge sledges to do that. So not necessarily the fastest, but maybe there's a faster way. Did you watch Calvin take the hot seat? Pretty big pause there to recognize. More pausing here. It actually seems like at times they do turns and then like no progress has been made.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, okay, like now I see something and then it's just done. Like 1 second later. Ooh, this competitor with a little bit of a sus timer start.
Yeah.
I want to say that was a little bit of a palm start.
I'm sure they mean well.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get a good time to stop here, though.
You perm to clean up. I think the stop was okay.
We're now calling up Scube Group 3.
Scube Group 3.
Scube Group 3. We're calling up Scube Group 3. If you want Scube Group 3, please bring up the buzzer.
All right, so it seems like Scube Group 3 is being called up right now. And I believe Megaminx final is supposed to happen at the same time.
Same time or after?
I believe it's supposed to happen at the same time.
That would be interesting. That's definitely a very Anto thing to do.
Yeah. So I think Chai set it up specifically this way because Anto pressured him to do so.
Yep. And we...
Because it's supposed to start now.
Yes.
And I don't think we started significantly late, so...
Yeah, no. I think we're on time still.
Yeah, so
Only
I
2
think...
minutes behind.
Yeah, actually, which is pretty good. Although I guess it's immediately after lunch, so it would be pretty sad if we fell behind immediately after lunch.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you have any predictions going into Mega Finals?
Megaminx finals. So yeah, we can review the finalists.
Okay, first round we had Nicholas Harper, who PR'd into first place with a 41.38 average.
Yeah, I mean that's quite far ahead.
That's big, yeah, because
of like
second
everyone
place is
else.
Nolan Yu with the 47. So
Yeah.
there's a 7. I can't do math. There's a 6-second average.
Yeah. And then
But-
Cameron Miller just behind him.
Yeah, with off by 0.3. So
And yeah, so it remains to be seen. I mean, this 41 average is not a fluke either. I mean, it's not like it was like pretty consistent. 39, 39, 41, 44, and then 42. So is pretty solid solving coming out from Nicholas. So I think he's, based on his round 1 performance, it looks like he's like really far ahead.
let's see if they can get a good podium, but then also noting that like Nolan and Cameron were very close.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I have a feeling this podium could be like a Nolan, Cameron, Varun even.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, Varun not too far behind, and notably also, Megaminx is an event that does not have. You don't have to get the scrambles correct.
Right.
So that could play interestingly as well. Perhaps if someone gets off to a really good start. I've found that whenever I'm solving Megaminx, if my star tends to go well, and like my first 2 F2L pairs go well, then the rest of the solve kind of flows.
Sure.
Whereas like if you kind of get like stopped early, then it just kind of becomes like one thing leads to another, and it's just kind of a slow solve altogether.
I see.
So yeah, we'll have to see what will come of this as we get started with Megaminx. So we will be tracking both Nicholas and Nolan.
Good.
It looks like, and because it's going to be.
Is the math working?
Yes, I fixed that.
Awesome.
So we can track both of them, but we can only bring up one of the BPAs. So I'm gonna bring up Nicholas's.
Okay.
Nicholas's best possible, and then I'm just gonna stick this on the screen, and this is just gonna be here. Although right now it says Varun, but worry not. There you go.
That's so cool.
One button and it just updates.
That's neat. All right, so will Nicholas Harper PR again?
Yeah, he could PR again.
Beat a 47.
He
from
could
second
PR
place.
again,
So
yeah.
Let's see if Nicholas Harper will win.
I mean, he
that.
started off with 39-39, right? So that's looking pretty good to like even potentially, because if it weren't for that 44, if that 44 was something else, you could argue, okay, well, maybe he could have ended up with a 39 average.
Right. But then we also know that starting off in the beginning of the average doesn't always mean a good, strong finish as well. I mean, with Benjamin Brown, we saw the 2
Exactly,
sixes,
exactly, yeah.
Which is pretty much PR pace, but let's see what Nicholas Harper can pull off here.
Right, I think this is actually a practice solve.
Okay. Yeah, I think so as well.
Because I mean, Judge is not really paying attention. The cube cover is still there.
Sure. The head cam is also not on. So.
That's actually a very good point.
Yeah.
Good observation. This is why we pay you the big bucks.
Right. But this is also a great solve by...
I mean, yeah, what a pretty solid warm-up solve here. Looks like he's going into OLL now.
If we can get like a consistent...
This is going to be like a 42 maybe, if you can recognize PLL quickly.
Maybe a really good representation of what we see in a few minutes.
45 actually.
45, which still does grant them first place. Right, so if they can pull off... Yeah.
Right, so let's see what the competitors can do here. Looks like Nolan's gonna start us off first. All right, he's ready. The other thing is Nolan was solving in Group 1, and there was a lot of organizational stuff that needs to get taken care of. So let's see if he can overcome some of those difficulties from the morning now that he can kind of relax in its finals. I kind of like how he started off like with the table, kind of just to make sure everything is set, make sure there aren't any layers that are horribly misaligned early. I find Megamix a really interesting event also to watch because it's cool how they kind of gradually comes together.
Yeah.
You can see the block just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Right.
And then at the end, it's just gonna be all solved. As Nolan is moving on into PLL now, using his 2 look, 45.81 for Nolan to start off. Not a bad start.
Nicholas Harper now is starting. Possibly, I don't know how long the cube was there. I was gonna say waiting for Nolan to finish, but I don't know if the cube was just dropped off. So let's see what they can pull off here.
Starting up pretty decently. Looks like he's...
A little bit of lockups?
Yeah, either a little bit of lockup or a little pause.
Benjamin Brown steering us down for a minute.
Okay, definitely he's solidly on the S2L now. Interesting. Okay, so it seems like he's doing the S2L method, which is to kind of make like these basically like these like super F2L edges.
Alright, coming into the last layer.
Yep. And there we go. So now
there we go.
Is there a PLL here?
BA.
Okay, 2 look PLL, little locky, 42.58.
Just narrowly beating Nolan.
Yeah, 3 seconds to the good over Nolan. So that's it's a very, very solid start. And even though it's 3 seconds, I would still say it's pretty tight so far.
Yeah. So,
I mean, Nolan having a little bit of an execution error, but then again, Nicholas also had a bit of an execution error.
right.
So.
And it is cold in this venue.
Yeah, it's starting to get colder
now. It's starting to get pretty cold here. So.
I thought I felt like a little bit of a draft.
Yeah, so I mean, unless this video goes on, we'll see what kind of body heat Nicholas can generate here. Try to warm the hands up a little bit. You know, the turning might be a little bit better. Cube could still be cold. I don't know. We'll see. All right, what's going on? Let's hope it's not too distracting. What is distracting me right now is the string on Nicholas's hoodie. It's like lopsided.
Oh, it's like way too lopsided. Yeah.
Oh, they're fixing it. Ooh.
Oh.
They knew.
Oh, he just pulled it.
They knew. They knew.
Tight.
Yes. I'm like, they're not.
You guys are on like the same like telepathic wave, you know, like the same frequency. It's like 102.3 FM between you.
Right.
All right, looks like Nolan is off to the races, looking really, really good here.
Yeah, competitors clapping.
Remember, we do have Scube going on some other stations. We're just showing Megaminx final right now.
Right.
Yeah, this is coming together pretty solidly. Looks like he needs to finish up his S2L.
There you go.
Now he should be on OLL now.
Right around. Yep, there you go.
Okay, looks like he just needs to do some
Be a
permutation.
comfortable 43. Okay.
Yeah.
43.12.
Yep, you called it.
Definitely on a better pace than the 47.
Yeah, I mean, good. Yeah, good correction from him. I believe this is also must be the practice solve.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but see, yeah, there you go. So that's what I mean. So even though it seems like, oh wow, there's like a 3-second difference, that's like quite a lot. But I mean, Nolan's just closed already 2 seconds of that.
Yeah.
Of course, remains to be seen if Nicholas can capitalize.
Alright, your puzzle is now here. 42 warm up.
Wow, solid warm up. Finished just in time too.
Helmet cam no longer fits. There we go. Is the hood going to go on over that though? There we go.
Oh, all right, I see.
Staying warm.
Some of you may be confused. It's like the summer in the northern hemisphere. Why do we have to stay warm? You all have not been to the Bay Area.
Yeah, the Bay Area is usually very, very cold.
This place does not have seasons.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Matthew? Thanks, man. I took some inspiration from one of the best.
We have some sort of reaction going on for Scube off to the side. But Nicholas is starting, so...
Yeah.
This is Nicholas's second solve. The
Yeah.
first solve was a 42.58.
Yeah, I want to say that the difference between the 42 that we just saw and like the 39s that we were seeing earlier has to be some of that just minor pausing.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is that like it kind of adds up. I mean, he's on a great pace right now though. It's looking like he's gonna get to OLL at 30.
Wow. Can this
be like a 37 maybe?
Oh, a little bit of
Oh,
lock-up.
little
Still
locky,
go.
yeah, a little bit locky at the end, but
38.89.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, good comeback from. I mean, we were saying like, oh yeah, like, how are the competitors going to fare after Nolan got that awesome 43? I mean, Nicholas answered right back.
Yeah.
With a great solve of his own.
Do we know what Nicholas's PR single is?
Yeah, we can bring that up while Nolan is getting started here.
It is a 37.61.
Yeah, so
okay. That is definitely a good solve.
Yeah, definitely.
I think sub 40 is where Nicholas wants to be.
Yeah, and he's shown just even earlier today that he has the capability. I mean, he's gotten 3 sub 40 solves already. Not to mention, he got like a 40.x earlier today as well. As Nolan is doing his last layer, looks like he's settled for a two look. 45.78. If nothing, at least he's consistent, right?
Yeah.
Which is that's it's not trivial to be consistent.
Yeah.
Because you need to have the capabilities to turn the bad solves into decent solves, even if you can't capitalize all the time on the really, really lucky ones.
Exactly. Because all it takes is just all it takes is one bad solve and then a moderately bad solve.
Right.
And then,
right.
There you go.
And then all your good solves are just kind of like,
Yeah, they kind of get watered down.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. Yeah, they do get watered down. Nicholas wrapping up his practice solve. Looks like this is going to be like a 42. Yeah, I mean 41 on the practice. So yeah, I mean
practice to do a whole warm-up solve.
Yeah.
Makes it feel like a session,
Almost,
Instead
yeah.
of just doing like one solve and then you have to sort of distract yourself for a minute.
Right.
You constantly do solves in between. It's more like, I'm just practicing and we'll get a good solve.
Right. I think that's one of the advantages of this like stationary system. If you notice, the competitors aren't getting up from their chairs; they're just staying right there.
Absolutely.
I think it helps competitors stay in the zone a little bit more.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to like finals, I think it's a nice way for the competitors to just kind of get in and do their best.
Exactly, and then knowing what works well for one cuber may not work well for another.
Yep.
So Nolan
totally.
taking the break on his phone while Nicholas is doing a warm-up solve in between solves. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, fair enough. Looks like Nolan is already getting started on the other camera.
Yep.
I can actually give you it'll be pretty small, but you can actually see in the preview in the top right corner. So Nolan has started. You know, Nicholas looks like he's going to wrap up here. Probably going to end up with the 43. Ooh, a bit behind the pace actually. 45.05 for solve 5. Yeah, so a little bit slower than what he's had previous, and that actually gives Nolan a chance to kind of come back here.
Yeah.
Since they both have twin 45s, so you know those basically off the board. It's like nothing happened. Nolan has a 43, but Nicholas has the 42, and then Nolan's a 45, and Nicholas has a 38. So, but there you go, a sub 40 from Nolan, 39.8. That'll do it.
With a 42.9 BPA.
Yep. Yeah. So because he's done his fourth solve now, Nolan. This is not this one, but kind of looking off onto our side calculation here. Yeah, his best possible average now 42.9, worst possible 44.9. Once Nicholas does his fourth solve, we'll be able to see where his average is going to end up, get some upper and lower bounds.
Yeah, and possibly see right then who comes first and who comes second.
Indeed. So. I mean, yeah, it could just be over just depending on what Nicholas gets on his next solve.
Yeah.
I want to say that if he gets a 45, I think Nolan is still in it.
Yeah.
But I think like even a 42 is probably going to sway things in favor of Nicholas here. Nico Harper. And I wonder what Nolan's PR average is actually.
A 42.
Yeah.
Wow, and a 34 single.
Yeah, so while Nolan will not be able to beat his PR average, I mean, he's going to be able to get really, really close.
Yeah.
But yeah, 34 single, that's good for top 100 in the world.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Which is, like,
yeah,
amazing.
67th in the world and 18.
Yeah, that's quite incredible.
43 DNF warm-up by Nicholas Harper.
Indeed. Looks like taking a bit longer to just get all the puzzles out. Scrambled and sent out. Actually, it looks like Nolan has gotten his puzzle first, so let's switch over to him.
Yep. Let's see what Nolan can get on their fourth solve. So far, we have a 45.81, 43.12, and a 45.78. Oh, one more. And a 39.
Yes.
There we go. So that was our first sub 40 between Nolan and Nicholas. No, Nicholas had a 38.
Yes, he did have a 38.
Okay. So let's see if Nolan can capitalize on this.
Yeah, if Nolan can get his best possible average, I'd give him a chance.
Yeah.
We're also not entirely sure how Cameron is doing since we're just watching these two competitors at the moment.
Right.
So Nolan looks like he's 27 seconds in, looking pretty solid, although I think he's a little bit behind a pace that he would need for sub 40. Oh, don't let me tell you otherwise. Go, go, go.
There it is.
All right. Yeah,
That's
he proved me wrong, and that's going to be his best possible average. 42.9.
That is currently much faster than the 47.
Yes, much faster. And that puts some pressure on now because the competitors, you know, they're friends. They know each other. They're just sitting across the aisle from each other.
Yeah. And Nicholas Harper also won round 1 with the 41. And
right.
Now Nolan gets his 42. So let's see. And Nolan was also ahead of Nicholas by 2 solves. So this is Nicholas's 4th solve, not his 5th.
Yes, indeed.
So we will get a best possible average statistic right after this solve.
In my opinion, if Nicholas gets 45 or worse, then that really opens the door. He's going to need to clutch. But he could put it away here if he gets an incredible solve. It's looking pretty decent so far. Because it should be on the last layer soon. Yeah, this is the last layer now.
There it is. And can we potentially get a sub 40 from Nicholas Harper as well? There it is.
There it is.
39.
Yeah, 39.68.
With
Let's
a best possible average of 40.38.
and a worst possible average
of
42.44. So that means that Nicholas is guaranteed to beat Nolan, and for all intents and purposes, probably is going to win Mega Minx here, no matter how he does.
Yeah.
So he could DNF, he could throw the cube away, he could just walk out the door. He's gonna get no worse than 42.44, which is gonna be about half a second faster than Nolan's average. Of course, if he gets his best possible average, 40.38, that'd be a PR.
Yeah.
Breaking his PR from earlier today. And of course, he also has a chance for the PR single,
right?
Which I believe is the 37. If we go back to it, 37.61. So he has a chance to beat that as well. Gotten pretty close today. 4 sub 40s so far. So I wouldn't put it against him. He has a shot. Don't count him out, folks. This round is not quite over. Not just yet.
Quite juicy. WCA live statistics are not going up yet.
Yeah,
so
it looks like.
We'll try our best to tell you what's happening.
Yep. It'll take some time for that to get filled in.
Shout out to data entry team working nonstop.
Yep. I think our data enterers for today: TJ Kelly, Calvin Nielsen, Lucas Aubin.
Can't get better than that.
It's a solid crew, experienced crew. I believe TJ and Calvin were doing data at Worlds as well. Actually, not Calvin, because Calvin was a stage lead, actually. But TJ was doing data at Nationals. Nationals, sorry, not Worlds. Yeah. All right. Nicholas Harper with his final solve here. Let's see. Will he get his best possible average, his worst possible average, or something in between? You want to play some bets? 5,000 on the line?
Ooh. 5,000 Twitch points? Twitch reward system. Alright, let's see what Nicholas can pull out here. He's on his 5th solve with a 40.38 best possible.
Yeah, I really like the way he turns like the layers out on the back side of the cube using his ring finger and pinky. It's very dexterous. And having that level of control means that no matter where the pieces are, you're only maybe 2 or 3 moves away from getting that piece to exactly where you want it to be. Looks like he has an S2L pair that isn't fully done yet, but now he's on OLL.
There we go.
Doing a quick commutator, and then now corner comm probably.
Finish soon. There it is, 41.36.
41.36. So that is going to be somewhere in between.
Yeah.
He's going to improve his average.
41.21. And what was the PR average?
Yeah, that's what I'm just going to check, actually.
Other tab.
41.38.
So does that... Wait, 41... I can't.
41.21 is his official average.
That is a
41.
second PR.
Yeah, so yeah, there you go. That's a PR for Nicholas Harper.
0.10, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's correct. So
it's a double PR in both rounds.
Yeah, so
pretty much first place.
Oh yeah. I mean, first place assured, yes. But yeah, it looks like he's also going to get a PR. Always good to get a PR in and get first. Nice little double reward there.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I think that's it. That's all she wrote for Mega Minx finals.
Yep.
While we didn't see
Cameron
Miller.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty safe to say that that Cameron probably ended up getting third.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Nolan performed well. I mean, he was no slouch. Oh, whoops. He was no slouch.
Yeah.
Getting a 42.9, significantly improving on his round 1 results. So it would have taken something pretty special from Cameron as well to get it to go. If you know what I mean, if you all know what I mean. Yeah, good Mega Minx final.
PR average. PR single would have been even cooler. But
Indeed.
PR first round, PR second round, first place finals.
Yeah.
That's
I
great.
mean, clearly Nicholas has been improving significantly, and he really this was his stage, right?
Yeah.
He just wanted to come out and show it's I've significantly improved, and he's almost blasted everyone else away. Almost.
All right, everyone, we're going to start with 4x4 finals. The top 10 competitors from 4x4 round 1 have made it to 4x4 finals. This will be stationary. So,
All right, 4x4 finals to be starting very, very soon.
Right stage, we got Varun.
Yep.
Being judged by Berkeley's BASC Burma.
Oh my goodness, it's a family affair here.
The whole family's here.
Find a place to sit. We will need 10 judges available to judge for the 4x4 finals.
Left side.
We should be getting Paul, I believe.
Okay.
If we go back to the WCA Live, oh, that's a little embarrassing. It's behind the scenes of my terrible Google Sheets code. As we look at the results from round 1, we are indeed going to be getting Paul and Varun. Paul on the right stage, Varun on the left stage. You can see the results from here as we. I think you were on as well when we were watching 4x4.
Yeah, I was there. That's very close between Paul.
Yeah, super close. Although Paul had an opportunity to break his PR of 26:16, I want to say.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, getting that 33 in the final.
33.1 counted in the average. Right?
Yeah. So that was pretty unlucky, and that's kind of the problem with getting these. So he got the 33 in Solve 3. That's kind of the problem with getting these I like to call them kind of traps, because it's oh yeah, this one doesn't count, but it always has the potential to make the 5th solve count, and that can really ruin the average.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, had he gotten another 25, and to be fair, would have been an 8-second difference. But had he gotten another 25, I mean, it was clear as day that it was going to be a 25 average. So, and as for Varun's average is a bit more normal, I guess.
Yeah, we got 2 26s, sandwiching a 30, 31, and a 29.
Yeah.
That's definitely not what Varun wants.
Oh yeah, definitely
Trying
not.
to get hopefully a nice.
I want to say a 27 or 26.
Yeah, and I believe his PR is a 24 average. If
Okay.
you want to double check.
Yeah, I can pull that up on the side here.
Should be. A 2680.
Yep. So actually, it's interesting because Paul and Varun, as we see Paul below us, Paul also has a 26 PR.
Yeah.
He has 2616, and Varun has a 2680. So it's about as close as it could get, honestly. As it looks like Paul's cube is actually delivered and ready for him. So
As is Varun. Varun is setting up his camera, and let's see if we can potentially get picture-in-picture, maybe.
yeah, we can set up a picture. We can only set up a picture-in-picture when Varun is on the big camera, because I can only make this one picture-in-picture.
Got it.
Which is a little bit annoying. I wish there were a way around that. But we present to you Paul Mavi versus Varun Mohanraj.
4x4 finals. Both competitors are on their first solves. Varun starting now. Paul is 12 seconds in on his solve.
A little unfortunate that they're starting at the same time, since it'll be hard to cut between them.
Varun's centers and edges looking very good. 3x3 stage around 15.
Looks like Varun's actually...
And we get parity.
Paul with 30-58.
Varun's definitely going to beat that right now. Unless he completely... Okay.
Commentator's curse, perhaps, but... So 30-58 for Paul and 29-72 or 29-27 for Varun. Good start for both. Actually, not that good of a start for both competitors.
Yeah. But all we really want is a nice, good sub-30 average from both of them.
Yep.
Yep. We don't want anyone to do too poorly. Replicating PRs is very impossible, even though Nicholas Harper just made it.
Yeah, well,
happened in Mega Minx, but
it's not a daily occurrence,
not a
shall
daily
we say?
occurrence, no. especially if you really, grind this event out. It's very rare to get back-to-back PRs.
Yeah. I mean, once you start getting to like WR top 100 or so, then it's like becomes even harder because you have to set really good results to even get into the top 100.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of just like fighting against like a steeper and steeper clip every single time. You can actually see Paul's actually warming up for 3x3.
Which is right after this, pretty much.
I think Scube, but then yeah.
Oh, okay. No.
Three round 2. Oh,
Yeah.
round 2. That's
and then we
right.
Get
That's
Scube
right.
and then 3 finals. So we're almost done with this competition. We will be ending pretty early, around 4:25, which is
Yeah.
definitely a new NorCal thing. Usually we used to end around 6.
And I mean, and even before that, we used to end at like 8 because we were 2 hours behind.
Right. But everyone ate very quick. We're all ready to start. We're all excited to tube.
Yeah.
Time moves fast.
Time indeed moves fast. We did only have 4 events, we only had 4 events at this competition, so that definitely helped a little bit. 140 competitors also helped. As Paul is getting started here, actually looks like he was placing his fingers on some centers there, which is interesting. Maybe he was trying to trace or track something? The other difference you'll notice between these competitors is while they both are using Yao, Paul is a green cross solver.
Yes.
So he will have green on that left-hand side. So he's going to be making green and blue centers first, whereas Varun is going to be making white and yellow centers first. So, and because 4x4, the scramble has to be accurate, you're going to see them exploit them in different ways. Looks like Paul is a bit behind the pace right now.
25.
Yeah, 28-25 for Paul. As we cut you over to Varun.
Varun's second salt.
Oh, whoops, I didn't... Did he build his centers on L and R?
Looks like it.
Yeah, because it looks like he finished centers that were like 12 or 13. And he's looking pretty smooth for the most part.
Good so far.
Yeah, he's definitely on 3x3
There
stage
we
now,
go.
right?
Yep.
Open for no parity. No parity.
And
PLO parity.
Good execution with a skip. Okay. No PLO needed.
Yeah, it looks like he actually had like one of those 8 moves EBLLs.
I think so, and Varun has definitely been grinding out those ZBs.
Oh, all right. So there you go. So yeah, that gives Varun a 27.59. So looking pretty good. He's pretty far ahead of Paul at the moment. So 2 seconds on the total. But of course that can change very, very quickly. Hello, Joel. 3x3 finals will indeed be head-to-head. This will be very exciting. We have a green room, so to speak. It's really just the lobby of the conference center.
3x3 finals will be starting around 3:25 p.m. It is currently 2:13 p.m. So in about
We got about an hour,
minutes.
yeah.
For all you non-Pacific Standard.
Pacific Daylight.
Pacific Daylight.
Pacific Daylight Time.
PDT.
Indeed. PDT for 2 more months. Then we'll switch back to PST.
Yes.
As we switch back to Paul. So yeah, you saw him make that like big green block, facing directly at the camera before rotating and putting those on FB. Wow, but he had really good centers. He had like 11 centers?
We're on 3x3 stage right about now. Do we have an OLL parity?
No OLL parity.
And it looks like no PLO parity.
Nope.
There it is.
PLO parity at the
Okay,
end,
good execution.
27-16 for Paul. So Paul improving with every single solve.
Yeah, we had a 30 and a 28 and now a 27. And if we can keep this going, we might end up with like a 28 average.
Yeah, although who knows, if Varun is going to get 1 second less than Paul every single time, he's going to need to get a 26 now.
Right. Varun as always going for PRs, not just to maintain good consistency.
Yeah, it's a good mindset. Always trying to beat yourself, right? Looks like he finished centers around 12 and a half or so. But it looks like he's pausing a lot, yeah.
Pausing on edges, still
And-
turning a little bit. 3x3 stage around 23.
And yeah, just not clean execution, unfortunately.
No OLL parity, and we will get a PL. No PLO.
No PLO parity.
But
20.
recognizing that he did mess up a little bit around edges, but still securing a sub 30.
Yeah, so 29.87 for him. These competitors are just neck and neck. Like, it actually is pretty close. Even though Varun was about a second ahead on both solve 1 and 2, Paul has kind of made that distance up now. It's 27 versus 29. So they're kind of back where they started. Varun having counting 29, and Paul currently sitting with a counting 28. So he does have the better counting solve at the moment. Yeah, I mean, it's shaping up really, really interestingly as we go into the last two solves. And, you know, this fourth solve is the one that really is going to sway things. We're really going to figure out where these averages are going. Paul looks like he's improving with every single solve he's doing.
Yeah.
Varun looks like he gave back a couple seconds, so we'll see.
We went from a 29 to a 27 and then a high 29. And Paul staying with a mid-30, low 28s, and a low 27.
Yeah.
Speaking of Paul's, Cube is now here. Camera's starting up. Bunny's looking at us. We're gonna have a good song, hopefully. Alright. Varun is waiting for his cube, so that means we can get Paul in full screen.
Yep.
No need for a picture-in-picture.
Indeed.
Looking at green center.
Yeah, I kind of, it briefly looked like there were 3 pieces, but I think that there's actually a yellow piece there instead.
There you go, green and blue are done by 3.
Yeah. Now, I think this is really where Paul shines, is building the first 3 edges and then center. I think his center game is really, really strong. But he took a pretty large pause there at the start of edge pairing, unfortunately. Already at 25. This is gonna be it's gonna actually be pretty good. It seems like he had a pretty good 3x3 stage then.
Yeah, there was no parity anywhere in that, correct?
I think so. I think you're right. Yeah.
That is a 28.1 best possible average for Paul.
And 28.24 worst possible. So he's guaranteed himself a sub 30 average.
Or 29.24.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. What did I say? 28. Oh, my bad.
Like that's a crazy close
yeah.
BPA and WPA. Okay.
My bad.
Is 28.24 faster than his what secured him first place?
28.50 some, I want to say.
Okay, so we're slowing down a little bit, but not by much.
28.23 actually. So.
Okay. So his best possible average is just narrowly beating his round 1 average.
As Varun looks like he's kind of speeding through this.
Yeah, 3x3 stage around 19.
I mean, this is going to be like a 27, right?
There it is.
Yeah, 26.75. That's putting him in the driver's seat, almost certainly. I don't need any math to tell me about that.
Yeah, there it is. That's a 27.87 best possible average for Varun.
And a 28.91 worst possible average. So it is still possible for Paul to win. If Paul gets BPA, Varun gets WPA, or something in between. So yeah, it is very, very tight. And judging based on the round 1 results, I mean, it's going to be between these two. Because Nicholas Harper, while he's a great competitor, we just saw him win Mega Minx.
Yeah.
33.76 in round 1. So unless that was a major sandbag, I don't see him coming back from this. But here we go. Paul's 5th solve coming up.
Varun practicing 3x3, getting to Olo at 3.1.
Yeah, wow. All right, and he's off.
Good first 2 centers.
Yeah, 2.9 I want to say.
Fluid, yeah, pretty fluid. Not too many pauses here.
Looks like he finished centers around 11.
Very confident turn into green.
Yeah, I fully agree.
Yeah, a lot of competitors running. A little bit of shaky cam. And
Paul's looking pretty decent. Looks like this is going to end up being a 28 maybe. Oh, but was there a parity?
No PLO parity.
No PLO parity.
That is a 28.42 5th solve for Paul, which is a...
So it won't quite be BPA, but...
a 28.52 average.
All right, so he's put himself in pretty good position.
Okay.
But Varun needs to basically get WPA in order to lose this. It's his game to lose right now.
Yes. Once again, Paul's average was 28.5. Varun's worst possible is 28.9. So he really needs to secure something good here.
Yeah.
If he wants that first place.
Yep. Basically, I think if Varun gets a 28, I want to say he should be fine. and looks like he's on that pace right now. 3x3 stage.
Good.
PLL
A little bit of lock
PLL
parity. Good PLL and double parity. There it is. And a T-perm finish with a
With a +2. I think Varun may have just +2'd himself out.
That's a 29.40. +2. Yes,
Yeah, that's his
Paul
worst
beats
possible
Varun
average.
by
So
0.4.
Varun actually is going to win this one. Or sorry, Paul is going to win this one.
Win the 4x4 finals.
With 28.52 for Paul, 28.91 for Varun. It was looking so good right up until the end there. Did he? I want to say he got OLO parity.
He got double parity.
Oh, he got double parity. Okay,
Last salt.
okay, yeah. Because it looked like his after he did the OLO parity, the OLO that he had, I think he had a chance for a ZBLL there actually.
Yeah, but doing the ZBs on 4.
Is it so hard to recognize the ZBs when you have OLO parity or PLL parity like that, because everything just looks so different. You're looking for certain blocks or something, and there's just nothing. It's like, okay, well, I don't know if this is a case I just don't know, or like if it's a PLL parity, what's going on here?
Can we turn that 31 back into the 29 and see what the discrepancy?
Yeah. So it would have been 29.4, right?
Which would have.
It wouldn't have done it. It wouldn't have done it
Wow.
actually. So
Like
even without the
0.2 all
+2.
would've won. Wow.
But then again, so if you knock off one of those parities, let's say a 2-second parity, 27.4, that would have been it. So just one parity off, that made the difference in the end, which is absolutely absurd. I mean,
right. Performance-wise, Varun could totally be upset about that. I mean, no one wants to be +2 in finals.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely.
But then
not.
also a little bit of like, that's okay. Even with or without the +2, it's still.
Yeah, I guess that's true. That's true. All things considered, it was not the +2 that mattered. But I think you can still be bitter at getting parity, though. 50% chance, man.
Varun is here now.
Just unlucky.
We were just sharing that even if you didn't +2, Paul still would have won that +2.
But he got double parity.
Double parity.
Yeah. The double parity, something. Unfortunately.
Oh, we got Nicholas Harper here who just.
Oh,
won
excellent!
Mega
This is
Mix.
beautiful.
Correct? Yeah. Do we know what Cameron Miller placed?
What?
Do you know how
Where
Cameron did
Miller
in
placed?
Mega?
Third or fourth, probably.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you like to come in for a finals interview for Mega Mix?
Yeah. I can hop
Alright.
off.
Sure. Yeah, I can switch. All right. We are joined by. You want to change the text real quick?
Or you can adjust if you click here.
Click here.
Up here. Sorry, one up. You can adjust this.
Got it. Okay, so I got it.
It's mine.
Yeah, I don't know. These are mine.
All right.
This is definitely not mine. This one is mine.
Oh, I can't spell.
No H.
No H. Like that?
Yeah.
There we go. Now, how do I get that? I believe it's this button. Let's hope I don't mess everything up. There we go. Okay. So we are joined by Nicholas Harper, who just came first place in Megaminx at BASC. What are we at? 53? 53. With a PR first round and a PR second round for average. So walk us through that. What exactly happened here?
I mean, I don't know. I've just been practicing like only Mega for the past maybe 3 weeks, and I've gotten to sub 40 at home because I learned 70% of the PLO, which is like 110 cases right now. So going into this, I knew that I could beat my PR, and in the first round I just got unlucky because I +2 accounting 39, but so I got a 41 average, which is PR. And going into the finals, I knew I could maybe put PB, but I don't know. Around the middle of the average, I got a 45, and I didn't really realize that it was going to be PB because in my mind I forgot that I +2'd in the first round, so I was like, oh, the counting times are going to be worse, but it wasn't, and then I won. I mean, in the first round I won by 6 seconds, so I wasn't too scared for
the 41 and I believe 247s, right?
Yeah, that was
third place. Yeah. So definitely a great win. How are you feeling about PRing in future comps for Mega? Or is the practice gonna slow down now that you've done it twice?
No, I mean I want to be like top 20 eventually.
Okay.
Which is about 35 seconds, a little bit faster. And I don't know. I definitely at least want to get sub 40 in comp.
Okay.
Because I can do it at home pretty easily.
Good.
And I still need to finish learning PLL, learn some OLL, and trying to just be more efficient. And I think there's like still a lot of things for me to do in the future.
And for some of the mega solvers in chat or watching this later who are, say, struggling to get under even like sub 45, do you have any advice for that?
I mean, at least at the beginning, I would say that like to definitely like for S2L, and you'd want to pick a pair because there's so many pieces. It's like how we only do white for like 5x5 first, or like white yellow. It's because it's just there's so many pieces. It gets easier to look ahead for like stuff that you've been like accustomed to. And I'd say like to be more efficient and like because the Megaminx is so big, like on a 3x3 you can't insert things in the back, but like on a Megaminx you can like insert a pair from over here by like using a bunch of like back moves like this. So you don't really need to rotate. So I'd say like there's a lot of efficiency that beginners don't really have. So I just try and be fluid and have some cool like efficiency stuff.
Cool. So what's next for you? You said learning new algs for
finishing PLL.
Finishing PLL.
Maybe some OLL. And just practicing like turning faster, and I don't know, hopefully I'll be like 35 average.
Yeah.
Like make a Worlds final or something in 2025.
We're calling it here. Worlds 2025, Worlds final. 35 average.
Something like that.
Awesome. Good.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Nicholas. All right, let's see if I know how to work this now. I believe I can click. Is it this one? That is not it. Is it this one? That is also not it. Yo, how do I switch back to the cam? Or do I just leave it on this for now? Because nothing's really going on.
You just go to here, the A10.
There we go. Varun? Or
no, it is the other V.
Okay, the other V. Let's go back here. Alright. Join here. Let's change this text.
It looks mad weird, bro.
Yeah, it's the whole inverse thing. It's like a mirrored. Yeah. Alright, we're joined by the world famous Berkeley competitor. That's Vivek Verma, who was judging Varun during 4x4.
The tragedy.
The tragedy. What exactly happened?
I think he was.
Get into the mind of Varun right now.
I think he
What
was
unfocused. Unfocused. What do you have to say about that competitor?
Yeah, a little bit maybe.
Yeah, we think the judge might be right.
No, because like he was too in his head. He was only thinking about beating Paul. He didn't focus on his own.
Okay. What is some advice you could give Varun on his 4x4 performance or his 3x3 performance coming up right in like about the next 30 minutes?
I think he should.
Or actually, right now.
He should just solve faster. You know, like
solve faster.
Yeah.
Okay. Varun's saying some questionable stuff to the side. And how about your own performance?
I'm Garbo. I'm so bad. I always count like every single average. I always count like 1 or 2 solves where I mess up the cross.
Yeah.
Like I just need one average where I don't count a messed up solve, and then we're good. But
yeah,
I'm not nice like that.
So how are you feeling going into 3x3 now in about 20 minutes?
I'm feeling good.
Feeling good?
Feeling good. I'm gonna see how. I feel like if I just am able to solve cross on 4 out of 5 of my solves, like no problem, then we have
solving
a good
cross?
chance.
Okay.
Yeah. The cross is my biggest issue.
Okay.
It's like any solve I mess up is because I mess up the cross.
Yeah.
Let's go to Ben Yu.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Ben Yu here.
All right.
Ben is like a mid-7
let's
solver.
Turn, I think it's this part off. There we go. Let's do event
A
name.
little bit of a pause there.
I
think
think
it's
competitor name. That is not Paul Mavi. I actually don't want to change that, so we'll leave this here for now.
Ben would a mid-9. He had a large pause in F12, but then he had, correct me if I'm wrong, it was a sexy sludge J-perm, which it could have been good if it wasn't the pause.
Still do some of this. So we are done with, not that much. Okay, let's see where we're at. We are done with lunch. We're done with 4 finals. Now we are.
How do we switch to this?
I got you. Hold up.
Do that, right?
I'm just gonna cancel this out real quick. So now we have an updated ticker with the upcoming events. I think we should be good.
There you go.
We got Gershon Singh.
He's like a mid 7-second solver.
Okay.
High 7. I think. I remember seeing the last SSF comp. He got 777 DNF.
Yes. Yeah.
Or
The
something
double
like that.
PR single, I believe it was, right?
Yeah. But then he ended up getting a 7 average later on, so he bounced
Fluid
back.
white cross.
Seems pretty good start. A little bit of a lock.
Rocky OLO with
Well, it was a nice last layer case, but
882.
he did.
And we also
He
got.
didn't mess up the F12.
Getting an 8 flat on the other end.
I don't know who that is.
Gotta show everyone. Gotta show everyone.
I gotta learn the names.
Chai isn't highlighted for 3x3 round 2.
Yeah, Chai's not here. He's gone.
Chai went somewhere.
Has things to attend.
Yeah.
But seems like the group's moving relatively slowly. I'd say so, at least compared to round 1 and round 1, where we were having solid back to back. Seems like we're just waiting for competitors to show up.
Can I duplicate this? I can. Okay, that's smart. Okay. Noted. So Varun is making bird noises to our right, but we have another competitor here now.
Seems like he's.
And this is 3x3 round 2.
Get started with a white cross. There's a little keyhole there, but many rotations. If I'm counting that, wow, that's like so many rotations. But he has pretty good turning. And with the G term at the end. Elvin fumbles the. Oh, we have Antonio Cam on the left side. So Antonio Cam in his glorious Cal Cube Club merch. Of course, it's all the same color as. I think I need to turn the game up though, low-key. Yeah. Okay. So Antonio Cam, a Rue solver, as we know, starts out with a pretty good first block, or into a nice CMLL, but that LSC does not look good, and he messes it up and gets a 12, which is. It always amazes me. Well, like when I watch him solve at home, he gets like consistent 8s and 9s. His global is like high 8. And then when he competes, I just see him like mess up the things that he sort of just effortlessly does at home. Like yesterday, I just saw him casually get a 6, and then like he counted like a 7, and then he had like a, like an 8 something average of 20 or some 25, something ridiculous. But just waiting. I think it's a mental barrier there. Ben seems to be doing pretty bad today. Like he's usually a pretty good 8, high 7, low 8 consistent solver, but it seems like he's getting a lot of 9s today, which is not expected of him. But I'm sure he'll pick it back up in the final round.
As Ben always does.
Yeah.
Do we know this competitor's name?
I'm not sure.
Do we know the other competitor's name?
I think that's Josh. Josh is pretty good.
Okay.
Let's switch over to Josh.
Yeah, let's see this competitor finish resolve real quick.
Yeah.
We got Josh inspecting.
Hey, come closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Seems like he's messing up.
Lucky U-perm on that side.
Up, and then
Still proud about that solve though.
Josh is, I think, mid 8-second solver, but it seems like this is a rough one for him and doesn't look very happy with that one. Yeah.
Oh my. Varun getting a 409 off unofficial in practice.
We're waiting to see him get that in comp.
We're waiting to see him get that in comp.
Which one is it? To switch to this?
It's auto if you want to slowly transition over, and it's a cut if you want a hard cut.
Oh, there's just 2 of them?
Yes.
Okay. So you have Gershon again?
Yep, and Anto on the other side, warming up on a Mega. So
Anto roomed with LML at Worlds, so he went from like never even thinking about Mega to now being super into Mega, and he's become like sub 1 in 2 weeks or something like that.
There you go.
classic Anto. As he gets started, let's maybe look at him. He's solving.
Let's have Gertron starting on the other
Looks
side.
like he got the same CMLL as last solve, but
doing it OH as always, 9.9.
it's a pretty, like, for him in competition, I'd say that's, you know, whoops, sorry. That's a pretty mediocre time for him in competition, I'd say. At home, that would have been like an 8. Excuse me.
Do you want to commentate 3, or do you want to keep practicing?
I can commentate.
Want to commentate? You want to switch up? Sure. Or like, yeah, I'll move to your side. All right.
Wait, do I want to?
Yeah, do it for a little bit. We need some expertise.
I'm so garbage.
There we go.
Ow.
Alright. We are joined with, who do we have?
Now calling up 3x3, round 2, group 2.
Already?
3x3,
Yeah, we're rolling through, and all of us are
Get
in
back to
group
practicing.
3. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, but
Get this real quick. Okay, let's see if I know how to do this. There we go. And then I can click that. There we go. I know how to work tech. So how are we feeling going into 3x3 round 2?
Pretty
You had
good.
a 6.59 average.
Yeah.
First round.
beating that would be nice.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Good. Thoughts on head-to-head? Means you're going to be going
that'll
up
be interesting.
against Paul, pretty much, right?
It's not guaranteed.
Not guaranteed? Okay.
Yeah. Well,
let's see some of the psych sheet stuff. Where we had your account pulled up.
That's me.
Alright, so we gotta way down here. Third through round 1, we had Michael Chai coming out. I don't know what happened there, but
he left.
Oh, he left. Okay, Michael Chai left. We had Varun coming in with a 6.59 average, followed by Paul with a 7.5, and Cameron Miller with a 7.92. But we don't want to discount the PRs. Fourth place, we had Jalen Wong with an 8.25 PR average and a 7.71 single. That one wasn't PR, that one 8.25 was. We also had some fan favorites, Benjamin Brown with an 8.3 coming in at 5th place. Michael Larson, one of our organizers, with an 8.61 coming in 6th place.
And you with
And
the
me.
fastest PR of the round? PR single?
Yeah?
Yes. Fastest PR single.
Fastest PR single. There it is. 8.51 for me. How are we feeling going into this? All right. So we saw last time, I forgot what comp it was, you said you were going to be practicing some ZBs.
Yeah.
Do we know where we're at? Would you like to share with us?
I don't. I have the U set almost down. I have
Okay.
like 2 more subsets to go almost. So about like, I think I have 15 or 17 olives left.
Mm.
And then there's still a lot to learn. I have a bunch of other sets to get through. But we'll see how that goes.
Were you doing a ZB during your 4x4 solve? No, very last solve. Maybe I think it was the 4th solve. You had a.
That might have been the case.
You had a case. Yeah, you had something like that. And
Yeah, I
think
think so.
that's what the +2 came from.
Oh,
if you had
the
done the
last
ZB,
one?
yeah. So you chose not to do the ZB
Yeah,
for that. Yeah,
I think so.
This is 3x3 round 2, group 2. Let's try to put that here on chat. I'll use this a little bit more. There we go. 3x3 round 2, group 2.
Alright, we got Benjamin Brown up. Let's
Benjamin Brown
see what he can get.
starting up. Don't know where the thing went. We had a tab open.
Alright, he's going for white cross. Pretty good start. A lot of rotations there. And Y perm. Yeah. Yeah, about like 4 or 5 rotations during F2L. Not ideal. How are you guys?
We had everything running. I'm just gonna try
Oh
to.
my god, okay, I would have tried.
I'm just gonna try to get some better stats up here. We have. We're just gonna run the numbers because we don't want to pull up competitors because it is not stationary. So we don't want to change the names as much as we can. But that's okay. We're gonna test this out real quick. So we had this going on and it gave us BPAs. Yep. Perfect. Okay, so this is working. Good. Good. Okay. We're good to go. We got the BPA set up, and we are ready to watch Michael Larson. We could zoom in on our cam a little bit more. I don't like that too much. Michael Larson starting up with a orange cross. White 2.
A lot of lockups during F2L.
2 OLLs, but a quick last layer,
Good
1035.
last layer, yeah.
On the other end, we have a competitor coming in. A little bit of a messy H-perm. Can they finish strong? 22.93. Good Benjamin Brown coming in on the right side. Do we know what Benjamin's first solve was?
Yeah, it was 9.1 something.
Okay, we'll keep it 9.1 for now.
Yeah.
Solve 2 is Benjamin Brown's second solve.
We're good.
Whoa! A little bit of a.
Lots of rotations, lockups right there.
Can we get a good last layer though?
Counting 9-1.
That's counting 9-1 with the 10.05. Do we know this competitor's name?
I do not.
Michael Chai is in chat, taking my lunch early to watch. How you doing, Chai? Michael Larson starting up on the other side. We will switch over pretty soon. Whoa, a little bit of U3 action there. And a little locky of an OLL into a 13 flat. Let's see what Larson can do over here.
Alright. A little slow there. CLL, U-perm.
Did 1069.
U-perm was smooth.
Lucas Aubin is their name. Got it. And we got stream favorite Manu single on the right side, about to start their first solve of 3x3. Put this right here for our sake. We'll track Manu's solves as well. Manu's starting quick. Let's see what they can pull off here. Benjamin Brown's about to start his solve. Manu's stumbling a little bit on COLO with a quick H perm for a 1588. Let's go back to Ben Brown.
See if we can get a better single.
Underwhelming stream feature, says.
Okay, that's a good start. Yeah, that's a lot better. 6 maybe?
Maybe 722?
728, not bad.
Oh, 28. That is Ben's fastest solve of this average so far. Started off with a 9.1, and then a 10.05, and now a 7.2. This is, yes, this is 3x3 Group 2. Round 2, Group 2.
Oh.
We are in Group 3, both of us, starting very soon.
A pause after cross.
We finished strong though. That's not enough for him. There we go, 13-18.
Right, let's watch Michael.
Got Michael Larson coming up, Reno organizer, one of the organizers of this competition as well.
Uh-oh. I think he messed up cross. Okay, that's not looking good. Oh, wow. Not a bad time still.
11-18.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that would have been like a 7 without that. He finished cross at like 5. Unfortunate.
Down to 1163. Staring us down in stream. Jaden famously getting a 5 something in skew, but failing to stop the timer during the reaction, got a 7. Let's see what Jaden can do here. A little bit of a pause. Lots of pauses.
Way too many rotations.
Lots of rotations. A little bit of Y2
that
right
was
there.
Like 6, 7 or 8 rotations.
And a J perm
That was
for
fast
a.
J perm.
Is that a whoa?
Is it?
I can't tell. That is a +2. Is that a +2? That is not a +2. Okay.
Chai says it's +2. Well, I think it touched his camera. That might make it.
Is that what makes it the +2?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm not too up to date on regs. But, you know what they say. If the board of directors says it's a +2, it's probably a +2.
Alright,
Ben Brown, probably on third solve unless they did a solve off to the side, but we'll see what we can work with.
Just doing a practice solve.
We got Cube Pianist in chat. Alright, Ben now on his possible 4th solve. Unless they did one offside. +2 is referring to the previous competitor, not Jaden. Got it. Alright, tracking colors like we're playing Twister.
Alright.
Okay, a little bit of a Y2. Quick execution though.
Okay, that's
quick
better.
OLO
That's
and a
an 8.
PLO to finish. 28.
Oh, okay, wait. This is my student. Okay, so this is Lucas. I coach Lucas. So I swap the screens. Okay, he averages like sub 13 is good. Man, that's not ideal. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
16-10 to finish.
All right, let's hope we can do better than that.
Much Larson on the other side. Ben Brown is rolling with a current 8.22 best possible average and a 9.14 for worst possible average. Assuming we caught all of his solves and that a 4th solve was not done off to the side. So currently Ben is at a 9.1, a 10, 7, and an 8. We got Nolan Neal on the other side. We got Ben coming back though. So we will catch Ben's.
Actually, no. You can go to Nolan.
We'll try to catch Nolan because they are currently inspecting. Yeah. Nolan inspecting.
What?
Whoa!
Oh, Rue? He is Rue, right?
Oh, right.
Okay.
I'm like, whoa, a lot of funky
Yeah.
rotations going on here. But we'll get a Locky. We're going to say nice.
Oh, U-perm.
There we go. A little bit of a pop-up at the end. 14:26. Ben Brown currently inspecting on his 5th solve. Once again, he's running an 8.2 best possible average and a 9.1 for worst possible.
Better start. Like 3 rotations there. Okay, it's not bad.
8.12.
All right, that's
8.12 gives Ben an 8.5 average.
All right,
that is
time
us.
for us to compete.
Yeah, time for us to compete.
And time for someone to take over.
Yeah, we'll try to see if we can get some folks on back here. Manu's coming right back up. And we will go back here.
We're gonna go in.
We're gonna go in.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
All right. Hello. All right. Hello. I've returned. Whose cube is this? Ah, it's terrible. Therefore, it is mine. All right.
3x3 round 3 group 2 ending. Hey, it's Noob. How's it going, Noob? It's Chai. Hello, Chai. +2 is... Oh, I see. All right, hello, chatters. A lot of chit-chat chatter going on. But hello. How are you all doing? 3x3 round 2 group 2 going on right now. No, group 2 is done. Now we are on group 3. I can edit this actually. Good job to what's his name? Archit and Varun for figuring that out. Well done. We're in a little bit of like the gap right now. It's before group 3 starts. Just getting all the cubes submitted and getting all the competitors up there, getting them all scrambled. You know the deal. That's how these comps go. But yeah, let's see. So after 3x3, after round 2, what is next? Actually, I'm not entirely sure. Wow, I feel like as the organizer, I should probably know this, but what is next? Scube final. Okay, so yeah, Scube final will be next, and then after that will be head-to-head finals, which will be pretty good. I mean, Tyson and Chris are like right here, so. Bay Area vibes indeed. It's a pretty good day in the Bay Area, all things considered. Nice, and it's a little bit chilly here, but you know that's kind of how it is on this side, this part of the bay. A little bit cold, but it's still pretty sunny outside, nice and bright inside. Good day for cubing competition.
You will not be able to start Cube finals until we finish this round, and we'll need judges to finish this round. Thank you.
All right, so there's this. Time to get the show on the road. Did you have Tyson? Maybe I will ask Tyson to hop on, since I'm just here alone. Tyson/Chris, do you guys want to hop on the stream for a little bit?
On the stream?
Yeah. Hop on.
We both just got PBs.
Nice.
We're laughing our asses off.
I could hear. Join me.
We'll tell you why it's so funny.
Okay. Yeah, join me.
Or Chris, you want to?
Either or. Take your pick. Okay. Actually, I'll pick.
Yeah.
I'll be here. That way I can.
What was your name?
Manu.
You probably average like 7 or something, right?
No, not even close, dude. I actually am like pretty similar to you guys in the average.
Are you?
I average like 14, 15.
You're in between us.
I just got an 11, man.
Oh, okay, never mind. You're way out of my league.
I got an 833, 836.
Oh, really?
So no, 835.
835.
No,
Nice,
but Dan
nice.
is 836. That's why it's hilarious. So we're laughing because he just got an 835.
Yeah.
Right, and like this is a PB from
2010.
over 2010.
Okay.
But like his brother's PR
Yeah.
is 836.
Nice. Well done. Now you can go and gloat.
I will.
Oh wait, we already
did.
did.
Sent him a video.
Oh. What did he say? Did you
we just sent it. I
Yeah.
just finished that.
Either that or he's seen it. He's just like, yeah, no, like I'm gonna pretend like this one never got through, you know?
No, but like this isn't going on for a while, right? Like every time we do a media appearance, so like Chris has been like losing just by a little bit. So we were cubing at the Warriors game.
Oh.
And yeah.
That was pretty hype. Wait, you guys got onto like the jumbotron and stuff too?
It was a timeout, like a
third
third quarter
Okay.
timeout.
During one of the timeouts, they just brought us out to kind of be like the commercial entertainment.
Okay,
and then
it's
we just
fun.
did a Rubik's Cube solve like for the audience, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty fun.
And so my second solve was 12-9.
Nice.
But like I totally botched the T term.
Okay.
Right, and like my PR is 12.75 from 2008.
Oh wow. Okay.
And so I was like, oh, almost had that one. And then
So
but
close.
I got 15.59 average.
Okay.
Which beats my 15.60.
Oh my goodness! By the thinnest of margins.
But I don't remember what year like that
Okay.
was. It
Okay.
was probably 2008 Denver.
Oh wow.
Because I think
That's a throwback.
I won the Denver competition, I think with a 15.6, and then
Okay.
after that,
because 15 in 2008 sounds really, really good.
well, it wasn't that great. So then Stefan Pochman wrote this entire statistical analysis about how if Tyson Mao wins the competition must be really easy.
I feel like, is that an honor or is that a diss? I guess both.
No, it's not really a diss because I was never trying to be like.
Okay, sure.
Right, I was never fast.
Did you ever win a competition?
So I've won Denver, and then I won Peru.
So you did
when I went down to Peru.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
Well, Peru had no one.
Okay.
When I went down there and that's when I met Natan and got them set up on the.
How long ago was this?
Peru was May of 2011, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ancient.
Still a long time. Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, this is Tyson Mao, and this is Chris Zone. Both from. Wait, you're from Berkeley.
No, my brother's from Berkeley.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, he went to Berkeley.
He went to Berkeley.
Okay, I see.
We're both from the Bay Area.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, legendary cubers in and of their own right, of a previous era, or I guess the current era, depends.
Definitely not the current era.
I mean, getting PR still that's something, right?
I was wondering if I'm the oldest person in the competition today.
Probably.
I saw one other dad.
I can check that.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
I can check that. Yeah, as in the organizer view.
Yeah.
The secret access. How long has it been since you guys competed?
2014 Nationals was mine.
Oh, yeah, it's a very, very long time.
I went to one in 2017, but then before that it was 2013.
Oh, that's right. You were at the San Ramon one.
Yeah, San Ramon, and then before that it was Worlds. So after COVID, I was like, when there's a convenient one, I'll bring my son.
Yeah, this one I guess is pretty close by. There's also one that's happening in your neck of the woods also.
Belmont, I'm registered for that.
Okay, nice.
Is that the
next month one?
Yeah, and hopefully Victor will practice
that one's
this time.
already full. Yeah, can't join.
Nope, you're actually the fourth oldest.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, Andrew's older than me. Oh, just by a couple months.
Yeah.
Well, and then there's other ones by a decade.
This is I mean, this is almost 10 years.
Maria Yu is the second slowest. But the slowest was a DNF. And so this was important
here.
Yeah, right? This was important because I was looking at the results of Victor, and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Victor. I think you're last." But then Maria's time showed up, and I'm like, "Okay, Victor, you're not last anymore."
I see.
But it's fine for him to be last. I'm like, you just gotta practice.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, I assume probably these older people are probably their kids got into it and then they got into it. Whereas I guess you're the opposite.
Oh no, everyone's like that, right? Where your kid gets into it and you get in, the parent gets into it, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's
because if you're just gonna show up anyway, you might as well compete, right? Why not?
I mean, I've always wondered, right? And I'm now finally on this side of it, right? It's
yeah.
What does a parent do when your kid is at a 3-day Rubik's Cube competition?
Brutal.
Right?
You gotta fill the time somehow, right?
We've always been busy at competition.
We were running it.
Right, yeah,
just
makes sense.
You guys are all
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
It's a busy day.
I was thinking about this earlier too. I was just I can't imagine being a parent. I was I guess you just have to be friends with other parents or something.
Or you bring a laptop and you work or something.
Yeah, you get some work done,
And sometimes the kids do every event, right?
But that's fine.
I mean, there's a lot of downtime, but you're always being aware of what everything is and things like that.
Yeah.
I think once your kid's at 9 or 10 and they can socialize with other kids, I think that's a little bit different. At least with my son, right? He's 7 and he doesn't know anyone here, so he's still gonna latch on to me the entire time.
Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, fair enough.
Did you compete today?
I did compete. Yeah. I think I'm done for the day now. So
I didn't think I was gonna make second round. So I wasn't.
I didn't either. Just 14 seconds shouldn't make second round at least for one.
I remember a while ago, even 2017, 2018, 14 was very, very comfortable. I think at Western Champs or something, I think I got a 15 average. And that did not make second round. I was somewhat surprised. I was all right. I mean, it works out for me. I don't really care.
When we started out, 15 was world class.
Yeah, of course.
It was just that was unheard of. And then 15 second brought broken. Ansi Van Halen got 13, and some people were. Yeah,
I saw a Facebook post from John Morris, who was the 2004 U.S. national champion.
Oh wow.
He's into cornhole now. And so my
interesting.
My question with him was hey. Does this world know that you're a national champion? But I think he won the national title with a 15-15 back in 2004.
Okay, yeah. And now it's now these random kids just appear and they're just already sub 10. It's okay, well.
It's funny because like sometimes, some parent will like find out that like I was the founder of the World Cube Association and they'll want me to go to the school and do a demonstration. I'm just like, you realize these fourth graders are gonna be like someone in this class is gonna beat me, right? Like.
What do you guys think of like the cubing hardware these days? Have you been keeping up to date?
So, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I just buy I buy something random and it's godly.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically it. Ever since I think like 2018, 2019, basically whatever you buy is like really good, and then you just set it up to your personal preference.
I don't even tune.
Yeah, but exactly. But even if you just take it out of the box, it'll be better than like the garbage that at least when I started we had just trash.
I mean, when we were starting, it was like every cube that came out was like the new cube, and
Right,
that was
right.
the one, and people were breaking records with it. They'll come
Right,
out with
right,
another
right,
cube.
yeah.
Like I
Type
specifically
F,
remember like
2000
cube.
Type F, yeah.
F cube was 2009. Like that's when.
No, 07, right?
07. Oh, maybe 07.
Oh no, you're right. 09.
I think 09.
No, you're right.
I think 08 or 09.
2009.
09 was
No.
when they started to get, it's easier to get. And then just everyone was breaking records on F cubes. And then
I remember the
then you
DIY cube era also. I think
mean,
that's what
that was the Rubik's Cube DIY in like 05, 06.
Oh, jeez, okay.
So like we would literally go to Toys
So
R
wait,
Us
what are you
and-
talking about?
Yeah.
So I started in
Anyway.
2013. I started in 2013, and there was this era of like the Lubix DIY cubes
Oh,
that
yeah, I didn't even
people
know
would
those.
order to put together. Because Type F sounds
Hold on,
familiar.
wait, what's the Lubix guy's name again?
I have no clue. This is like a repressed memory from 10 years ago.
What's his name?
I don't know. Because I remember the Rubik's DIYs. It was actually just basically it's the normal Rubik's Cube, but you could tension.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was it. It was just the normal one, but you could control the tension of it.
Okay,
so that
okay.
was revolutionary.
Yeah, I think in
And then
the-
it was just every cube after that.
In the Lubix DIYs, I think you could add torpedoes or not add torpedoes.
I don't even know.
There was some other stuff.
The
torpedo
to
keeps
prevent from
yeah,
popping.
edge and
yeah, the anti-popping. Yeah. Because that was a big problem.
Yeah,
back
so
then.
that was a big problem with F cubes. Like they were
Okay.
fast, but they could pop.
Ah, okay.
But it's worth it. Like, you just learn to manage it.
Yeah, makes sense.
I remember. I think like. I think I've popped the cube in a blindfold solve, taken the guess, and gotten it.
Oh, really?
Oh, you
it's-
just it's
wow.
50-50?
50-50.
Fair enough.
I mean, the hardest part is if you pop it in the middle of the alg, you gotta finish the alg.
Right.
But no, this is definitely cool to see. Like, I watched the WCA like tutorial video. And like they're talking about like groups, the runner, right, and just how the competitions work. I'm like, oh yeah, I set up all this stuff.
We had you just learn because there's so many things like competitions with get stuck by with and things like that.
Yeah.
The first competition we ran, January 24th, 2004. There were two judges. It was me and a classmate of mine named Mithin. And how it worked is you would call up the competitor, scramble the cube, and then go judge them. All as one person.
Okay, sure.
And then 3 months later, we held a competition in April. I was like, wait, I think this will go faster if I just scramble all the cubes. Because I was a much faster solver than Mithin.
Okay.
So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna scramble all the cubes. Right, and so...
The scrambler was born.
Right, so that's how the scrambler was born, right?
Okay.
And then eventually I think it was like 07, the idea of the runner was born. Because I was like, wait a second, like there's so much time here with the judge taking the cube to and from the scrambling station. What if we keep the judge stationary? And also, it's tiring for the judge to like have to stand up and sit down.
True.
And then we ran the competition in 07. We finished like 90 minutes ahead of schedule. I was like, oh,
wow,
that was good.
Nice.
Right. And then with like the nationals, there was like, oh, groups and stages, right? If you call up a group and keep them to one side of this. Oh, there was one competition where we started like doing groups, but then you would call the competitor, but they could be on the other side of the stage. And you have to go find them. So I'm like, no, let's keep them to a stage left or a stage right. So it's like gradually over time, all these systems got
It's like this is just like the sum of so many iterations.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think is really cool, right? Because like it's gone through like all of those iterations, and now it's to this point where sometimes I think things get too refined. Like sometimes the groups are like down to like sub-minute scheduling.
You have to,
which is like wow.
You have to be practical, right? Of, like,
yeah.
So you're at a school, I imagine, right?
Yeah. I graduated 2020.
Oh, okay. And where are you working now?
I work for a defense contractor in San Mateo.
is it defense contractor in San Mateo?
It's a very small defense.
Or is it
AI. We do AI stuff.
Oh, very. So, and are you on the software side?
Software.
And did you just do 3x3?
I just finished 3x3. Yeah. I competed in Megaminx and 4x4, but we don't need to talk about either of those.
I was giving Chris. Oh, wait, did you beat Stanley?
Probably not. What's his? No,
okay,
he has like 58-second average.
I was giving Chris crap, right? Because I was looking at just the records, right? And I was looking at Stanley Chappell's 4x4 blindfold times.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, Chris, Stanley Chappell's 4x4 blindfold time is faster than your speed solve.
Yeah, Stanley was literally faster than me today too. So.
Right. Well, I mean, but Chris, I think at one point was like national champion on 4x4.
No, I wasn't national. I got third at nationals.
Right, so he was a top 4x4 solver.
And then I got, yeah, I was like probably, I think I was like third in rankings at one point.
Oh, okay, like WR3.
Yeah. Oh, no, for 4x4.
Nice.
But I mean, it was. But that was.
But Stanley's a monster. So
yeah.
Stanley's just
but
absolutely.
But we're talking about 16 years ago, and my times haven't gotten better.
But the cubes have, so then you should just be faster.
Yeah, but I popped 3 pieces that I had Michael fix for me just now.
Oh, did he just fix it?
He put them back in. But
we don't even know how to fix today's cubes.
Yeah, the 4x4s are pretty complex.
I remember the very first 4x4 I got was. It was a Shengshou 4x4, and I remember I was playing with it, and then I gave it to my sister, and she's like, I broke it. And then I go back to it, it's just a complete mess. I'm just like, I have no idea.
Have you ever played with the Rubik's brand?
No, I've never.
Those ones are pretty funny.
Does it just like fall apart? Or?
They could, but I thought they were, for what they are compared to these, like, there's so many less parts. So many less parts.
Yeah,
it's a ball, and just each piece is one piece, and that was it.
Okay, I see. Rather than like they're like internal pieces.
So many internal pieces.
So we used to do these things called mystery puzzles.
Okay.
Oh,
mystery events.
okay. So at the most recent nationals,
yeah,
part of what they gave away to competitor was a ball and a cup.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw this.
No, I don't remember this. No.
So someone sent me the picture. They're like, it was a ball and a cup. And like I thought it was hilarious, and I realized I was like, I don't think anyone understands like the origin story of this.
Oh, okay.
So basically, I was in college, and Dan Lowe was like, I was a senior and he's a freshman.
Yeah.
And Dan Lowe, I was like, he was getting into Rubik's Cube organization with me because I'm like, hey, I'm a senior. I'm about to graduate. You need to take this over from me. So
okay.
Dan Lowe was great and like really kind of kept the club going. And he was in my dorm room once, and he was complaining about Rubik's Magic. He's like, dude, this thing is stupid. You're doing the same thing every single time.
Accurate.
It's like putting a ball in a cup.
Ah, interesting.
And so then, like, I'm like, hold on, I wonder how long that would take. And so then, for like the next day, we all spent time like, and at every competition.
So it's like literally just a cup and like a ball.
You have a ball, and you just
Right, but
so there's the high risk version where you just kind of toss it up.
Okay,
and just
okay,
kinda stop
okay.
it, or
I see,
you
I
just put
see.
it in there, and you know you're gonna get.
There's already a meta game behind this too.
Yeah.
I see.
So like, we started doing a bunch of these mystery puzzles, right? And it was like really useful because part of it was entertainment from one event to another, and it would allow us on the organizational side to get ready for the next event.
Okay,
right?
sure.
And so I remember one competition at Caltech, and this goes back to 4x4, like, someone thought it'd be funny. It's like, oh, we're gonna have like the mystery 4x4, and they basically assembled a 4x4 without the ball in the middle. So the moment you touch it, the entire thing would just shatter.
Oh no!
And we picked one of our friends to like prank whatever.
Oh, that's pretty funny. Yeah, because I guess you just have it there. It's like, all right, yeah, you can solve it. And so you try and pick it up, and it just disintegrates.
I mean, clearly, like something was up when you see like the judge with the cube cover, and they're like really careful. What's next?
I think Scube Finals is running now, so I think that's what we see here. So there's.
What's your take on Scube? Because I don't know how to solve one.
I think it's okay. Like, I think it's fine. Like, I think there's a place for simpler puzzles. So,
Is
I
it
think
a pretty simple puzzle?
Yeah,
I've never solved this cube.
It's a pretty simple. I think God's number for Scube is like 8.
But it's like a 2x2, right? In complexity-ish.
I think it's ish. I guess. I think maybe it's a little bit. Actually, yeah, ish probably.
What is that? Is that +2 or something?
Wait, 4, 8, 8.
Hard to tell.
I don't know what the
hard
rule
to
is.
tell because this puzzle
is Scube even.
Yeah, hard to tell because this puzzle is silly and it can sit at just a pure 90 degree angle, like completely like this. So.
Oh, I had no idea. Okay,
It's very, very strange. I think at the highest level, Cube is like actually interesting, but I think at like every other level, it's not very interesting.
I mean, it's kind of like 2x2, right?
It's very approachable.
Sure.
Yeah. I think the ceiling is pretty high, but the floor is really, really low. So
is it pretty easy to teach someone then?
I think it's pretty easy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think among like the newer competitors, 3x3, 2x2, Pira, and Cube are like the most popular events by far.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, Michael Chai says, I have Manu's ball in the cup.
He does, yeah, because I think from Nationals they give them away as the goodie bags, I guess. And when I grabbed my goodie bag, I actually grabbed Chai's.
Oh, is that chat?
Oh,
yeah.
Q Pianist says you can teach someone with one owl.
Oh.
Yes, that's accurate.
But
Yeah.
but the better is the Bob Burton method for the pyramids.
That one is the best.
Which requires no owls.
Which is what? You just like
you solve one side.
You can just solve one layer.
Yeah.
And then just solve other layers.
Then
solve.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Like just ignore the rest. Just solve one layer at a time. Don't care about the rest, and it just solves.
All right, fair enough.
Not really sure how it works, but it works. That's the extent that I've learned pyramids.
That's actually interesting. That you can kind of just do that over and over.
Because you can intuitively do one layer.
Right. Yeah.
And if you just do the other layers right after you do it, it's fine.
Huh.
I don't know why.
That's interesting.
Someone will know, I'm sure.
So is there anything we can answer for you about like the cubing era from 04 to 2013?
There's so much.
When did you start? Did you go to Worlds or did you know about Worlds? In
No, I did not. I was in Ohio at the time, and I was in Ohio during 2011 Worlds actually. And now that I realize that I regret, I should have gone. But I actually stopped cubing between.
Question about would you in 2011 would you have eaten a habanero for a free cube?
Probably.
That was a bad idea.
Yeah, at Nationals, there were kids who went to the booth, and Tyson was into this, eating habaneros or getting people to eat them for fun, and just watch them,
just be miserable.
And be miserable. And
I feel like as a kid,
and he
I would
basically he just told them, and he made the parent give it to the kid so that he's less.
There's only one kid.
There's only one kid. There's only one. I remember. No,
really?
There's only one younger kid. Everyone else was like an adult.
I remember at least a couple, but yeah, they were in torture. But then they loved it because they got to pick any cube they wanted.
That's pretty good. I feel like as a kid, I would take it.
Oh yeah, it's such a
I had too much merchandise. I had to get rid of it. I didn't want to take it back.
I mean, a little pain. You get a free cube. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Well, a little pain when
It's a lot of pain.
When Toby did it.
I guess you're a kid, then that's probably a lot of pain, but
a free cube is pretty valuable.
A free cube is a free cube, man. I would take.
Yeah. Then right before this competition, I just went online. I'm like, all right, what are the best cubes I can buy? Because I don't care. It's $20.
Fair.
$50.
Yeah, exactly. Fair enough. We should bring that back. Actually, I'm so down to run that. To just do that during lunch. It's just like, all right, like here's like 10 peppers. If you eat all of them without throwing up, you just.
I mean, now that I'm older, I'm like, now that I'm older and like deal with situations where I'm like responsible for liability, it's like, okay, yeah, I never do that.
Fair enough.
I think, the other eating challenges I can think of, like Chris's brother blindfold solved a pizza once.
Yeah, I think we've done that a couple times. We did that at Mystery Event at Berkeley a couple times.
There's another one. There's a Japanese soft drink called ramune.
Ramune, yeah.
And to drink, like, the quirk there is, like, there's a marble that you have to push down, right?
Right.
And so I did that as a mystery puzzle once because the idea there being that, like, you'd have to figure out how to open it. This is at Nationals in 09 at Stanford, 2009 in Stanford.
Okay.
And so we had a bunch of our European friends there, right? So I got like one from each country. It was like Stefan Pockman, Lars Vandenberg from Belgium. And the joke was I put Roisuke Mondo there because I'm like, the one Japanese guy's gonna know how to do this, and all the Europeans are gonna be really confused. And that's when I learned that Joey Gooley was diabetic.
Oh.
And he was like, yeah, I can't drink this.
Oh no.
Well, what happened to that guy?
I haven't spoken to him in a while.
Are you just flipping it?
I'm just flipping it back and forth. Yeah. Whenever someone is.
What's
get the cube.
Is world record sub 1 then for this?
I don't think so. Actually, let me check. Not entirely sure. I should know this off the top of my head.
Nah. Not when it's so easily accessible.
Then again, it is cube, so maybe I don't really care that much. It is, yeah.
Sub 1. 0.081.
Oh, from not that long ago.
Dude, the timers have a minimum time still?
I was able to get 0.03 earlier.
I don't know. They probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
Because the Gen 1, what was the minimum time on the Gen 1?
That's the one with the on the side and attached to
yes.
the mat. Yeah, those were
And you
hilarious.
couldn't stop it before like 0.6 or something?
0.06?
No, 0.6.
No, but those were like
That's
these
terrible.
big sensor pads that were built into the mat, and then the timer was built into the mat too.
And then they
you
would-
know how these are all attached, like
Yeah.
you just take
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
you have
yeah.
your hand, yeah. those
And then
ones
like
were-
the black timing pad would all be dented because like it was built for cup stacking, and so like the
Right.
corner of the cube was just dented.
Oh, I see.
And people would always, before you solve, you just actually start it, stop it, make sure it works, and then reset, and then you solve.
That's fair enough. I feel like people do that like nowadays too. Like before they lift up the cover, it's just like, okay, let me just like make sure I know how long to hold it down for. So people have definitely messed that up before.
So yeah, what can we answer for you about the past?
What do you guys think of like? Because this is actually a smaller comp, if anything. It's like 140 competitors. But last week at Berkeley, we had like a 275 person comp. Which is just like normal competition. So I imagine back in the day it was probably like maybe like 40, 50 people.
We had some big ones, like the
We start-
exploratoriums were big ones.
Yeah, it depends on the competition. Exploratorium would be like
over 100.
Yeah, maybe.
That's pretty solid actually.
Exploratorium was a really fun. Are you from the Bay Area or?
I know of the Exploratorium.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they
Well,
moved,
they
but
changed.
at a previous
Oh, okay.
location, we used to have it there, and what was cool was it's not just like a room like this with only cubers.
Yeah.
It's in a science,
Right, yeah.
place. So there's just people who paying attendance, and then they
That's
see
so
a Rubik's
sick.
Cube
That's so
competition.
sick.
So now you're getting a ton of people who have no idea about
Right,
it and
right,
are
right.
exposed to Rubik's cubing. They can go talk to people.
Right.
And it just, you get really exposed
That's
to just
pretty
kind of
cool.
mass audience.
There was a competition not that long ago that actually happened it was like the Evo Sports Festival. So that was held in Santa Clara.
Oh, yeah.
And there was
Wait,
a competition
we
that
were-
was held there.
You were almost going that one, I think, right? Evo Sports?
No,
whatever?
I think Evo Sports filmed their promo video in Wonder Bar.
Oh, really?
Evo is a fighting game
Right.
conference, right?
No. This is like the Evo Sports Festival. Not the fighting game.
I don't know too much about. Yeah, okay. I don't know too much about this world.
Okay. I think.
No. I did hear about this. Actually,
No, but they had a bunch of stuff like
no.
jiu-jitsu and
No.
sambo or whatever.
Juan was complaining about it.
Oh,
That's why we know about it.
There are a lot of complaints about
so
that competition.
we had dinner with them after the competition.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
he was
he
saying
and
that
Max
like
and stuff like that,
it wasn't
yeah.
great.
Yeah, it was very loud. I heard.
I mean, we've definitely had similar instances in the past. So, 2007, I think. 2007 World Nationals was like in Atlanta.
Okay.
And like it was originally going to be at this festival, and then like the organizer went dark, so I had to scramble to find another location. And we ended up doing it at the Atlanta Underground, which is like this mall. Yeah, it wasn't the best area.
I see.
Bob Burton got like attempted mugged in the bathroom. Some guy like came up to him while he was in the urinal, put like a phone at his back and said, "Give me all your money or I'll shoot."
Yikes.
And Bob was just like, "Don't be stupid." And I was like, "Really?"
Wow, dude.
I'm like, "How much money did you have, Bob?" He's like, $60. I'm like, "Wow."
Wow.
All right.
Yeah. Wow.
He's from Jersey.
Bob knows how to deal with them.
Yeah. So there definitely been some competitions with like not ideal circumstances in the past.
I see. Yeah, I feel like nowadays when a competition is like bad, it's not like to that level at least. It's just like, it was too loud, or like sometimes at Berkeley's they'll have like things happen on like Sproul Plaza, and so they'll be like drumming outside. It's during blind. It's like, okay, well this sucks, but we can't.
I mean,
do
if
anything about
it's like a constant noise, it's not that bad. Right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's a bigger issue when it's acute.
Yeah,
I remember
I
I was
agree.
doing blind, and it may have been you and like Clancy were like chatting, or someone was chatting with like. I was like, "Oh, these are my friends." I'm like tuning into the conversation. This is a problem.
During blind.
I think like
I'm too invested with
I
the
think
dog.
during memorization, I'm like, "Hey, can you guys stop?" Like,
How are the events chosen? Is it just you guys are like, well,
Yeah.
we just want these ones?
So for
time?
this specific competition, for these like live series, we pick ones that are like most spectator friendly. So we always have 3x3. 4x4 we tend to have pretty often. And then the other one we tend to switch. So this time we did Megaminx, Scube, and Square One. Usually we have to pick one of like 2x2 Pyraminx or Scube just to get the competition to fill. And then Megaminx I think is a pretty decent spectator friendly event. And Square One is a pretty interesting event.
Why is Megaminx spectator friendly? What makes something spectator friendly?
So I think part of it is how long it takes, because 3x3 is fun to watch, but mainly because it's 3x3.
Everyone knows it.
Yeah, everyone knows.
Boring.
Yeah. Whereas like 2x2, Pyra, Scube, these are a little bit harder to commentate. Megaminx is, I think it's really cool because you can just see the whole thing come together. As opposed to something like Square One, which is like a little bit harder to see like come together.
Until right at the end.
Yeah, and then 5x5 just takes a little bit too long sometimes if you don't have like the world class competitors. So 4x4 is a nice like middle ground where everyone can compete in like a short enough amount of time.
Not that I'm biased, but what about one-handed?
I think we had one hand at the last one. Yeah, so we swapped them out from time to time. But before, what we used to do is we would like have like the sheet that would tell us like at what frequency we held every single event, and then we would try and hold everything at like the right time, the right amount.
Yeah.
But nowadays, because we just spam the competitions too much, we can kind of just hold whatever we want.
Is that kind of a goal to have it pretty regular?
I think so.
Well, that way people have opportunities.
No, I'm just thinking that's great, but like back when we were doing, it's like we would have them once a month, or like every other month maybe, or like it'd be different groups hosting it. There'd be like one in the Bay Area, one in Southern California.
Okay.
Like
yeah.
Quarterly.
yeah. And now to the point where like we've noticed that people in the Bay Area don't really like to move outside. So like, let's say the Peninsula Cubers are like basically will only compete in the Peninsula.
Oh, they don't want to go to Berkeley.
Yeah. A lot of people don't do a lot of cross.
I mean, there's a lot of options.
It's Bay Area is big.
It's not just,
also.
like I was thinking about this, right? Like, I mean, I'm a parent now, right?
Yeah,
like,
right.
I don't want to haul my 7-year-old in a car ride for an hour to go and get, and he gets eliminated after the first round. It's like, what are you doing all day, right? That's the issue, right?
Sure, yeah.
You know, if it was just me, well, if it was like us back in the day, it's like we didn't mind. You just hang out.
That's me right now. Like, yeah, I just go to hang out.
Yeah,
right? So, yeah.
But like, I can't take Victor, right? And like, it's like, what is he? He's just bored all day, right?
Right. Yeah, so I think that's also something that's like changed. Is like we do more competitions in Berkeley. Competitions, we're trying to pick them more up in SF and Peninsula. South Bay, I think we're also trying to pick up a bit more. East Bay is having more competitions. Just kind of like a sub-regionalization almost that's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool that you can get this kind of attendance just on all these.
And this competition like filled relatively quickly. There was like a wait list.
Yeah, I know. I was on the wait list.
Well, I told him about it. I'm like, yo, I'm coming back. The other thing Chris and I said we wanted to do at some point was a chess tournament.
Oh, that would be fun.
But
it'd be interesting to do a cube competition with a chess tournament. That'd be curious. I wonder if there would be like crossover.
There's gotta be.
There's some crossover, but in terms of like just the people. Like, but I don't know how you're gonna make a chess and a. Actually, I don't know.
No, I don't know. Maybe you could have like just 3x3 and like something else.
Oh, dude, we'll do this sometime. Play a blitz game, but you have to solve a cube before each move.
And then have a chess clock.
Yeah, right. Right. So the longer you
Okay,
take, right, it's eating your time, and plus you can't really calculate while you're solving the cube, right?
Sure, let's play.
Well, because I'm not going up against you in chess boxing or cube.
That's what I'm saying. Let's play.
In chess boxing?
We can do chess cubing.
Yeah.
I do really want to at some point have OH boxing. I think they ran this a little bit at Las Vegas.
You don't even know this, man. Well, there's no reason why you know this. So when people get married, they usually have a first dance.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So when my brother, and for people who don't know, my brother used to hold a single at the 10-4-8. When he got married, he had a first roll. And so like they.
Oh my!
So his wife's a cuber too, right? And basically like.
It's in the corner.
Oh, it's in the corner. That's okay.
I can make this bigger.
Oh, here. Right, so.
That's hilarious.
So basically, it was like either first to submit or first to solve the cube. So like Toby here's in a triangle choke, but he's a U-perm away, so he gets it.
That's pretty funny.
Yo, are we commentating
continue 3x3 finals?
I think so. I think we're gonna switch over to 3 finals. But it was good to have you guys on.
Yeah, no, it's like a blast from the past for us to come back here.
Yeah. Are you also in Peninsula area?
Yeah, I live in San Mateo.
Oh,
we're both in San Mateo.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I think we will be trying to increase the frequency over here as well, since I'm also basically Peninsula.
Well, we gotta coordinate a competition sometime. Like I've been talking about this for years. We want to get all like the old people out of the woodwork.
Okay.
Right. Like, I mean, well, his brother's having a kid, so that might be tough. But
right. I'll do it.
Yeah. Like, right. Like I mean, like Jeremy Fleischman.
Yes,
And, like
the
old like. Jeremy and Dan, right, were basically like.
Oh, actually, I don't know if you know this. Do you know Steven Shu?
Yeah, shoot.
2013.
Fewest Moves.
Yes, Fewest Moves. I actually work with him.
No, XU. Right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I actually work with him.
Sorry, I thought it was HSU, but no, Steven Shu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is your company in San Mateo?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
yes,
I'll have to reach out to him.
Yes.
Yeah, right. And so there's that old Berkeley cloud, right? Like, and then like Lars Petrus is out here.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's one competition where I think what was it? I offered something like free plushies or something to like 20 people or something if Lars got sub 20.
Yeah.
And so, in a competition where like people were all excited about like sub 10 solves or whatever, Lars got the most attention.
That's
like
awesome.
everyone was like,
that's awesome. That's awesome. I love it.
But yeah, it'd be cool to like drag a bunch of us out of the woodwork.
Yeah, totally. I've been cubing more, so I mentioned it to
we
Steven.
have to like sign up so early now. I used to just sign
Well,
up day
man,
of.
you just gotta get people. You gotta get people ready. You just gotta make
we
it.
Just have to, we have to
Yeah.
wait lists.
Oh yeah, Vincent Shu.
They're gonna leave. Oh yeah, Vincent. Yeah, we still talk to him.
Oh, I'm on a non-profit board with Vincent.
Oh yeah.
So.
All right, but I think we'll transition over. But it was great talking to you guys.
Yeah.
See you around.
I'm in San Mateo. Hit me up anytime.
Yes, most certainly. Yeah, for sure. Ta-ta. Thanks for talking to us.
Who's commentating for this?
Us two.
Okay, I'll join for.
You will be on the side. Yeah. Let's get some of the layout.
I wonder if it gives WPA and like. I was told it might.
We do.
I was told that.
Oh,
so
guys
we
have
do
to
that.
Oh, okay.
We're doing
this
that.
might do it too.
All right. Well, hello everyone. Sorry for not reading chat. We were talking to, in case you didn't know, Tyson Mao, Chris Zone, very old school cubers. Tyson Mao, the founder of the WCA, 2003 ID or 2004 ID.
Creator of Tyson Chicken.
And Chris Zone, 2006 ID. So I bet they've been cubing longer than you've been alive.
Probably.
Which is pretty wild. Pretty wild.
I got you.
All right.
I have like a wait.
Calm down, dude.
Throwing me off.
It's just it's because it's
so let's have that going up.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go here.
3x3 finals about to get started.
Yes. And let's have BPAs up as well. So
yeah, we can put up BPA.
Yeah. Let's pull up the live.
You owe me money, Manu.
No. We don't need to talk
Who's
about
Cuban pianist? Is that Jaden?
No.
I see him on Discord all the time. I don't know who it is.
It's Noob Pianist.
It's who?
Noob Pianist.
Noob Pianist. I don't. Okay. No, but it's Noob Pianist. I think on Discord. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, Noob Pianist and Cube Pianist are the same.
Huh?
Yeah, Noob Pianist and Cube Pianist, they're the same person.
I'm mishearing words.
If you base off.
Okay. Anyway, in any case, once we have this up, let us.
Troy.
Yeah, Troy. Yeah, we can go over the results from round 2 because I have a little scene set up for that.
I believe it looks like that.
Then if you just update. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Although we can only see one at a time because I did not build this. I did not build this cleverly enough.
I see.
In order to have 2, so we can only see one at a time, which is a little unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Switch back and forth, right?
We can get the name in though.
Yeah, we can't
swap the
we
name.
can't swap the name.
Do we know why it's not doing that though? Like, is there a way we can...
I don't think it's simple is the problem.
Okay.
Well, are we agreed upon which side is the slower seed and which side is the faster seed?
What does that mean?
Just take your pick.
Just put 10th place on this side and then 9th place on that side.
Yeah. So put the.
Planning on doing slower seek here and faster seek here.
Okay, then 10.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
Okay,
so
that's
we'll
fine.
swap this then. Well, actually, it doesn't matter because it's already.
Yeah, it doesn't
correct,
matter
so-
because we can.
Okay, we'll still use it for numbers.
We'll go to see them and see if it's the right person.
Actually, we just won't show it on that side, I guess. We still want to see the.
Yeah. We can still
So
show
we'll
it
put
here.
Jalen on this side and Justin on that.
And in case you're curious as to what's going on right now, why there's like a lull, nothing is happening.
Yeah.
We're about to get started with 3x3 finals, and the way we do 3x3 finals in this live series of competitions is Nat style, world style, whatever you want to call it, head-to-head matchups. So the top 12 seeds have advanced to finals, and so we're going to bring up the 12th seed and the 11th seed at the same time. And then the 12th seed will do one solve, the 11th seed will do one solve, and we'll kind of go back and forth until they complete their average of 5s. Once those two are done, they can go watch the rest, and then we bring 10 and 9 on, and so on. And everyone is kept in a green room with no phones, so they have no access of knowing, like, they can't watch the stream. They have no idea what the current scrambles are or anything like that. So.
Okay, different news. I see it on TetraQubies that Nolan lost his 69
He did.
comp PR streak.
He did, but I heard that he did this on purpose.
No, I don't think it was.
No. I asked him about it. He's like, yeah, like this is like completely on purpose.
Oh.
Because he wants it to be immortalized, just like
at 69 comps.
Yeah, at 69.
Wow.
So he wants it to stay at 69 forever.
He told me he was like a second off 4x4 PR. Like he got like a 37.
That's rough.
So second off. I just saw in the comments. I'm like, there's no way that actually happened.
No. It's
It did.
it's real. It's real.
And then we don't do this whole thing, do we?
Here, Archie,
Right?
you want to cry about
What's
something?
that look
Correct. It looks like this.
Got it. Okay, so
which would be dope if I had
Yeah.
like actually images here.
Yeah.
But I can't upload the images fast enough.
It does look kind of uniform. So if we have the names up here.
Yeah, I mean we can totally just change the names.
Yeah.
Changing names is
Where's
really easy.
team? Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
So we got Troy on the left side.
On the left.
And we got.
No, this is something else. It's this one.
Oh my bad. Oh, hold on. I don't want that to save. There you go.
All of the competitors will be coming in pairs, and they will be going head-to-head.
And then you can just get rid of this, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that is pretty nice. And then do you want to change this to
3x3 final? Like that.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
Oh, that's really cool.
Beautiful.
Can you put
Hey, Mitch, how's it going?
Did you put logos on them?
Mitch.
Without further ado, we are going to start.
You should try to screenshot their like profiles of WCA and put logos.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do, but that takes
a lot of work.
It'd be easier on Mac if you could just drag and drop, the command buttons. What's
So
this?
Oh, who's this?
This is just this is like what the past stream looked like.
Do we need this open still?
Let's just leave it open.
Okay.
And then we can get rid of this ticker, I think. I don't think we need the ticker because this already says 3x3 finals.
Our 11th seed, Jason Choi.
All right.
Wait, we need to
versus
flip
Juicin.
names?
Because I think this is...
With Jalen, the Justin is right here. So who's on? So
who's who again?
No, this is Jason. This is Jason. So that must be Jalen then.
No, Justin just sat down.
Yeah. So he's here.
So we should switch the names, right?
No, the names are right.
right?
No, the names are correct.
Okay.
Who's who right now? This is
Just-
Jaden. Right?
No, this is that's
Justin on the right.
Yeah, I think.
Jalen.
Also, we missed this.
Yeah, I will. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. But
I'll be on top of this. Yep.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, is Jaden with her?
All right, getting started here. So, yeah, Jalen's starting off with 894. Let's switch over to Jason Choi, starting off on White Cross.
Good OLO and a nice little apron with the center cap
Ooh,
popping
the
off.
center
It's good.
cap came off.
It's good though.
The center looks like it popped off in the back.
It did.
Yeah.
On our right, we got TJ Kelly doing live data entry.
Yeah,
Wanna
so
set that up?
Yeah, so if you want to check out the live results, you can switch to WCA Live. You can see them there as well. So one thing we should do is we should pop this out because we have to hit update on the BPA every time.
Where is it?
So on this BPA. So I would get rid of this one.
Yeah, smart.
And then bring this one. Yeah, there you go. So we have to hit update every time you change anything in the BPA. So I would just drag this like into a separate window.
I saw that in the finals. Nice.
Yeah.
Shouldn't the names be swapped since Jalen goes first?
Alright, solve 2. A bit of a pause there. Looks like it's the start of F12. That was an interesting looking OL.
Jalen with a 9.48.
9.48 for solve 2.
Do I have to do this each time?
Yeah, so I'm thinking what we should do is when we go here, so if you click into this window, just like drag this up.
Oh, smart.
A little finicky. Yeah, there you go. Kind of locky, yeah, kind of locky finish, unfortunately.
And Jussan with a 9.46.
But so far, both of them are like right there, just neck and neck.
His center just keeps popping off. You gotta. If this last one was red, that was the orange.
All right, Jalen, right into it.
Fluid turning, but I don't. Okay, so it's
Wow.
7.57.
It's weird because it looks really slow, but because the turning is so fluid and it's like very efficient. I think that it allows you to really ramp up the efficiency.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to figure out a way to give both of the headings up.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a simple way to do it, unfortunately.
Justin currently has an 8.5 and a 9.4. This is third solve.
On the white cross here. So that COL and then what was that? What was that POL? Yeah, the weird S moves and that POL.
That might be that weird F perm that Luke Reiser keeps telling you about.
Oh, maybe. So this is solve 4.
Yeah,
showing it.
They're showing it. It was the F perm. Yeah.
Oh, I learned that one.
It's the one Luke Reiser keeps telling you about.
Jalen on yellow cross here.
Oh,
getting a +2. That's going to be 11.68. So, and as you can see, because 4 solves have been done, that populates the BPA with WPA. It's a pretty big range here.
Yeah.
Somewhere anywhere between 866 and 1003.
Yeah, it does keep it on here. That's cool.
Yeah. Perfect. Justin starting 4th solve now.
Taking a lot of time to inspect. Looks like he's going to pick white cross.
White insert on the edge. OLL there, and that might be it.
Yeah, that was
very
really fluid.
Very happy about that one. And we're currently at Justin will be beating Jalen.
There's
no.
There's a small window.
Yeah.
Jalen needs his BPA
by
.02
.02. He gets his fast assault. Oh, big pause there though.
Yeah. Wow, it's weird stuff in F12 using those M
wacky R
slices.
perm into an
11.44 to finish.
Jalen with an 11.44.
That gives him a 9.95, just sneaking under sub 10. All right, and then Jusin Choi up on his last solve. You could get a 7.81 average if he gets another 6. Waiting for the judge to call out that inspection time.
Quick OLO into a low 8 maybe.
E-perm?
9.13.
And Jussan with a 9.13.
9.13 gives him an 8.57 average.
Beating Jalen's 9.95.
Yep.
Good.
And yeah, so that was the first 2. the
We will
first two
now be
competitors here.
continuing our head-to-head finals with our 10th
And then
and 9th
I would
seed.
erase these.
Our 10th seed from 3x3 round 2, Ruby
I know I
Wu.
could have dragged it, but that's
Yeah. So let's put Ruby here, yeah.
Where's she gonna sit?
Ruby on
Yeah. Swap that.
Yeah, this is So there you go. There's Ruby walking in.
And our 9th seed from 3x3 round 2, Randy Zhang.
As Randy comes in.
Whoa.
Alright.
Ruby and Randy, good luck to the both of you.
Alright, so we'll be tracking Randy's average on your screen. We'll be tracking Ruby's, of course, as well, but it just won't be visible. We will be able to we will definitely call out anything we see, though. Remember, these 5 scrambles are exactly the same as the ones Jalen's and Josh just got.
Ruby with an 8.48.
Yeah, Ruby has some really, really smooth turning.
Mhm.
I think that, I really, really wish I had turning like her. I'm very,
Yeah, me
very
too.
envious. Let's see what Randy can do here. He's also kind of eyeing that white cross. Yeah.
Whoa, big pause there before first pair.
Yeah, that was F to a 1. But he's looking pretty smooth otherwise.
PLL execution into a 10:33.
And Randy with a 10.33.
So yeah, I think a little bit of a slow start from both competitors, but 4 left. Wow, what is that?
Whoa.
Oh, a little bit locky on the U-perm and a slight
Ruby
execution
with a
error.
10.38.
Unfortunate.
I'm thinking, what if we had another, like in the future, we had one more line of BPA?
Yeah, so
for a completely different document, and we just click on and off.
So I could make another BPA. I would just have to change where it is, because right now if we put another BPA, it'll overlay right on top.
So it'd be a matter of like turning them on and off, like flipping.
Yeah, so we could do that. Or I could just make this BPA like 2 lines big.
Yeah. Randy on second solve now, following a 10:33.
Way smoother.
Much smoother and a good lucky OLL, but that's okay.
J-prime to finish.
8:35.
And Randy with an 8.35.
Yeah, good comeback. Good comeback. So yeah, both competitors have had an 8 and 10 and then an 8. But for Ruby, the other way around. Looks like yellow cross this time. Interesting. Another U-perm. Yeah, 966.
Ruby with a 9.66.
Our delegate Chris Martin just stepping in to make sure that everything is.
People were not sure before they started clapping.
Yeah. But from our vantage, definitely good. 966, no penalty. Alright, will Randy also pick yellow cross, or will he stick with white cross? I think he's at white cross every single solve so far. Ooh, that was a bit of a pause on F12-2.
Nice
F-perm.
Into an 8:15.
And Randy with an 8.15.
Yeah, so far looks like Randy's is having the better of the 2 of the counting solves.
Mhm.
Right now Ruby's counting 966, but Randy's counting 815. PLL skip, I think.
Yeah.
660. That's the fastest solve we've seen so far today.
Stream lag, so you can see the full solve on PBC.
660 is PR single for Ruby.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Congrats.
She's one of the newer delegates too, isn't she?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple months ago, I think.
Good stuff.
Randy using the 5x5 to warm up. Let's That's not a bad idea, actually. Use a bigger cube, so then when you're doing 3x3, it looks a lot smaller.
Exactly. Ruby running a 825 best possible average and a 951 worst possible average.
Yeah, not bad.
We will see how Randy fares against that at the end of the solve right now. The quick
Is there a ZB?
No ZB
not
there.
Not quite a ZB.
But some
U2,
And Randy with the
778. Very, very solid. That's going to put him in a really, really good position. He's guaranteed himself an 8 average here. 809 BPA, 894 WPA. Still pretty close.
Looks like Randy will be taking this one. I mean, Ruby can't pop off once again.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of execution error on the tail end of that OLL.
9.71.
Ruby with a 928 average 5.
Can you update the sheet?
Yep.
Yes, there you go. So there's 809, 894. So Randy is guaranteed to beat Ruby here. Interesting. Yeah, looks like yellow already has 2 pieces oriented and already slotted.
The long inspection as well.
Yeah, still gonna solve on white.
Interesting white too, and a rotation back.
Yeah, looks a little bit pausy,
To a rough
but
OLO and a U-perm to finish with the
And Randy with the 10.34.
So although Ruby wins off the 5th solve, it looks like Randy will be beating Ruby with 894 average compared to Ruby's 928.
And so I think with 4 competitors in, we should know where everyone stands at the moment. Let me see. I can pull up WC Live on my phone. So
We will be continuing on with our 8th and 7th seeds from 3x3
yeah,
round
so
2.
actually it looks like
Our
Josh Choi,
8th seed.
Jason Choi, 857. That was actually his PR. So he's sitting
And
pretty at
leg.
number 1 right now. Randy getting second, 894, and Ruby's currently at third with her 928.
TetraCubing, we are running BPA and WPA off of a
Going up
spreadsheet,
against Anne
not
will
off.
be our 7th seed
Wait,
from 3x3
does it actually have an update?
WC Live also has an update.
Oh, is that here on the side or something?
I think if you have the full view, then you can see it that way. But
It's only when we're doing live entry though, doesn't show. Who's the other person?
Currently we have
Anne
Anne.
and Benjamin, good luck to both of you.
Oh, his caps is wonky.
and swap them.
Yeah. Oh my god, this keyboard is running me. Benjamin Brown. On the right side we got Anne Lee. We will be tracking Ben solves.
2 local competitors. Yeah, it's a
High
bit
exposure,
overexposed.
yeah. Anne Lee starting off in the first solve, inspecting right now.
I think Anne is white only, so we'll see him do white every single time.
Lots of rotations during that cross, but seems to be pretty efficient. A lot of 2-gen stuff going on.
Using that-
Canceling that U-perm.
Yeah, it was a 8 move COL into that U-turn.
BPA is best possible average, and WPA is worst possible average. Sandman.
Yep. So after 4 solves are done, there's like a certain range. If you get better than something, then it's like your cap basically. We saw Benjamin get 2 fantastic 6s earlier. Let's see if we can follow that up.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, some fast turning out of the gate.
Fast turning.
There's a U-perm.
With a little bit of a lockup on the. They were doing a Rusolf. Okay.
10-14, unfortunately.
10-14, but a very quick solve, so we're not exactly throwing him out yet.
Yeah. That's like kind of the magic of like WPA, BPA. That 10 may not even matter.
Yeah. It could be the worst solve of the average, and knowing Ben Brown, probably will.
Yeah. I mean, it's all in his hands.
I see a lot of the younger cubers are a lot more TPS based.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I want to see this is a very clear example.
And doing a lot of rotations here, but still is making...
A lot of U4s and a wonky OLO.
Yeah, I don't know entirely what the OLO was
Smiling
about.
while finishing with the
And with a 10.86.
I actually don't know if maybe he was doing for a different CP, maybe? Benjamin and Vivek having a nice little chit chat while wait for the cube to get delivered.
Vivek probably taking notes. As always.
I mean, he's not a bad. Benjamin is not a bad competitor to take notes from.
Absolutely not. Ben was pulling off a 5.4 in practice before this.
Oh wow! Wow.
So
Pretty
definitely
impressive.
expecting fantastic solves.
Looks like he's also gonna pick this white cross. Yeah.
With the quick few pairs, few back inserts, turning real good.
F204 is a little bit. Okay,
Anytime.
yeah, not bad.
And Benjamin with an
F204 was a little bit iffy, and then the transition to Ola was also a little bumpy, but I mean, can't be too angry with 810.
Again, pretty even. I mean, Ben has 10-1 and 8-1.
Yeah.
Yep. Both
9,
competitors have a
8,
10 and an 8.
So fairly close.
And Lee doing lots of rotations. Locking up on the G perm, but recognizing it a little late, but still getting a 931.
Yep. And it's always very difficult to perform at your absolute best at in 3x3 finals. Like, it's basically impossible.
And just doing helps. That's.
Taking quite a bit of inspection here, but finally off the mark.
Whoa, wild turning. But a little bit of a lockup in OLL.
And
into a funky blast layer.
Yeah, not entirely sure what that
was.
PLL was looking like. 1066. So it's a bit off the pace for both of them at the moment. Right now it looks like Anne with the better counting solved the 931 as compared to Benjamin, who's currently counting the 1014. But 2 more to go, and kind of anything can happen. Both competitors have those like ticking time bombs in the 10 sitting around. That was like a really efficient cross. Already onto
848?
848, yeah.
8.48.
I feel like Anne had a really, really good F2L there, but just the last there just really did not come together.
Fourth scramble is good. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the scramble that
Ruby got the
Troy.
661
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. This is a good solve.
Then really quick with the
695.
6.95.
That is giving Ben Brown a 8.4 best possible average and 963 worst.
That's a pretty even one again.
Yes, it's pretty interesting to see how like Ben's best and worst are almost like encasing Anne's best and worst. Bit pausey going in between.
Rough last layer.
Yeah.
And with an 8.39.
839 average, that was a 891 average for Anne.
Yeah, so he's securing that sub 9. All right, Ben needs to avoid making that 1066 count. That would really, really spell doom for this.
Anne's finishing average was faster than Ben's current worst possible average. So there is that chance that Anne could get on top. But let's see, that would not be the case with the
because another 6 from
665,
Ben,
which is a speedy 8.4 average.
Yeah, so
beating Anne lead.
Yeah, so Ben really, really clutched up on those last 2 solves after 10-10 to start.
8th and 7th seeds for 3x3 head-to-head finals, Anne Lay and Benjamin Brown.
And so with that, with that 840, Benjamin is taking the first seed, the first rank so far, and Anne coming in 3rd. So really good showing from this pairing.
Our finalists, so we will be moving on to our 6th and 5th seeds from 3x3 round 2.
And with that, we're already halfway through 3x3 finals. That's just flying by, right?
Gershon Singh.
I believe their name goes here, right? 3rd slot?
Yeah. Okay. So Gershon up to the plate now.
Going up against Gershon will be our 5th seed from 3x3 round 2, Zeri Chan.
Get the spelling right. Oh, he got it.
Yeah.
Gershon and Zerui, good luck to the both of you.
Gambit Wise asking, why is it 12th versus 11th, 10th versus 9th? First, it's a good question.
I think there's a bit more
It's because,
competition.
yeah,
There's more competition when they're closer in rankings.
Yeah,
if it's first to 12th, we can assume that the solver who comes first will be coming first. And we want to know how the rankings flow upward, you know?
Gershon with a 9.04.
So yeah, 9.04 for Gershon to start off with.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
really
no
spread.
one would really want to watch a 1v first place versus
Yeah.
12th because it's just going to be an easy way. This is
Right.
meant to have some competition in it.
Which also means that as the competition ends, we get to see the two fastest
Yeah, you'll
solvers
see
pretty much
faster and
close out
faster
the whole
solvers.
competition
Yeah.
because they go head to head. So.
Remember, it's not a bracket, right? So
Right.
No, it's
because
not.
it's just average of 5. It's
Zuri with some interesting insertions with a Locky 941.
And
Yeah,
Zerui with a
941.
9.41.
Gershon taking that solve. Who is currently winning? Currently we have Benjamin Brown up in first place.
Yep.
But we still have 4 more competitors to go, which means 2 more head-to-head matches.
Yep. As Gershon is going to get started with his second one here. Bring the cube underneath the table a little bit.
Rolling a 988.
Gershon with a 9.88.
Yeah, 988 is a little bit unfortunate for him because I believe Gershon is like close to a 7-second solver.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, starting off pretty rough for him.
The 7-7 DNF was crazy.
That's right. I remember that.
I think that was at a Pacifica comp or a.
I think it was
standard mode.
actually in this venue.
Oh, it might have been here.
Yeah, it was one of those. Interesting. Zeri actually going for the red cross here. So first
Wait.
color neutral solver.
Lucky OLL, but fast PLO with the
And
964.
Zerui with a 9.64.
964. So both competitors really, really struggling. These two scrambles. I mean, only scramble 4 is the one that seems like actually stands out relative to the rest of them.
Right.
I mean, Ben found something on 5 as well.
Right.
So
That's a good point.
That's 6.
Right.
6X. That was his best solve.
Gershon looking a little bit locky throughout his F2L. Just not every. It's just not all
Gershon
quite clicking
with
for
a
him.
9.57.
Consistent, but unfortunately on the wrong side of the 8.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be consistent on the other side. And remember, a 9 average is no longer on the podium, so both competitors are going to need to pick it up in the next couple solves. Starting off a
Quick group cross with 2 OLLs and a Y perm. Locky Y perm.
And Zerui
Yeah,
with
the
a
two
9.12.
yeah, the 2 OLLs is very interesting.
Definitely at a good pace too. I wonder why that was done. Might have been more of a reflex.
Maybe.
Zerui.
Yeah, I feel like I've never seen it before.
Yeah, definitely seen the name, but I'm really bad at faces. So. Or
This one
maybe
is looking a lot better for Gershon though.
Ooh,
a little bit locky.
Locky, very locky.
Gershon with an 8.72.
So he managed to break 9 at least, but that does mean his BPA is going to be 9.11 and WPA 9.50. So Gershon is guaranteed to get a 9 average. If Zuri can get a good solve here, he can maybe pull ahead. Starting off pretty decently, good turning.
Quick F perm.
Another F perm. We've seen a
35.
lot of F perms today.
Yeah, definitely not happy with that one. Looks like. We have an 896 BPA and a 939 WPA.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the BPA is not going to be actually make it onto the podium. So both of these
Yeah.
competitors are not going to have a chance to get onto the podium today.
I think Gershon's current goal might just be to beat Zerui, and we'll see if he can do that right now.
I mean, 848 will give him his BPA, so that's 911.
That's a 911 average. Zerui now on 5th solve.
Yeah, and it's not guaranteed that Zerui's going to beat that 911.
Yeah,
Looks
his
like
worst possible is slower than Gershon's current average.
Right. I think, I mean...
If it's anything slower than an 8.6, right? Or 9.6.
Something around that.
Well, if it's slower than 9.6, then he'll get WPA. I think if he's
Right.
slower than like 9.3, then he actually is gonna get slower than Gershon.
Okay. I was trying to see how he can beat, or what he needs to lose to Gershon.
Oh, right.
Or what Gershon. I don't know. It made sense in my head.
It always does, right?
Right. Alright, so we're starting quick on green cross, quick 2 pairs, a little bit of keyhole action going in, quick awkward case, and an R perm.
Finish.
Then
8.79.
8.79.
So with that, I think
8.79
they
does
actually
tie
tied. The two have tied.
Congratulations to our 6
With 9.11 averages, the both of them.
And Zurui Chang.
So that means Zurui will go faster
Yeah,
due to the single.
due to the single.
Yeah.
8.35 single means that Zuri has actually won this match.
4 more to go.
Yeah.
Moving on to our 4th and 3rd seeds from 3x3 round 2. Our 4th seed, Cameron Miller.
All right, you know him, you love him, Cameron Miller, kind of the North House version of the all-rounder.
Going up against
At the
Cameron,
4th
our
seed.
3rd seed from 3x3 round 2. Nicholas Harper.
All right, another one of NorCal's favorite competitors, Nicholas Harper, hopping in at the
Cameron and
3rd
Nicholas,
seed.
good luck to the both of you.
So yeah, I mean this will be pretty tight. I'm expecting some good solving out of these
Yeah,
two.
we'll see what happens. Cameron Miller once again beating Carter Kukalin's Cube at West Coast versus East Coast at Nationals. Really put him on the spot. Let's see what he can do here for
Taking a
3x3.
lot of time in his inspection. Let's see if he can find anything magical.
Turning off on a
Looking
white
smooth.
cross with a quick 3 pairs. Nice. GD perm with
76. I think that's the best solve we've seen in solve 1 so far.
I think so.
So very, very good start for Cameron. And just as a reminder, currently Benjamin Brown still sitting at the top, 840. That is the average to beat. If these guys are looking to capture first place here today.
Nicholas turning on his miner's headlight. Little inspection, going straight for orange cross.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, orange cross.
Whoa.
That was some big pauses coming
Funky
out here,
pairs
some
coming
big
up here, though.
rotations.
I think, does he know the J perm though? That is a +2, it looks like. I believe that is a +2.
Chris Martin, our delegate, to be
Nicholas with a 12.42.
That is a +2.
12.42. So yeah,
So
indeed
the
a
turn
+2.
was
Unfortunately,
more than 45 degrees off, or 90 degrees.
Pretty bad start.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12 is not what you want to start off with. And like I was mentioning, like it might be fine, but it's just a ticking time bomb.
Absolutely.
Has to be diffused properly. Cameron is looking like a pro so far. That was a
That
ZB.
was the ZB,
That was the
yeah.
ZB.
Getting good at those nowadays.
Yeah, so
pretty happy about that ZB recognition.
Yeah, fancy ZBOL recognition. ZBOL, of course, being this very, very big algorithm set, 470 some algorithms where you just complete the last layer if you have all edges oriented. So Cameron showing off his knowledge. Let's see how Nicholas can follow up with that. 12.42, pretty poor start. So an orange cross this time.
Quick, a little bit of a lockup on the G, but an 899.
And Nicholas with 8.99.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it was a G because from our angle it really, really looked like a U perm.
It looked like a U, but we definitely saw that wide.
Yeah, and I was like getting excited in my seat. I'm like, oh, yeah, U perm is gonna be so fast.
Spam it. Yeah. But of all the algs to spam, G perm is definitely not
G
one
perm
of
is
them.
not a spammable alg.
Those are very calculated turns.
All right, perhaps he will get another ZB. Cameron Miller on solve 3.
A little bit of
No
shaky
ZB
arm,
this
the
time,
GA.
but
GA with
704. So Cameron a cut above the rest right now. I mean, he's just giving us a master class, improving every solve so far. Ladies and gentlemen, the next one is going to be at 6 at this rate.
Yeah. Faster and faster.
All right, which cross will Nicholas pick this time?
Going for blue, looks like, or might.
Indeed.
Yeah, blue cross, the Archimahale way to go. But a little bit of a interesting E perm. That's not an E perm.
809.
Nico with an 8.09.
Yep. 809, so a good comeback. Not
Both
too bad.
competitors are getting faster and faster.
Scramble 4 time.
All right.
Time for the.
And yeah, as Delia just mentioned, yeah, Scramble 4 seems to be the magical scramble. People significantly better on this one compared to the others.
I haven't been keeping track of what cross everyone is doing on 4th Scramble, but let's see what Nico does being color neutral after
Right.
this.
This is really good.
It doesn't know CB. Oh, with the quick combo. With the 693
693 getting quite the reaction out from the crowd as well. A pretty nice time, if I must say.
693 is for not close as almost close to match.
Oh my god. His BPA, his BPA. Actually, sorry.
Yeah.
Both of his are
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Indeed.
712 and 733.
So Nicholas, oh, he went for white as well?
Very happy about that. Oh, with a little bit of an interesting.
Soon into G perm again.
Locky finish.
And
918.
9.18.
That's currently a 1002 worst possible, but an 875 best.
Yeah, and Cameron on the other hand, wow, oh my, 712 best possible average, worst possible 733. He's guaranteed to blow Benjamin Brown out of the water by a whole second right now. Could PR. Actually, he's guaranteed to PR.
Guaranteed to PR with a 756 average. What's he gonna get?
Can you put the cherry on top?
Definitely feeling the pressure, but still gonna secure an
826.
826. Gives him a 733.
Yeah,
PR
did
average.
get worst possible average, but 733, big PR, so hard to PR in a head-to-head finals.
Absolutely. PRing in finals is just ridiculous with this pressure.
Let's see, can Nicholas avoid his WPA here? 875 won't put him on the podium anymore, but at least put him close. That HOLO looks like
an 814.
814.
And Nico with an 8.14.
So 877 average for him. That will keep him just off the podium. But yeah, Cameron with the 733 has guaranteed a spot on the podium.
There we go.
Which is a good place you want to be in because if you're Benjamin or Jason, I mean, Varun and Paul coming up, there are no guarantees. Those guys are going to stay up.
Finals. After these averages are over, we will be having an award ceremony for all of the podium placers. So if anyone can stay around afterwards just a little bit longer, the bigger the audience for the people who did well in this competition, the better. But for now, we're going to call up our second seed from 3x3 round 2, Paul Mavi.
Paul Mavi is coming in.
So Paul going to be sitting in this chair right next to Ben Yu as the judge. The number 2 seed.
Going up against Paul will be our first seed from 3x3 round 2, Varun Mohanraj.
Varun coming in.
And Varun is going to come in with Vivek, his son.
Yes,
his
his
son
brother.
as his brother, I see, as the judge.
Paul and Varun, good luck to the both of you.
And both of these guys are great representatives for NorCal, both at Nationals and at Worlds.
Paul Mavi starting off first.
Really, really drying his hands here, making sure there's no slippage.
Using the World Cube Association licensed towel.
Yeah. Awesome that they were giving those out at Worlds.
Gotta get me one of those.
Paul moving the mat a little bit closer to him. And Paul, notably, green cross only solver. So we have green cross versus white cross here in the final pairing.
Ooh,
wow. Yeah, that was like why, and then a pause.
There might have been a lot going on in there. He still know the most efficient way.
Paul with a
Not happy with that
9.52.
solve. Slamming the timer to save the last time. Just trying to get that solve over with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe just not good for green cross.
Maybe not.
If he's green cross, then he's not going to get that single on so far. That's his bad.
All right, here we go. Varun Mohanraj, finalist at Nationals this year.
Putting San Ramon on the map.
Has a sub 5 single. Starting off fast.
Oh, with the crazy Y2, but spamming those turns. Going straight into it.
7.9.
7.95.
So not a bad start for Varun. It's about where Cameron was when he started. Varun getting first seed in both round 1 and round 2 coming into this, so he is a bit of the favorite.
Yeah. Paul starting out, finding those green edges, trying to find a block somewhere.
Yeah, at least those two on the top are oriented. Always is so annoying if they're not oriented.
Yeah. Gonna go with the big F2. There we go.
Okay, not bad. Looks like it was smooth into first pair.
First 3 pairs.
Not bad OLL. Oh,
But a
locking on the
lucky
PLL, and this is going to require a review.
Paul with a 9.84.
That is A plus 2.
9.84, unlucky. I mean, it was just looking so good for him. And if that were a couple degrees the other way,
yeah,
he would have had a solid 7 to compete with, but as it stands, he didn't count a 9.
Varun starting second solve, following a 795. Quickly turns big pause.
Big pause.
The quick OLO into a ZB? No.
Varun with an 8.40.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, at least that not quite a ZB. I think it was a cancellation into that PLL, which helped a little bit. But notably, actually, Varun actually not doing the COL there either. So
yeah, overall, a little disappointed at that. Now knowing he has a counting 7-9. Let's see if he can try to remain sub 7 after this. I mean, that is the goal.
Yeah, I mean,
he definitely pulled it off in round 1 with basically 2 5s at the end as well.
All right, let's see. Paul on solve 3, looking pretty smooth. Oh, there's one more F2L pair.
Quick jump into an 815.
Paul with an 8.15.
815, so a bit of a better comeback for him. Definitely would not want to count another 9. Yeah. Cameron has a really, really good shot. But it all comes down to what Varun can produce in these next 2 solves.
Pretty smooth action going on.
Little rotation heavy, but pretty smooth. U-perm to finish, it looked like. 719 is good. At this point in the game, like, I think it's going to be rare. I don't know if we'll see any 6s, but from Varun, he just needs to get these consistent low 7s. Yeah. Yeah, Paul's going to need something absurd. He's going to need like a 5 or something to even have a chance. And he's going to have to count that 5 too. Interesting. Is he not doing green cross here? No, he did. Okay.
Whoa.
Wow.
623.
2/100ths of a second off of the time of the gods, if you will.
Yes, absolutely. Running a 797 best possible average right now.
Yeah, so Paul is not going to be able to beat Cameron. He does have a chance to make it onto the podium.
797, if he gets that best possible average, puts him in second place, but if he gets the 972,
oh, a little bit of a slip coming in from Varun.
Oh, what a quick OLO recognition
into A-perm.
Varun with a 6.17.
Wow, that transition was really good.
So best possible average for Varun wins.
Yeah.
Best possible average wins the competition.
Cameron wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Varun is guaranteed to end up on the podium, no matter what. Paul, it's not actually not true for him. He's actually gonna miss. Paul's gonna miss the podium actually.
He could get third.
He could get third.
Best
Yeah.
possible gets him third.
Yeah, best possible get third. Yeah, great.
A long time on inspection, trying to make the self count. What can he do?
Yeah, it looks like he had a lot of unoriented edges.
What the rough, awkward OLO
wow.
into a T-perm?
Into a G-perm,
Paul
it
with
looked
an
like.
8.37.
837, so he's not going to get the best possible. 868 for Paul.
That's putting Paul in currently 4th place. Let's see if Varun...
And I mean, Varun is definitely going to knock that down.
Yeah.
Also.
we just don't want Varun to get his worst possible average because that doesn't even. Well, that puts him in second place, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's guaranteed. Yes.
All right, Varun needs a 6 to win it.
And there it is.
That's it.
There
That's
it
it.
is.
609. Varun Mohanraj clutches up in the finish 7.1 to win BASC 51 Live. It took a lot. Cameron Miller really came at it. But Varun ended up clutching it up at the end. 609. It wasn't pretty. It was quite ugly, but a win is a win. A win.
Bring Varun. Yeah.
And
there you have it.
That's it. That's all she
All right,
wrote.
everyone, we're going to
795, 8.4, 7.19, 617, 609 is gonna do it for Varun here. Just a wow, yeah, just a finish. The finish was absurd because it didn't look like. Hello.
How much? It was close, right?
It was close. It was close. So
it was very close.
So Cameron got 7. Yeah. So
Yes.
7. Cameron got 733. Your BPA was 7.1.
Here you go. Look at that. So you needed your best possible average on the final solve to beat because he was.
You needed like a 6.65 or so because you were up against 733.
Oh my god.
So you very narrowly won. That.
Yeah. So
if you got your worst possible average, you would have gotten second place.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it would have been 785. Yeah. Yep.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So Bird, you managed to really clutch this one up.
Goodbye, stream.
Oh, okay. Bye, Archie.
I'll let Varun.
All right, the winner of BASC 51 Live coming up with the clutch performance in 3x3 head-to-head finals.
Yes, sir.
You know him, you love him, Varun Mohanraj. Dude, tell me about what was going on because this was a crazy average to start off with, right? Like, so the one thing. So let's talk about it in general. How did you feel about the scrambles as a whole?
They got better as the average went on.
Okay.
So did my times.
Okay. But none of these scrambles were standout phenomenal because it didn't seem like anyone was really getting any absurd.
I did really like 2 of them.
Like, the last 2, you think?
Actually, 3 was really good. 3 and 4 were really good.
Interesting.
I messed up both of them. They had really good potential.
Okay.
I did well on 5. I'm happy I clutched that up because that wasn't that great of a scramble either.
Because what was your last layer? Was it H into A perm in the, or was the?
It was an R perm was the last one.
Okay, so maybe solve 4 was H into A perm because I definitely remember there was
it was
the
a V
HOLO.
perm. Yeah, it was H into V perm.
Oh, into V
perm. That was
perm?
a 719. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Jeez.
Yeah, I didn't get great last layers.
Which
either.
yeah, because that's not that good of a last layer. Because I don't know, my impression is that H is not a very good last layer.
The H case isn't that bad. It's alright.
Okay.
But
is it
yeah.
easy to see like? I assume probably
it's
CP
good
is probably
because you
not
can
great?
see PLL. Like
okay.
It's really easy to predict the PLL.
Okay, never mind. So I literally know nothing. That's why he's the one in the chair, right? But yeah, like walk us through these 5.
Okay, well, the first 2 I just completely threw. That was just completely my fault. I don't know why.
So I guess to your credit to some degree, I think you threw less than everyone else because I think everyone was struggling on these solves.
Yeah.
No one got anything good. I think Cameron got something good on solve 1. I think he got like
693.
No, I think he got 756.
Okay, yeah, that's alright.
So that was the best solve we had seen on 1. So I think there was not really anything in 1 and 2.
Yeah. So solve 2, I thought. I think I misinserted like an F2L pair. It like flipped the edge. It was like the opposite.
Oh, okay.
And
So
I had to like backtrack.
I mean, that's basically
do
just
all
a
that
loss.
Stuff, so I lost that solve.
Okay.
Yeah, starting with accounting 7.9 wasn't great.
Right.
But,
yeah.
Yeah. Pretty decent clutch at the end though.
How did it like? Could you like feel yourself like clutching, or did you know you had to clutch it?
I had no idea. I mean, I didn't think a 7.3 was gonna be second.
Okay.
So I was kind of low pressure because I thought I had already almost locked in first.
Okay.
Or like got close to first. Yeah.
With the 617, you think?
Yeah, I just knew I'd have to like safety the last one. I thought if I get like a mid 7, I'd be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I assumed like a 7.5 would have won, but
okay,
yeah.
interesting. Yeah, so
maybe that was the reason.
So that actually worked out. Yeah, it worked out in your favor.
If
then,
I knew I needed a 7.3, I might have.
Okay.
Been a little nervous.
Interesting.
Yeah.
after seeing Paul get 623, did that like affect you at all?
Not at all, because he does green cross.
Because different cross. Yeah. Because it very easily could just chalk up to like some difference in like F2L.
Yeah.
Because I think Paul had a really, really good F2L at that on that one too.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, 617, 609 to finish. I mean, how does it feel to just like clutch up?
That's pretty nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good knowing that now.
I mean, 7.1 average. So this is what I said at the end. I'm like, 7.1. It wasn't pretty, but it got the job done in the end.
Yeah.
And I think that's often underrated when you get to like head-to-head finals.
Yeah, I kind of safetied the end of that solve because I had a Z perm, I think, and.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I have a history of messing up M moves in head-to-head finals.
Well, I don't blame you because I'm going back to Western Champs of this year where everyone had that MBO U perm, and only Tommy Cherry. He was the only one who's the RUS one, and he was the only one who actually managed to do it cleanly. So.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Staying until the very end.
Thanks for putting on a show.
Yeah.
I must say it was very exciting to watch at the end. Because at the beginning, because everyone was just struggling, right? It's really hard to watch other people struggle because it's just like, oh, I know that these guys are so much better.
Yeah.
But sometimes at the end of the day, it's just you just need to get the solves. You just need to get good enough in.
Yeah.
That's something my boss says a lot. Perfect is the enemy of good. So sometimes that's all it's required. All right. Well, you have a couple of awards to get. So.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you go.
All right.
And,
thanks for having me on.
Yeah. No problem.
Pretty solid comp, organized well, ended on time.
Yes, ended actually early. We're actually ending 15 minutes early, so sounds good. I mean, 3x3 head-to-head finals went fast.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'll leave you to it.
I'll leave it to you.
All right, congrats again, Varun.
Square one with an average of 7.95 seconds.
All right, so as you can hear Chris in the background, he's wrapping stuff up, but this is Manu from CubersLive. This was BASC 51 live stream oriented competition held in South San Francisco, broadcast on the CubersLive channel. You just watched 3x3 finals finish, a pretty awesome finish, all things considered, for random local comp, right? That's what we get in NorCal. We're just blessed to have a lot of high quality solvers. But yeah, that will do it for us here. If you enjoyed the live stream, be sure to check out the other live streams that we've done. All of that is like sitting in the CubersLive VOD archive. So check out that stuff if you're interested. Check out the podcast. There's other stuff in the description. Go read that if you'd like. Like and subscribe as always. And I'm gonna sign off. I don't think we have any plans to like film the awards. But yeah, I'm going to sign off. That'll be it from us. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we hope to catch you in another live stream sometime. Ta-ta, bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone. Oh, I actually have this cool transition now. Check this out. Bye-bye. I'm going to do this fade to black. It's going to be cool. Wait, no, that didn't work. Oh, that totally did not work. Oh, my God. I think I did this last time, too. Okay, I have another fade to black. Wait for it.
Second place in Cube with an average of.
All right, goodbye everyone. Bye bye. Wait, what?